Welcome to our skysportnext coverage 2021 New Zealand Superbike Road Racing Championships. Are we excited? Round number one or what? Summer's come, road racing's come, and we can show the rest of the world just how cool it is in New Zealand to have a COVID-free country and some awesome racing to watch. So this is our protege of 150 and 300 riders, the creme de la creme lined up here, guys and the gals, which is awesome to see, and love to introduce our panel. First of all, on our left-hand side here with Harry Parker. First of all, Harry, home for you is just 150 odd k's down the road at Timaru, but here you are up at Ruapuna. Do you get a lot of riding around this track?
Normally we do get a lot of riding. We're up here a couple times a month, but lately we haven't even been here. We've raced here once since Nationals, so it was quite hard today getting the right suspension set up since we've changed with a different brand, and it seems to be going fine. We're doing good times and can't wait for tomorrow. All
right, hey, you made the trip up north to the Suzuki series, did both Manfield and Taupo. How did that go?
Yeah, I kind of surprised myself with that one. It went really well. We just went in there to get points and just get track time, but we ended up walking away with third place with only 2 rounds. So I wish we kind of did Wanganui, but we might think about doing it next year.
All right, so a lack of experience is one thing, but you've got bike time, so all round you're feeling pretty good about tomorrow?
I'm feeling really good for tomorrow. I've put my head down a lot this year and just mine's gone blank now. I've put my head down a lot this year and really gone through everything. And then with Cormac racing in our team, he's pushed me a long way. So big thanks to him, and hopefully we can bring everything home this year.
Yeah, well done. Sam, we're home. How's this place?
Home track, it's good. Yep. Fast track, yeah.
Fast track. So tell us a little bit about your short time in the sport. You haven't been with us all that long. What was your background? When did you first road race?
I started racing about 2018.
Yeah.
Then carried on and got offered to ride the Gypsy. So carried on with that since last year and riding the R5 now. So it's good. Yeah.
Good. All right. What was your preparation like coming into today?
Just baking nights.
Okay.
And getting ready for racing tomorrow and Sunday, so yeah.
Well done.
Yeah.
All right. Neat to have this crew on board. Here's Caleb sitting in the centre. That's exactly where he wants to be because he's just practising for the podium. You know, first gets to sit there as number one. See that? Clench of the fist. Good. Caleb, hey, Suzuki series for you. You've got to be happy, don't you?
Yeah, it was awesome fun, eh? We planned to get some track time, and we changed bikes completely. We went from the 2015 to the 2020, so it was a big change, and it was good to get some base setups for these tracks and also for up north and figure out how the bike works. And it's been a struggle, but as soon as we set it up, it seemed to be a really good bike and a really good package that we've got with YSS and that. So it's been pretty good so far, yeah.
All right, so unlike some of these others that didn't get to race Cemetery Circuit, you did the old home ground as it was for you. What did you think?
Yeah, Wanganui's it's an adventure. It's pretty gnarly and it's a different race. It comes down to the rider. You don't get a lot of time on the track, and it's bumpy and there's curves and then fences and walls. So you've got to think about a whole different side of the sport, and it's almost closer to motocross than road racing, to be honest. But no, everything comes into play, and it's all heaps of fun.
Awesome. And your preparation ready for tomorrow? How are you feeling?
Yeah, tomorrow I'm excited for the weekend in general. Like coming up on Sunday and Saturday, we've been working pretty hard lately to get the bike all back together, and obviously had a couple crashes at Suzuki Series, so we had to put the bike back together, get it ready for the Nationals, and we've been working hard to get it all set up. But I went out there today and we made leaps and bounds and suspension set up, same as Harry. It was working on the shock in the front, also the forks. So no, it's been pretty good, and I think tomorrow and the next day are going to be a good weekend for us.
All right, so we started with Harry Parker, we've had Sam Guthrie, thank you, Caleb Gilmore. Now we're up to Cormac Buchanan joining us from the Super South, the Burt Munro country from Invercargill. First of all, Cormac, you missed Wanganui on Boxing Day. Was that the hardest Boxing Day you've had in your life?
Yeah, definitely. Going on Instagram and seeing everyone showing their results and everything, yeah, it was definitely really hard. But obviously it's a bit too dangerous for me right now because I'm too young. But we gained a lot of experience at Suzuki Series. Manfield, we did really well, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to NZSBK, and we just gained heaps of data for Taupo, and you know, it's just the experience that I gained from racing in that type of environment was really well.
All right, you've gone from the 150 class, step up to the 300s. How's this new class?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot different. You know, the speed is just thrilling, and I really enjoy it a lot more than the 150 class. You know, just how close it is, it really brings me back to last year, well, the year before when I raced in Aussie. So, yeah, this is all really good preparation before I get to Europe Rookie Cup, and yeah, you know, it's just great to get all this experience that I can, and yeah.
Yeah, great to see. What's that level of excitement for Red Bull rookies to go and do something like that? For the rest of us, we just ogle over the fact that we could go there and watch. You'll actually go there and go and race in it. So how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit nervous that, you know, I think it just set in now. So, yeah, we definitely have a long way to go, and we have to work our butts off. So it's not over yet, and yeah, hopefully we get the call back for 2022, and you know, just see where the future takes us.
Cool. So far through our podium, Harry, Sam, Caleb, and thank you, Cormac. We go to the rows at the end of the bunch. So, Olivia, welcome on board. Olivia, are you daunted by the fact that it's a male-dominated sport? How do you feel as a lady being amongst the lineup?
It's interesting and different to be the odd one out, I guess. And I find it a challenge, and it's fun to try and keep up with the rest of them and try and show them what I've got.
All right, so you two have used it, you know, as an intro and coming into the sport. Are you feeling like you're advancing? Are you making things better for yourself?
Yeah, I'm progressing. It's a lot of a mindset for me that I need to work on, but I'm getting there and I'm making progress, which is the good thing.
Cool. Yeah, we're talking here now with Olivia Goddard. Olivia's from Dunedin, so a couple of hours, or more than a couple of hours, a few hours south of here of course. So what's it like to come to Ruapuna? It's a track you've ridden a bit?
Yes, I've ridden it a lot, and it's one of my favourite circuits in the country. It's the one I know the best. It's the one I feel most confident at, and I enjoy it.
Cool. All right, we're just going to go back through the panel again and ask them a question of their respective classes. We've got the 150s and the 300 guys here, so we'll go back to Harry. First of all, Harry, who's going to win your class tomorrow?
Well, I can't even tell you that. There's so many fast riders out there. She's going to be a battle, but I'm hoping I can pick it off. I've got my mind set for it, but we'll just have to wait and see and play our cards right, and yeah, should be a surprise.
And you hope it's you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I got my mind set on it,
yeah,
so
good one.
We'll
Good
keep
one.
that.
Cool. And Sam, for you tomorrow?
Cormac's swimming pretty fast. I'll try and keep up with them, but yeah, see how it goes. Yeah.
Good. Caleb?
Yeah.
Well, everyone's here to win, so am I.
Well done.
I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I think for the next 2 rounds, hopefully, I can win them. That's what I race for. I'm here to win and enjoy the sport and learn and grow. For the championship, I wish best luck to Cormac here. He's been doing some amazing riding, and he's breaking lap records in Winter Series, and he's been putting together some good efforts. So for the next 2 rounds, hopefully I can place myself well, but for the series, hopefully Cormac.
Well done. Nice answer. Cormac, come on.
Oh,
Don't
I
let
mean,
me down.
It's definitely going to be the same answer as the other two beside me, but yeah, you know, it's really unpredictable. So the last few races, you know, it's come down right to the line, and I don't think tomorrow's going to disappoint. So it's an 8-lap race, so it's more of a shorter race. So everyone will be going all out, and I certainly will be. But yeah, definitely, my goal is definitely to win, and because that's what we're all here for, and yeah, just to bring as much momentum as I can when I head over to Europe is the main goal, and I'm definitely set for that.
Well done. Olivia, come on.
I'd love to say that I'd do well, but realistically, I'd have to say Cormac will be the safe bet for the championship.
Can you, to get a perspective on the race, can you see where Cormac is? Can you see the advancement he makes during the race? Can you learn from somebody pushing it like he does?
I try to, but Cormac's pretty fast.
Pretty fast?
It's hard to keep up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well done. Hey folks, how's that for a press conference? We're proud, so well done. Good on you. Thank you very much. Thank you guys and girls. Well done. Well, welcome to our NZSBK 2021. Wow, what a year to be reassembled, and hopefully a lot of people around the world enjoying the fact that we're racing here in New Zealand. Thanks to skysportnext and our great sponsors, Aon and Pirelli. We're back. This is our quality superbike lineup joining us here. First of all with Richie Dibben, and for Richie, first year up with Superbikes, Richie, but man, you claimed all the glory here on the 600 last year, but a massive change. How are you feeling about your step up?
Yeah, no, it's taken a bit to sort of get used to it and getting the bike set up and that, so still learning and that, and learning the bike, so yeah, I mean, I do enjoy this track, so yeah, hopefully sort of get something going for the weekend, and see how we go.
Is it every rider's dream to be on Superbike? Have you reached your pinnacle, like you only wanted to be at the 600s for that length of time and move on? Did it feel like the right progression for you?
Yeah, well, obviously winning it last year, and then this is, I guess, the step up, so yeah, just try my best and make it happen.
Good. You young gun on the side. Well done. To Scott Moyer. Scott, I'm sorry about the question, mate. 2 points and 1 point over the last 2 years. There's a number 2 on your bike. So what are you going to do this year to make it number 1, Scott?
Yeah, I don't know. You always give it your best shot, every year. It's just been pretty. I wouldn't say unlucky. Had a pretty good season both times, but unlucky that the season got cut short. I think I was just sort of warming up, coming up to speed. Last one gone, so I mean, if I get second again, means I'll be the third year not changing my numbers, so that's a bonus. But
save some money.
Yeah. Other than that, yeah.
Good. And Ruapuna, big trip down from Taupo. How do you like this place?
Pretty lucky to get to fly down. The boys, old Dan and his team, they bring all the gear down for me. So, Ruapuna, I've always enjoyed it. Never been real fast. I've got to find a bit more time, I think, if I want to get on the top step. But obviously changed tyre brands this year, so that's obviously today not much testing time didn't help, but a few sessions we had were not too bad. Good start. So, looking forward to some good weather and good racing.
Nice one, thank you, Scott. There we are in the middle with Jake Lewis, and Jake, you share your dad's number of 29, which I'm old enough to remember as well. You're a local protege. You first come to watch the little 150 racing all those years ago, and here you are now doing New Zealand Superbikes. Your progression, 25 years of age, well done. How do you feel about racing here at Ruapuna in front of your home crowd? You'll have more supporters than nearly anybody else on that table.
I'll see, but definitely really excited to be here for round 1 of 2021 here at Ruapuna. Obviously home track, so we've done plenty of laps around here, but these boys are all really fast, so could be anyone's game, but excited to get going. Happy to be back with Yamaha on the R1 and looking forward to it tomorrow.
Hey, you made a late decision to front for Wanganui on Boxing Day. It's a massive trip to get out of Canterbury and get there and back around to Christmas and a busy time with friends and family. Did you think your effort was worthwhile? How did you rate the event?
Yeah, to be honest, I actually loved it. It was a bit of a shame we didn't do the rest of the series on Superbike. But going to Wanganui was the first time I've been there in about 10 years. So, had a bit of a play on the 300 and, really enjoyed it. I was pretty happy with how it went, but just tried to keep it upright and stay safe. It's a bit of a scary place, so but I enjoyed it.
So do you think you'll get a Superbike there one day?
Oh, potentially.
Yeah.
Al and I were actually talking about that earlier today, so we'll see. Maybe look out next season.
Good. Great answer. Thanks, nice to have you with us. Thanks for inviting us to your place, I should really say. Here we are. Cool, and Dan Medham, well done, Dan. Welcome back to road racing. Got to say that Dan, from an off-season point of view, didn't hear much about what you were doing in the North Island, so to turn up to Suzuki Series, it felt like you were a little bit, I'll use the word sort of cold and not quite as prepared as you've been in the past. Is that what it was like, and how are you feeling?
Yeah, I hadn't ridden the bike pretty much since the Hammond Downs around in March, and then one club day and one test day, so I went into Suzuki Series a bit cold, but just used it as a bit of testing, and the same bike as last year. I didn't have a new bike, so it was pretty much set up and ready to go, and the lap times have been good at all the tracks, and good to come back down here. I only get down here once a year, so enjoy this track once you get the bike set up, and it feels good. It's got a good flow to it, but there's going to be a lot of fast boys this weekend.
I see. Congratulations, Coleman Suzuki, number 1 Suzuki dealer for 2020, and you work up there in the city of Sales. What's it like to work in the motorcycle industry in our bigger city?
Yeah, it's good. It's pretty busy shop, being the main shop in Auckland, and they're selling Kawasaki now as well, so picked up another brand. So and we moved premises this year, so bigger showroom, bigger workshop, so it's been good.
Great to see. So you'll be on a green bike next year, were you saying? Sorry, I missed, did I
No, I keep trying to write
I just thought I might have slipped out there, but hey, why do we leave the champion till the end? How sort of a long here? He's a quiet one at the end of it. Alistair, first of all, congratulations for that win last year, mate. What a race to do it. And seeing what Robbie Bugden did, I thought was a freak performance a few years ago, and to see what you did again was just amazing. So, hey, Hardy, congrats on that, because that's when it comes to racing. You've got to get those wins in, and you did that and deserve to be the champion. So, has that made any difference for you that you're now number one? What was wrong with 43, or how are you feeling about this whole champion bit?
Just looking forward to doing some more racing. Like Scotty said before, it got cut short and everyone was just keen to do the final couple of rounds, and who knows, it could have changed, could have had more of a lead, could have dropped back to third or fourth, you never know. But at the right time, I really wanted to win that TT, and that win of the TT got me the championship, so it's just that extra wee bonus. I mean, we had a bit of bad luck in that first race with having a go at the wall and then missing out on a few points, so there's a lot of ups and downs that weekend, but it ended up pretty good. So I thought we would run the number one at Nationals. Normally win a championship, then move up, but Superbikes is the top, so it looks good on the bike now, so I'm pretty happy we decided to run it, and you never know when you're going to get to run it again, so we'll run it.
Yeah, nice words, well done. Yeah, Ruapuna, this is your backyard, this is your playground. Have the others wasted their time turning up tomorrow? Are you going to beat them by that much?
I turn up to their home tracks and can beat them sometimes as well. So, hey, I wouldn't rule any of these guys out from showing me around or throwing a pass on me on the weekend. Everyone's probably lacking on a wee bit of track time with lockdown and then getting out and not being able to hold some races and test days. So we all went into Suzuki Series pretty cold, probably 2 or 3 sessions under our belt, and then Suzuki Series, everyone was probably doing the best lap times they've ever done. I know I was, and then so we'll probably go out there tomorrow and go even quicker again. Just every year we seem to be going quicker and quicker, which is you sort of think, how are you going quicker and quicker? But we'll see what happens tomorrow. And like I said, not many people have done much track time this year or last year, but we'll see how we go.
Good one. All right, back to Richie. We start again. Richie, who's going to win your class tomorrow?
Well, I mean, you couldn't put it past Al or the Rees boys and that, and obviously Scotty. Everyone here can have a good race. They can definitely win. So I couldn't really, to be honest, couldn't tell you really, but.
So in the perfect world, you'd win tomorrow. But realistically, what are you thinking? Where do you want to be tomorrow? Thought you've had a good day.
Yeah, myself, I'd just obviously like to hang with the guys and have a few battles with them. So, and I mean, got to progress to that, and yeah.
Are we going to hear the yells from Barracks Bar at Wanganui here at Ruapuna because of all your supporters back home watching it at that great establishment in the River City?
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to win or be on the podium, first season on the Superbike. So, yeah, I mean, give it your best shot.
Well done. Scotty?
I mean, we all want to win, obviously, but hey, realistically, if I can come away with top 3, bag a few good points, that'd be good. I mean, probably have to put your money on Al or Damo, someone like that. They were fast as here last year, but I mean, anything can happen. Could be someone else. So, we give them a big shot to be on top step, that's for sure.
Well done. Thank you. Jake Lewis?
I'd like to say me, but as the boys all said, he runs bloody fast at the moment, so we'll just see what it brings over the weekend. But we've had some podiums here last year, which was good, so I'd like to build on that and grab the number 1 and get it flying.
Good. Oh, Dan met him.
Yeah, like everyone said, there's a lot of guys that can win races. That, looking at last year's results, Matt, the Rees boys on the Hondas and Al on the Yamaha have been the quickest round here in the previous years, so they're going to be the boys to chase, but we'll find out tomorrow after qualifying and going into race 1, that answer.
Good. And Al, you will say it's you, wouldn't you? You're the come on, Ruapuna, you're the favourite?
I'm feeling pretty good, yeah. I've actually never won the Superbike GP here. It's always been pinched off me by one of these fellas, or Sloan, or one of the Hondas. So,
pinched, I like that word.
I've had a few wins here, but I really want that GP, and I know what the team have put in, and I know third year on the bike, just the development we've got is awesome. So yeah, could be any one of us guys. I know what bike Jake's on as well. He's on a good bike too. So yeah, you can put your money anywhere. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident, and home crowd's going to be pretty cool, I reckon. So
Good.
stay
All right.
tuned.
Hey, well done everybody. Thank you guys. Great effort. Appreciate that immensely. Thank you guys. Have yours. Well, 2021, what a great year to start and sound it out. Skysport Next, along with Pirelli and Aon Insurance, our awesome sponsors behind NZSBK, New Zealand Superbike Road Racing. Here we are at the bottom of the world, and we're about to start our championship for this new year. It's the whole thing and a whole freakiness almost of thinking that, hey, we can do it in the world and others can't. So to everybody out there watching, these are some of our stars from our Pro Twins class, sponsored by Trevor Pierce Motorcycles. Pro Twins are effectively generally our 650, 7 to 800cc bikes. Obviously a twin cylinder, and Pro Twins has been an awesome class on the New Zealand racing scene for a number of years. It's one of those good balances with those guys coming out of 300s or even 150s before they hit 600 Supersport or go on to Superbike. So we've got some statesmen in here, we've got some young guns, so nice to have you joining us, guys. Welcome. SJ Cavell, first of all, SJ, the experience that you've got is a bit more than the two guys you've got, but hey, it still doesn't take anything away from they as young guys. They are very good riders. What are you going to do tomorrow to stay in front of them?
Yeah, look, there's talent throughout. Not only our class, but throughout the whole paddock here this weekend. So, and these two guys sitting beside me are a fine example of that. So, I just need to really just concentrate on my own game and do what I can, Neil, because. It is nationals, so everyone brings their A game, and you just got to make sure you do turn up with an A game and see what we can do.
It is good indeed. Today, seeing machine examination and some of those checks being done, a very positive thing for the sport, because for people to understand, it's effectively a production-based class and an affordable way to get into racing, and it's seen a lot of other champions in the past. When you've got to look at the likes of Dennis Charlotte and names like Scotty Moore, you'd realise that they've all had time in Pro Twins as well. So you're still enjoying it as a class to be involved in NZSBK?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great class. It's a real level playing field. There's all the bikes are that evenly matched, being production based. So it sort of brings out that you got to have that ability to ride and really get the best out of the machinery you got. So it's a great stepping stone class. We've seen a lot of guys. Look at Zach Fuller now into 600s and doing really well. Nathan Jane last year obviously he's an accomplished 600 rider as well. So it's a good class to really hone your skills and then move on. But in saying that, it's still a standout class in itself, and guys who we're missing a couple of big names this year, and the Ben Rosendales, etc. And those guys are all really, really exceptional riders in their own right. So it's not just a stepping stone class; it's actually a fully fledged national title class.
So for you, coming from Napier, East Cape of the North Island, you come all the way down here to Ruapuna. Is it worth it to be on a track like this? How do you rate Ruapuna?
Oh, absolutely. Ruapuna is probably one of the best tracks in the country. It's so technical. You've really got to string it all together to make that lap time stick. And you can make one small error somewhere on the track, and it'll cost you for the next 4 or 5 corners till you can sort of sort it out and get going again. So hey, we love coming down here to the South Island. Hospitality is always great. MCI run a great meeting, so it's definitely well worth the trip.
Beautiful words. Yeah. Angus Boyd, welcome. 18 years of age, Angus. Your home track here. Can you sort of reflect on how many different classes you've raced on before you've come up to Pro Twins? I'm sure you've been a Supersport 150 boy and some of those others. How long have you been riding, and what's your experience here at Ruapuna?
Well, I started riding at Ruapuna. I was probably 11 years old in the fantastic NCI training class.
Yeah.
And from there went to the 150 class, riding old 1999 RG 150. Then jumped onto the 250 production for a few years before coming to Pro Twins last year.
All right. You're happy with that step up? Is it the right progression?
Yeah, I really think so. The class is fantastic and the racing is awesome as always. People like SJ and Carl, trying to beat them is always a good challenge.
Yeah, great story. And speaking of that, Carl Hooper to join us. Carl at 18 years of age. Personal congrats, Carl, for the awesome run you had in the Suzuki Series. Post-classics on a great old Kawasaki ZXR there, 750. Mate, that was a goldmine of a bike, beautiful to see. And a special built F3 bike as well. But Pro Twins, how do you rate this Pro Twin class?
Yeah, this Pro Twin class is one of the best, I reckon. You know, the racing is really mature, so it's everyone's pulling nice clean moves, but also nice close moves.
Yeah.
Keeps it nice and exciting, and it's cheap. You know, these bikes are production based, as you say, and it just makes it a lot easier to run at a meeting and makes the racing a lot closer.
I like that word, mature. Yeah, I think that's what SJ was talking about before, but we were referring... Yeah, I think that's a nice word to use, actually. And although maybe some of the big names aren't missing, I think what it's done personally, when you have a look, you don't necessarily have the favourites just glaring in the face. So, hey, it's anybody, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, this year's wide open, so it's going to be interesting. I know SJ and Angus are really quick down here, and SJ's been doing quite a lot of work. So it will be good racing, and look forward to getting into it.
As a North Islander, do you like coming to Ruapuna?
Oh yeah, I love coming to Ruapuna, one of the most technical tracks in New Zealand, and you know, you got to really string that lap together, and I really enjoy it.
Yeah, great to see. Back to SJ, and SJ, you happy with today's practice? Very early stages, of course. We've got practice and qualifying still to come tomorrow, plus a race, and two more, including that GP on Sunday. So who's going to win your class?
Yeah, that's tough questions, Neil. Look, I mean, hey, there's, like I said before, there's talent throughout the field, and this is national championship. Anything can happen. I mean, it really is wide open. In saying that, mate, I haven't come here to get second. I've put a lot of effort in, and I'd like to think that I'll be near the front, and hoping to have a good run. But like I say, anything could happen, and anyone here is capable of taking out the victory.
Thanks, SJ, and I would like to point out as well, SJ is a volunteer with Motorcycling New Zealand as a board member, so congratulations, getting your hands dirty, and super proud of you ladies and the presentation I put together for this event this year, and congratulations for acknowledging MCI as well. That's our clubs, as we know in New Zealand, that make these events happen, so well done for your homework there. Angus, for you and a time in this class, can you beat those guys and the others that are going to turn up? Hey, this is your home. They're a couple of North Island invaders, mate. Don't treat them with any respect.
Well, obviously being at Nationals, the goal is to win. Otherwise you wouldn't be doing it, would you? You wouldn't be forking out the money, spending all the time through the winter. But as you know, SJ has put in a massive amount of time. He's been down here all winter, you know, showing me how it's done, really. But yeah, I'd like to beat him. That's the goal.
Well done. Yeah, please be honest about it. That's cool. Yeah. So what's the secret? What do you reckon you got to get right here tomorrow to beat SJ?
As the boys said, you know, it's just getting the infield right, you know, and nailing the faster corners. But it's a full lap to get, you know, you're nailing every single corner on this track, because it has a different aspect to it that you need to get right to put to the next corner on the track.
Beautiful. Love your technical advice. Cool stuff to watch. Carl, can you beat the 18-year-old next to you, or that old fella along the end?
I'd like to think so, but as you say, Angus is home track, so he's definitely got that home advantage, especially with it being so technical. And SJ's been putting in the hours through winter, and good on him, you know. He's obviously putting that effort in, and so they're both going to be really quick. And there's others in the class that are going to be quick. So I'd like to beat them, but we're just going to see what happens tomorrow.
Well done. Thank you, guys. That was awesome. Well done.
Sweet boys.
Welcome to Sky Sport Next, and another awesome press interview here with our contenders for 600 Supersport, courtesy of Sky Sport Next, our sponsors with Pirelli and Aon. Fabulous to have them involved, and 5 likely lads, the super candidates of this class. And first of all, over here with Nick Kane, and Nick got a Mad Love Media hat on there, and then another Motorcycle Mecca one on there. As a Canterbury man, how excited are you to be racing with these guys?
Yeah, pretty excited. It's a pretty competitive class. I mean, I can't say anything else, really. Everyone here has got a good chance of being at the front, so we'll see what the weather does tomorrow.
Hey, but it's your home track. Do you remember the first time you rode here? What are memories like for those years?
Your very first time I rode here, I was probably about 9 or 10 years old on a 50.
Wow.
And then I moved on to a 150 after that, soon after. But yeah, done a lot of laps around here, so hopefully the local knowledge will help.
All right, so do you want the day today at the 15 degrees or you want the day at 29 like the forecast for Sunday?
I'd rather the hot temperatures for sure. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's because the North Islanders will melt in the heat, so yeah, you've got an advantage there, so well done.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, cool story. Tarbin Walker, thanks for joining us. Tarbin, we've got the green shirt on, but everybody knows the Tarbin pink image. Tell us about the pink, because it stands out. You're the crowd's dream, because they know exactly where Tarbin Walker is.
Yeah, well, that was the idea behind it. There's no other pink bikes out there, and I think there's probably a few blue ones and a few red ones and a few black ones, but yeah, no pink ones. Got a bit of a tune-up from Kawasaki though, so it might be a pink and green bike come North Island rounds. But yeah, it'll still be the pink bike. I think I've built a bit of sort of awareness around it, and yeah, known for it.
Okay. All right. You're a visitor to Ruapuna. How's this place?
Oh, how's Ruapuna? Bit rough at times, especially with the lack of practice. We only got sort of 2 sessions today, maybe 1.5, and then we're into racing tomorrow, so that's going to be tough. So I think for people that have been here before, like pretty much everyone here, it'll be good. Anyone that hasn't, it's obviously a bit of a disadvantage.
Cool, thank you, Tarbin. Moving along here, Rogan Chandler, the second North Island visitor here, but Rogan's fresh from his victory with the Suzuki Series International Racing through Taupo, Manfield and Wanganui. We now come to Ruapuna, outside your comfort zone, Rogan, but how do you rate this place?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't often do that great here, to be honest, so I'm sort of...
You can keep that up, please.
Yeah, for sure. But, luckily we came down here early in the year and did a bit of riding. So usually, the last time you ride here is the year before Nationals. So not feeling too rusty there. Yeah, only got like 2 sessions in. But other than that, it's not looking too bad.
All right, you feeling a degree of confidence with the success of the Suzuki Series and the win in the class?
Yeah, bike feels great. We're running new suspension with some help from YSS. So bike feels a lot better than it did before, and yeah, it's all heading in the right direction. Just got to get through this round unscathed and not crash like I tend to always do. Touch wood, but yeah, it's looking good.
All the best, Rogan. To Dale Finch, and Dale, you're the another mainlander here on the board. You're close to home here, of course, in Canterbury. So what does Ruapuna feel like for you?
Oh, this is my favourite track around Ruapuna. It was pretty good today with the rain, because I've done many laps around here, so I feel like a little bit of an advantage going in here. I'm feeling pretty good on the bike this year. It's like 3 years, I think, on road racing. Everything's feeling a little bit more natural, so I'm looking forward to the weekend.
Yeah, I see in the program a lovely photo with you and your boy sitting there on the bike. What's family mean to you when you go road racing?
We look at it as a family day out, because we've got my mum, my dad, my brother, the 2 boys, everyone's around and we're all around the bikes, so we do look at it as a family day out. If we're at home, we've got no one around us, so it is good, and we all look forward to it. We try and make it as a family day. We have to pit down there on the grass. We've got these little scooters and they're everywhere. If they're in the pits, they'll be causing all sorts of havoc. So
cool
it is pretty hard. You've got to pick up the tools and put them away afterwards, because they'll be jammed down the end of the exhaust or something like that.
Hey, that's this excuse, and he hasn't even got any kids, or none that we know of.
Yeah, no, we love it. We love it. And, yeah, it's good.
Cool story. Well done. Seth, the roving South Islander, formerly from there and here and Tapanui, and now Deputy Mayor in Cromwell. Well, I think you're Deputy because there's only one other there, so you haven't got the top yet. But how's it to be back here at Ruapuna?
Yeah, good. I mean, great facility, great club. It's always fun coming to Ruapuna. It's always tough coming here for round 1 because it's such a technical, physical track. And, during the off-season you get a lot of club racing, but it's always like 8 or 10 lap races. And you come here and sometimes you get a 15 or a 20 and you go into deep water. Like, it's places, it's laps the amount of laps at such a technical track that you haven't done, and in the heat of battle, it's pretty difficult coming off of, like not lengthy races for the whole off season. So I personally always struggle late into the races at round 1, and then round 2 you're fine. You're like all those muscle memory, those bits of muscle that you don't use for anything other than riding a road race bike for long races are all kind of recovered after a week, and you go good at Timaroon, the track's shorter and it's just a bit easier. But yeah, Ruapuna is always, I think everyone finds it pretty physical. First round, it's always tough too. There's a big psychological element. Usually Supersport, first couple of laps, the first race is like red flag or 2 red flags, and someone's poleaxing themselves and cartwheeled a bike, and it's just an adventure.
And you're not putting yourself on that list?
Absolutely not. I've got to work on Monday.
Excellent, excellent. Talking with Seth Devereaux here at the moment. Privileged enough to be in the Haliworks race team on the beautiful MV Augusta. It's a different kind of bike than what the world thinks of when it comes to 600 Supersport racing, but you're well suited to it. Tell us about your bike.
Yes. It looks really pretty and it sounds great. It's been a bit of a handful to keep it going. It's full Italian. Like, looks good, sounds good, and throws its toys out the cot 3 times a week. Like, it's a handful, but really lovely. When it's in the pocket, it just handles super well, and the power is really manageable mid corner, or could do with maybe a few more ponies at the top. But it's really fun to ride, and Rod and Phil and Pete and Radar's not here obviously because of COVID, he's stuck in Aussie, but the whole crew really good to work with. They know the bike inside out, and it's just really fun. It's just great fun. Even though we struggle away with our little Italian girl, we love it. So.
That's Seth Devereaux, very good comment in the end there. So back to our table here at the moment, and with Nick Kane. And Nick, first of all, who's going to win your class this weekend? And maybe why are they going to win? What do you think's the advantage? Like, Nick Kane's got to be pretty good being a local, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough question. I think obviously everyone that you ask that question to, they want to win, but I mean, realistically, I think you have to look at the talent that's in the class, and I think it's most likely going to be a local guy because we've got fast local guys here and they know the track well, and today was hard to get testing because it was wet this morning and things, so but I mean, I don't know, probably Dale. Rogan's got a good chance. But obviously I'd love to if I can, but yeah, see how it goes.
Good. Have you ever been on the podium for a GP title before?
Not in 600, no.
But in other classes?
Yeah.
So you know what it feels like? You know how hungry you got to be?
Yeah.
Well done. Okay. Thank you, Nick Kane. Tarvin Walker. Tarvin, a new ball game here for Ruapuna for you. What are your chances?
I don't know, going into this year I thought it would probably be Dale and Rogan running away at the front, and I think they'll probably, this is my estimate, if you want to put money on it or something, but I think Dale could possibly win the South Island, and I think Rogan could win the North Island, and I think it'll be about consistency with those two, and I think the last spot on the podium will be what everyone's fighting for in general, and I think, man, the amount of people that could go for that.
Calculated answer. That's very good thinking.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it.
Yeah, well done. That's awesome. Yeah. So you want that third position, don't you?
Yeah, I want a podium, man. Yeah. I'm ready for it.
There you go. Good answer.
Yeah, I know. So, but yeah, I think Seth, Avalon, hopefully myself, Nick, any of those sort of people are there or thereabouts for hopefully that last podium spot. So yeah.
Is there any difference of a feel when you've got the fact that you've got last year's winner Richie's gone, people like Shane Richardson and Damo Reeves that have started in this class and have now moved up and doing other parts of our sport? Does it feel like the time's right now? Is this a good equal 600 field this year?
Yeah, I think everyone's pretty close from what I saw at the Suzuki Series, apart from Rogan's ridiculous lap times at Manfield. But yeah, everyone else is on a pretty similar pace. So yeah, it'll be there or thereabouts. And yeah, as you say, there's a few people that have, or even from last year, I don't think Toby's doing it, David Hall, Richie.
Just about to say that, it's a blessing that there's no Toby. There's a chance more people will stay on their bikes, isn't there?
Ouch. Well, I don't know, I said David in that list as well. While we're trading blows, but yeah, that's sort of what I mean though. They're all people that were in for those podium spots and they've moved up or are doing different things. So if you look off last year's result and you just look at that this year, the only sort of outlier is Zach Fuller. I think he's going to be giving us a run for our money.
Yeah. Probably not quite enough hay bales or poles for Zach to feel like he's on a motocross bike riding around.
Yeah, that was crazy, right?
Yeah.
Cemetery circuit.
It was great, wasn't he? Nice answer. Thanks, Tarvin. That's great. Back here with Rogan Chandler and Rogan. Well, okay, so we're going on Tarvin. He's whipped down to the TAB. He's got 5 each way on you two. And you're not quite sure as to where to put the win. So he's rating you and Dale to be pretty close to each other. How do you think?
Yeah, well, I think, I mean, Taupo, if there's anything to go off, and then Manfield, I don't know. I think if you show up and you don't think you're going to win, there's no real point in showing up, really. I mean, it's different if you're starting out in the class. Obviously, you always want to do better, but I think now that it's my 4th year in the class, and I kind of show up, no, I wouldn't say expecting, but thinking I can win, because that's really the only goal that's left. So, yeah, I think. But you got to be smart in that too. I've come out to Ruapuna, guns blazing and just eating it in the first race. So you can also go too far and try too hard and ruin. You can't win the championship at the first round, but you can definitely throw it all away. So I think you got to be smart with it. And I mean, if it doesn't work out, I'll happily settle for second for a few races, and then go somewhere I'm a bit stronger and really plug away there. But I think Dale's going to be annoying. He's going to be fast, so I'll have Dale there, and like he said, there's 6 other people that if they feel right on the day, they're going to go for it and give their own fair money. So.
My teacher said I was easily distracted at school because I want to just go slightly sideways with another question for you. You're one of the elite people that's had a race in Moto GP. You've been to Australia and raced. Perhaps just a quick bit about what that was like for experience for you, and now what's it done for your racing?
Yeah, I think it's a hard one to talk on just because the bike's so different, and we're up against crazies. I mean, those guys, their bikes are worth $500,000, and you're showing up on 6-year-old machinery that you built in a shed. So it's a bit different, but it kind of shows you there's a few times where you're getting smoked, but you'll go through a corner and you'll follow them for one corner and go the exact same speed, and you're like, man, maybe I'm not half bad at this thing, and that's something that you sort of take away from an event like that, where everyone's so crazy good and they're the best in the world, and you take these little moments away where you're like, man, maybe I can do alright. So
beautiful.
I think that's
I think it was kind of unfair too, because you'd been riding other motorcycles, not Moto3 machinery, for a long time. And then maybe one test and thrown in literally the deepest
I rode it the weekend before,
yeah.
And then went over to Phillip Island that I'd ridden once before that weekend, and then it rained for half a day, and it was a pretty uphill battle. But so it's that's usually the Kiwi way, you're battling against the giants. So it was pretty cool. I definitely enjoyed the experience, and I'm glad I did it. So.
Nice answer, thank you for that. Now, Finch, back to what Tarvin said before, he's got sort of 5 each way between you and Rogan, but hey, as Nick has also said, he reckons it's going to be a local that's going to win it, so we're starting to edge more towards Dale Finch. How are you feeling?
Well, the pressure's on. I haven't been dealing too good with the pressure of the first race of the first Suzuki series, but me and Rogan, really, after Suzuki series, it will be. Rogan seems like he's got his head in a good place this year. I guess we both just have to stay on the bike. Avalon showed that you've just got to be consistent, and then you come away with the points at the end of the day. New Zealand Superbike Series, the points, it does work out in your favour if you're winning races or coming first or second. So you sort of do want to be up in the pointy end, but if someone's a little bit faster than you sort of just got to let them go and just gather up the points. Where I don't know, I guess it's speedway mentality, you want to win. I've just got to put that behind me, and I feel like I'll be alright. So, looking forward to the season.
Thank you, Dale. Great answer. Finally with you, Seth, we've saved the best till last here. Who's going to win, Seth, and why is that you?
I mean, I do have some belief. I think we can get on the podium, but I think it'll be interesting. Obviously, these guys have had a chance to answer, so you kind of get a bit of a snapshot of where they're at. I think Dale really needs to make the most of the South Island, but in saying that, it's a lot of pressure on his shoulders. And then Rogan, when he has a good day, he's virtually unbeatable. But if he has a tough first or 2 or 3 laps or whatever, put a bit of pressure on him, he's made some pretty big mistakes in the past in that kind of situation. So it's not all cut and dried. And Avalon is like Michael Bublé. Like, she does nothing all year. In December, she's like, here we are. So it'll be interesting to see.
Did you check with her about using that comparison? Does she know about Michael being in her fan club? Or?
No idea, but yeah, she's just super consistent, and she does a great job. You know, like, she deserves all the accolades in the championship she did get because she just rides well and she's consistent and makes good choices. So I think it's going to be a very interesting weekend. I think Dale's got a lot of pressure to deal with, which will be possibly his undoing. And Rogan, if he gets away well, does well in qualifying, he has an opportunity to put the pressure onto Dale. And I'm here to try and make sure both of them feel that pressure and make mistakes and then capitalise on that, which I'm trying to do right now. So hopefully that works out well. So you're welcome.
Finally for you, you've checked the weather forecast. It's going
yeah,
to be fine.
no,
You've got
good.
it, don't you?
Yeah. Oh, to be fair, Dale was riding pretty good in the rain last time we had a wee outing. But the MV, we finally got it kind of working in the wet too. So, I mean, I'm not too worried. I'd really like to ride the thing around in the sunshine with my friends and have some races, win some races, and so we go.
Here we go. There it is, courtesy of Skysport Next, Day on Insurance and Pirelli. An awesome presentation here for our 600. This round brought to us by Underground Brown. Special thanks to Tony and Vicky, two beautiful people that like our sport, and we really sincerely thank them for getting involved. So everybody, let's go and have some fun and let's go racing.
Thank you, dude.
See. Bangers support still for racing, along with Mick Paul and that fantastic team. So there we go. When the green lights are flashing over there, Spider, we're into the business end of our qualifying, down to the last little bit. So these guys will know if there ever there was a lap to change that board, they're in their last chance to do so now.
There's not many riders out there. According to our screen, we've got 4: Rogan Chandler, Seth Devereaux, Tarvin Walker and Jacob Pearce. The rest are in the pits. So in fact, one of them, Jacob, I think he looks like he's slowed substantially. No, he's just going around there a bit slower than some other people. So yeah, looking all around the track there, I can see, I think, 3 bikes on the track. That's actually not a bad indication that people have gone out there, especially with a lack of practice due to the ban on practicing at the running at the circuit 10 days before a NZSBK meeting, that individual circuit, and also the lack of practice yesterday due to most of it being, or about 4 or 5 hours of it being wet. To me, it's actually a good positive thing that people have come in, they've done their best, and so we don't need to do any more. We're actually comfortable, so I think that's actually good.
Yeah, I agree positively, and the cool thing about it was something that was rider initiated as well. It's not an authoritarian bloody outfit at the top, Spider's telling it this is the way we're going to do it because we think it's right. It was the feedback from everybody to say, hey, this is a fair thing. So, and then it was feedback, guys, what do you think about this? And it got pretty good support. So hey, it's what for the riders by the riders. So it's pretty cool. And after all, man, a checkbook just dictates so much of what happens to riders, their careers and the bikes and the paths they've chosen. So if we can help that in any way, it's positive.
And less time to damage things, damage yourself, damage your bike, and possibly be sidelined for the season. It's just
3 years ago.
And the people will learn from it. What they'll do is they'll do it, and they'll go back and they'll get feedback because they're at the track. These the management, they'll get feedback on people say, oh no, you've got to change this. It makes it a little bit tough for the people that come in very early in the piece and it's their first season. But hey, there's a lot of mentors in the sport that can help them out. We're now looking at the pit lane walk by CTAS Live. That's transmitted on CTAS Live. We're looking at Avalon Biddle there as well. So we've got to
just to add that, Spider, you'll recall, and I'm going to say it's 4 years ago or thereabouts, when we had a Thursday preparation day here, when like you and I turned up on Friday ready for the unofficial day. I think we'd either lost 1 or 2 riders. Something had happened the day before.
About 5 years ago, we lost Shane Richardson. He was out for the season. We lost Seth Devereaux. He was out for the season. Yeah. And there was a third one there. there was a third one there. I was talking about that earlier today. There was a third one out there, season-ending injury or head knock there. Shane Richardson and Seth Devereaux.
That's the year I'm referring to. And exactly
Adam Chambers, I think, from the Wolfpack Racing. Yeah, Adam Chambers. All of those were out with, there was 2 broken legs and a head, which a head knock is 21 days standing down. So that was effectively half their championship gone. And that was one of the byproducts. 3 of our top 6 riders there were sidelined. And,
before we'd even had an unofficial practice.
Oh, yeah.
Because it was the unofficial practice on the Thursday.
It's a bit like having a few beers 2 nights before Christmas Eve and then getting to Christmas Eve and going, I can't do this. I still try.
Everybody loves a try. So there we go, folks. There's our wrap, and keen to look out for that. Dale, Rogan and Seth, no changes there. Avalon, Zach and Nick, no changes there. Back as well to Tarbin, Hamish, Jacob and Luca. Good on you guys. This is pretty darn cool. And one of the features that I like is when we look back down through there, folks, if you want to look at the differences, we've got 0.6 of a second from first to second. We've got 1 second then from second to third. The margins go 0.3, 0.6, 0.8, 0.8, 0.8 again with 0.5 and 0.7. So add all those together, we are only 5.3 seconds from first back to last. That's pretty darn good from the quality of our field. So again, not necessarily the quantity, but the quality at this awesome Mike Perro Motorsport Park. So great. All right, taking a little bit of a break, folks, because when we come back at you next, more importantly, we're going to have some racing, and thoroughly looking forward to it. Bring it on, NZSBK 2021. Oh, 2020's gone, and we're so much looking forward to this new year and this new horizons and new racing. All happening here in beautiful New Zealand, the lucky country, as we come back to you shortly. God bless, folks. Have a good break. Back shortly.
All right, we're just looking at the CTAS Live, and what they've done is Grant Collingwood went round yesterday and did a 25-minute video on a pit lane walk. We're looking at number 28 there in the pits. It's a Yamaha there, and we're just going to do a little bit of talking about these bikes and all that sort of thing. I know things are going to happen on the track shortly. It looks to me like, yeah, there's Justin Maunder there ready for the 300 Supersport class, but that is the R15 of, in fact, no, that's not the R15, that's the R3 of young Cormac Buchanan. He's double classic, but he wears the number 1 in the class. He was New Zealand champion in last year. So Grant Collingwood from CTAS Live has gone through there and taken this video footage. So I know at the track it's not what you see, but if you want to see it, you can actually get on your iPhone there or whatever, your laptop. You can actually look at the screen and follow us there. As we see Harry Parker from Timaru, another R3, and I'm just going to stand up there. The Bailey's Real Estate sticker on the back of that other Yamaha, and that could well be Rogan Chandler's number 15 bike. We go around the front, indeed, it is a number 15. That is the Rogan Chandler machine. And Rogan won the Suzuki International Series 600 or Formula 2 class there, and that's his weapon of choice. Good to see Yamaha back in the fold there. They weren't really strong in the Superbikes with support and that. There was background support, but now they've got a full-on crew there, and we can see Nick Prestige builder. Nick Prestige from Howard, that's a name I haven't heard for a wee while. He's on the side of that machine, and Nick was a Ducati rider for many, many years, and there's also Auckland Blasters there. 29 is Jake Lewis, and that's the local man who runs his father's old number 29. and he is, mate, he's a European Junior Cup rider and winner, I think, yeah, indeed winner. And he's on the big R1. And Jake, mate, he's a very, very quiet guy. I often look at these people just as people, like the guys like Andrew Stroud. Just his mannerisms, everything's so slow, and it mystified me how the guy could get out there and make thousands of second decisions and all that sort of thing. Their persona is so relaxed, yet you get other people that are like, you know, like a bee in a bottle, and you can sort of see how they can get it. But that's 29, and that is Jake Lewis there. This is the pit lane walk that Grant Collingwood from CTAS Live did yesterday. So as we see the 300 Supersports go back out on the track for their qualifying session.
Got to say, this pit walk done by Grant is fantastic. Like, you're getting some of the up closes and getting a good opportunity to see what's going on in that pit walk. So the bike preparations sitting there, some with tyre warmers on, some would not, some have got a fresh tyre ready to go, others have still got their tyre that they've been using for practice. And of course, from a tyre point of view, from a production tyre point of view, where we control the tyres in the classes, that tyre does not start until qualifying. So used for practice and used for yesterday, any tyre choice. There was no rulings with regards to tyres. So the track was cold and slightly damp to start with. Maybe you want an intermediate treaded, or maybe even a wet for that matter. You'd probably shredded it, but anyway, what I'm getting at is a choice of tyre. So that's not anything to go by when you look at a pit walk like this as well. What we can see is the beautiful bike preparation that's gone on here, and as Spider well picked up, massive thanks to Yamaha for joining the game of the elite and moving up here to your sponsors in the backdrop. What about the APL truck as well? Have you seen that? The big 3-axle truck now, covered in truck, a proper one to use last year. They'd used a van and a large trailer, only to find that it was too hard on resources. This van and the trailer were a sardine can, and towing it around the country was logistically hard to do, so an opportunity to move up with a big rig, and of which Josh was able to secure courtesy of APL. So neat story, and great to see the quality presentation of these teams as we look again to more of this. Here's the Aprilia sitting there in its magnificence as we see out there. So nice to see the 86, in fact.
I think that's Aaron Scott.
Oh, Aaron, yes, from Superbikes, yep, or Superbike B, as it is. So the 86 out there on the Aprilia is for courtesy of Metzler tyres, and 360 hygiene. You can see the sponsor as it rolling through there. Man, oh man, look at that. And as we continue our wealth of riding, the 50, no, that's not the 55 of Jaden Carrot. In fact, it's a different 54, sorry, that's Johnny Lewis. So another Superbike B there, the beautiful Ducati V4 1103, courtesy of J. Lewis Building, Carter's Building Supplies, ET Engineering, Race Supplies, and ABE Motorcycles. Proud to be Ducati service dealer for Nelson and Tasman region. Just more of our bikes, more of our riders, more of our sponsors. In fact, this is more about the machinery itself as we get the slow-mo of the camera just moving across through the bike and having a look at it top to bottom. They look so beautiful, of course, the famous single swing arm, so you get that real open side perspective of these beautiful bikes. The mechanic's dream about changing the wheel is, of course, you haven't got the swing arm configuration that other conventional motorcycles have. And always one of those things, when you look at the bike, you think, how can that work with the wheel only hanging on one side? But we know how they do, and how they do it so beautifully as well.
Johnny Lewis, of course, he was the man on the cover of on the T-shirt of Greymouth this year on the 31st rugby meeting, and there was a funny story at prize giving, which is probably PGR, probably gets rude. So if you want to hear that off air, just come to me. It was just, you know, it was just one of those things. It was quite a funny story, but Johnny Lewis was on the cover of the program and also on the cover of the shirt for the 31st Greymouth Street Race running, Neil Ritchie.
Yeah, what a cool event, and it's events like that we should be really reflecting on. I'm sure that'll be part of your 130 and a bit pages of your books, Spider. We were talking about that before, and you're just putting it together. So have we got a release date? We're going to have a sort of, have we got the red carpet event? Are we going to have that for the release?
I realistically see, and I'm pretty confident in having it out by the Bookie Classics early February. I'm just on the breakthrough I had yesterday. That's another major bit out of the way. I'm working on Gisborne. The biggest problem I have is Nelson Street Races run for nearly 30. I'm struggling on information from about 1992 when the first event happened to about 2008. I don't need much. I just need the dates and the circuit layouts. I don't need fancy scanning and all that sort of thing. I just need photographs of the stuff so I can confirm that. If I need to scan, I will fly down to Nelson or wherever we are in the country and get that. So I expect it to be out of the Bookie Classics my printer, Sean Donnelly, from Precise Print. I haven't even asked him how long it takes, because there's no point in me trying to put a time frame on it. I need a right book rather than one that's just out early. So been working on it since March here, 237 pages so far, and really enjoyed it. About 140 odd circuits and variations of circuits. For example, in Dunedin, they had 4 basic road race circuits down there with cars and bikes, but the bike ones I'm talking about, there is 14 variations as well. And I'm trying to plot all those in the years they ran. And for example, the 70 circuit, 70 years on one track, that's easy, done in 20 minutes. I think it's the same coverage as the Motua Gardens there, Wanganui track in 1963. It gets the same page, the same coverage, no photographs. That's just going to confuse the situation. Let's have a look out on the track as we've got 5 minutes gone and 9.5 minutes to go of the 15-minute 300 Supersport, brought to you by Norjo Motorsports. Caleb Gilmore there. Oh, mate, how good is this? A 1:44.874 for Caleb Gilmore, a 1:44.874 for Cormac Buchanan, matched at the moment by down to the thousandths of a second. So they are first and second equal. I think that might have changed though as we go over the B screen. We've got 21 bikes out there, so it is now Caleb Gilmore's gone a little bit quicker. Caleb Gilmore, Cormac Buchanan, Luca Durning, Shane Miller, Harry Parker, Reagan Bray, Blaze Heaven has gone back down into 8th place as the screen changes. That's how it is, folks. So we look further down, 16th Oliver LaFura from Wellington, Samuel Mullen, Matty Berry, Alistair Wilton, Esmond Williams and Eve Scribner. So back to where we were at the top. We got Blaze Heaven there at 8th, Logan Rowell, Justin Bonder there. As I just said that, he's gone down to 7th. So Jason Hearn on the Biggles Racing, number 11 bike's gone up there. I think he was 3rd in the New Zealand Supersport 300 Championship last year, and that's where he's gone into with the bikes in the pits already. So whereas Logan Rowell and Justin Bonder in 11th spot, James Hugenboos, oh, that'll be exciting. James has got some skills. He's a Superbike rider, decided to go to 300. Andy McLaughlin, Dylan Byrne, and I think Ollie Fura. Kane Bentley from the West Coast there is, he was in 16th place, but he's just moved up. It's an ever-evolving thing as we've got time to go, 8 minutes in here, Richie.
Yeah, just take an opportunity to try and get our CTAS update and putting it on your phone, because you don't have that rolling screen such as we do, Spider. So taking an opportunity to look at our field, and do check it out. You go to mxt.co.nz. That's the website. Now remember, of course, those of you as Canterbury supporters and you can't necessarily get to Levels next weekend or to Hampton Downs / Taupo for the final 2 rounds, 1st and 2nd weekend of March, do take an opportunity over those weekends to watch it all going live. For example, the time at the moment is 13:02, because that's what's showing up on the screen. So there's an opportunity as well to just see there what's going on. And oh no, we've got terms and conditions here, so we won't confuse you with all of that part. But what we will let you know is just where you can get it, and get it on your phone in your hand. And certainly if you've got an iPad of something of that size, it is just fantastic. In fact, my wife will be creating a quilt on the kitchen table, and she's got that in the on the laptop just sitting next to her, watching that and glancing across as the sewing machine's doing its thing as well, Spider. So
has she got a swear jar there in case she pricks herself with a needle, or you don't need?
No, don't need that. Not with a machine like that. No,
okay.
She's fine. No, there's no swearing coming from that table. Well, because there's ladies present, you see, so there's nothing like that. So, but there is an opportunity to. But it just gives you an idea that you can be doing anything. Like, not quite mowing the lawns. That's probably a little bit awkward. But hey, people out in their, in their workshop, if you're creating something, making something, cleaning something, building something, you can just have it there, whether it be on your phone or that. It's just brilliant to be able to see it. So,
oh yeah, 2 years ago, mxt.co.nz. Yes, 2 years ago, I went to the first missed of New Zealand Superbike Championships in probably a decade and a half. I went to Robert Holden and Mother Bet's 90th birthday party on the Saturday of the Ruapuna round, and had a couple of brown Powerades, as I do. My partner drove me to the airport, which was about 40 minutes there. I pulled out the laptop and watched the CTAS live footage between Upper Hutt and the airport, and enjoyed that. And I've done that a couple of times recently. I've even put it back when I'm leaving a circuit early. If I'm not commentating, I've just put my cell phone on and put it on the seat there. I'm not even interested in driving and seeing things, but I'm listening to the commentary crew, usually the turbo sound crew, and occasionally Phil Dark in there. So that's what I've done to keep up on it, and that just whets my appetite for going home in 2 days' time and making an evening and sitting down and watching the qualifying or whatever's going on. Cormac Buchanan out in the front there. A while back they were matched perfectly to a thousandth of a second. I should have taken a screenshot of that, but we're a bit busy up here. And but now, last lap he was about 0.9 as the second head. How much is he? 0.949. So Cormac Buchanan, Harry Parker, Dave Fellows, Caleb Gilmore, Shane Miller from Palmerston North on the Gecko Environmental, amongst others, sponsored Lucas Oil's machine. And the screen changes over. Eve Scribner around there, she's wearing the orange jacket. She's coming to the pit. She's Team Green from Taupo there. Her father's racing Sidecar. So where do we get to? We got to Shane Miller 5th, Luca Durning, Reagan Bray, Justin Maunder, Blaze Heaven, James Hugenbosom. That's the top 10. Kane Bentley, Jason Hearn, Logan Rowell, Dylan Byrne, Andy McLaughlin. I apologise, folks, for speeding through this, but we've got the revolving screen, which we can adjust that. We're actually happy with it at the moment, so that's why we're speeding through it. And it's good to see we've got so many competitors out there that we've got more than 15. There's 21 out there on the track, the same number as the 250 production. We've got a Biggles racing bike. These are a commentator's dream. Biggles, a good mate of mine. We had a bit of a entertaining squabble on Facebook this week. Don't take too much out of it. We were having a little bit of fun together. And other people said, oh, well, it's a bit hard. And I said, but no, me and Biggles will spend a bit of time together today. Got a photograph together today of ourselves and asked me to take a team photo. So he's got number 11 out there. So it's only a bit of jest and all that sort of thing. You can't see our body language and know our personal relationship. It's not too personal, but it's a lot of fun, old Biggles. Been around the sport for a long, long time. Used to race Supersport 600, run the number 808 and then 80, and always joked that his race preparation was to get a larger iPhone so he didn't have to scroll down to see his results. But he was still out there, and now he's right behind the team and enjoying him at the track.
Hey, the cool feature of this class, Spider, and I love the finesse of it, because this is racecraft with a capital R. That is the fact that you've got your racing rival or your mate, whoever he is, and he's literally put him out and reach over and touch him. They're so close together on so many occasions. And one of our bigger fields as well, so naturally you can get that, and particularly in the earlier part of the race. But just to have them as close as they are, what advantage you're getting. Those milliseconds that count so much. You know, the Christchurch Casino carousel going through there. So first of all, you come out of Fulton Hogan, you're going to the left, you're going to the right, then it gets tighter on you. Then you come around and you sweep wide to come exit, come right wide. They're ready to come in through the southern south of the S's. Just places like that where a millimetre is as much as a millisecond, and it counts for every little bit of it. It's so cool to watch them fighting like they are. It's beautiful. Courtesy of Norjo Motorcycles, remembering the discount code Ninja400 when purchasing online, and get some quality discounts. After all, Kawasaki authorised dealer and Kawasaki genuine parts from Canterbury's favourite Kawasaki shop, Norjo's, Norjo, and of course available right here at Sockburn at Main South Road.
Well, just as you're talking about that, I just talked about a screenshot of these things. I've only ever taken about 2 screenshots of timing screens in my lifetime. I'm just looking at one at the moment. Andy McLaughlin in first place. This is the 300 250 production, the lightweight 300 class, and I think it's second, maybe third year. But we're going to Teretonga Park here. Andy McLaughlin, lightweight, 113.591. In second spot, Sam Golter there. Difference 0-0-0. That's a dead tie. We go to Gavin Veltmeyer, and his difference between the first and second, which is an equal anyway, is 0-0-1. That's 1/1000th of a second. We go to the next lap, which I screenshot as well, and there's 4/1000, and that is the exciting racing that is right in front of you, and will be on Sky Sport in a few days there. So bring it on there, Neil Ritchie. Cormac Buchanan now 9:49 seconds ahead of Harry Parker, David Fellows, Caleb Gilmore. Shane Miller's moved up into 5th place. He's in the pits at the moment, as his Fellows and Cormac Buchanan. So Alistair Wilton, he's a guy that races a TZ 750 and a 300 Supersport bike, a banker from Auckland, and he's our car class coordinator as well to do the Facebook things and that sort of thing. And that is it. So
and a nice collection of TZs as well, not just the one that he races, but he's got some others as well. So a man to be admired.
And nice beer. I was up there at his place the other day, and he stopped in for an hour or so and had a glass of laughing water with him and had a look at his artworks. He's a keen man on his art and a lovely gentleman. So cool. Alistair Wilton down here with old Oggy, Dave Ogden, a racer from many, many years ago. So Shane Miller in 5th place, Justin Maunder, Luca Durning, Reagan Bray, Blaze Heaven and Kane Bentley, Logan Rowell, James Hugenbosom there. That's the top 12. We've got 1 minute 20 to go.
All right, James Hugenbosom, a man to put in context in there. So great to have James with us doing even more racing now. You can almost say triple classing, but we actually mean double, but you get the idea. Multiple classes that James has written over the years. Lovely to talk to him last night, along with his partner. Just bought some real estate. What did he say? About 2,300 square metres. I know my section home, $799, so I can put that in perspective. So 3 times my size. There'll be a few lawns to mow and that, but what a neat start in life, and to be able to buy your own property in this day and age.
Builder.
Yeah, exactly. And he's going to build his own second place. And so I said, oh, the first thing's going up the shed. He said, actually, Neil, he said, I'm going to start with the basement and finally build a house on top, and the basement will be the garage. And then he'll effectively build up and do it all himself. And I'm thinking, you know, this now, although he's a builder, you're great to see. Remembering he's still going to have a child, but hold it down and build a place as well. He's going to be mega stretch. But of anybody to do it, the Hugenboos and family will certainly be there all the way. So.
And people think he might have stepped down into the 300 class. The truth is he sold his superbike. It's gone up north and couldn't get another one. Of course, with the COVID, bikes were in short supply. So he, instead of stepping out of it, he didn't have a superbike available, so he went into 300. And wow, it's a great class anyway. There's plenty of strong person like Dennis Charlotte been out there on 300. So right now, we've got 9 seconds to go. So this is it, almost done and dusted. Those riders on the track will still qualify, will still finish this lap here and possibly post a change in position. 21 riders out there. Or in and out there, there's quite a number in the pits. We're waiting for our screen on the Norjo Motorcycles class. Cormac Buchanan, Harry Parker, Dave Fellows, Caleb Gilmore, Shane Miller, Justin Maunder, Luke Inderney, Reagan, Bray Blaze, Henry Kane, Bentley. That is the top 10. We've got a mixture of, is it Kawasaki's out there? I must have a look. Actually, is there any Kawasaki's out on the track? Yes, we've got a Kawasaki Ninja 300 there. The majority of them are Yamaha R3s and KTM RC390. And today, I think the Bears stood up at Riders Briefing and said we've got, I think, a $5,500 package for the winner of the Winter Series Bears class on a Bears bike, which will be the KTM bike. The winner of that class gets $5,500 to put into a kitty to run them in the New Zealand Superbike Championship next year. What an initiative, you know.
Yeah.
And, a lot of the Bears riders have family around. They're on the big bikes. Well, mate, these KTM 390s, I wouldn't say they're necessarily better than Yamaha. They have stronger places and stronger tracks and that sort of thing, being different, 390 single cylinders. But what it means is you could buy a KTM and race the 300 Supersport class, but you can also go Bears racing as well. Now they're having a class for it. So value for money, value for money, value for money. Bang on. Good on you, Bears.
Hello and welcome to the 2021 NZSBK New Zealand Superbike Championship. This year we've got 4 rounds. Round 1, Ruapuna, over the 9th and 10th of January, is at Mike Burrow Motorsport Park. And round 2, Levels, the next weekend is over 16th and 17th of January, and that's at Timaru. And then a short break before we go to the North Island for round 3, Hampton Downs over the 6th and 7th of March, and that's the Motorfest round. And the final round is round 4 at Taupo on the 13th and 14th of March. We'd like to thank SkysportNext, Pirelli, AON Insurance and MNZ for bringing you this exciting motorcycle racing series. We're in New Zealand, and within New Zealand we have 2 islands, North Island and South Island. So these first 2 rounds are in the South Island, and you can see them there, and zooming in on that, near Christchurch is Ruapuna. And Ruapuna, or Mike Burrow Motorsport Park, was first opened in 1963 by the Canterbury Car Club. It's hosted all sorts of car racing and motorcycle racing and championships, Grand Prix ever since then. It's 10 minutes from the Christchurch International Airport and 20 minutes to the Christchurch city centre. Right next door is the Speedway Park. Like many motor race circuits, there are several tracks within the track. The one we're using for motorcycle racing is the Grand Prix circuit with the dipper. There are 9 turns, and we'll just go through each of those. So, starting on the front straight, and then go into turn 1, flexor plus corner, and the superbikes are and take this around about 3rd gear, 80 kilometres per hour, and along the liquid molly straight, and then into turn 2. Turn 2 icon corner, and that's sometimes referred to as pothole. 3rd gear, and they take that around about 130 kilometres per hour. After that, they head into the hairpin, Euromark hairpin, turn 3. They drop right down to 2nd gear, and that's around about 50 kilometres per hour around that corner. A lot of passing there. Guys go down the inside, some go wide, and that's left-hand corner, and then we head into turn 4, Fulton Hogan, and round to the right there, and turn 5, and after turn 5 the famous casino carousel, and I think they're doing around about 80 kilometres or more, 2nd gear, and coming out of there they'll be hitting 200 kilometres per hour along to turn 7, Southern Salvage S's. After turn 7 there's turn 8, and then we drop down into the dipper, and coming up out of there we head down to the rock sweeper, turn 9, doing a massive 170 kilometres per hour in 3rd gear through there, and then we head out onto the front straight, main straight, and the bikes will be hitting 280 kilometres per hour, top gear. It's about 1 kilometre long, and they'll be back in just a few seconds. And there we have it. Whiteberry Motorsport Park, 3.44 kilometres of excitement.
years at the New Zealand Superbike Championship, certainly down south. They're strong up north, and a lot of them concentrate on the Suzuki International Series. But I'm having a good look at Chris and Richie Lawrence on bike number 11 now. They're doing a 1:48 at the moment. They're qualified in 5th at the moment. They're not far off 4th place there. But Richie had a massive crash there as a passenger and got smashed up really badly just over a year ago, and mate, he was struggling for a lot of time, and it's good to see him back on a sidecar and doing so strongly as well. Obviously the team's got to work out where he's strong and where he's not, and just work on it, because it's a long way around here. But both those guys in their 50s and are on the number 11 bike. You see them going down the start finish line. We've got one class out here, but there is a combination of motorbikes there. There is Formula 1 and Formula 2. They scored them separately at the Suzuki International Series. It's not enough to score them separately here, but we will acknowledge some of the Formula 2 bikes, and you can identify them by the yellow number board. 73, Tracy Bryan, and Joe Mickelson is one of those. Mark Hall, sorry, I was going to say David Hall. Mark Hall's there on the 69 machine. He is also another one there with Michelle. Michelle doing the swinging. Michelle McLean, yeah, a name that I've sort of familiar with, but it wasn't right on the tip of my tongue. Michelle doing the passengering. So right now, number 73, the Carl Cox Motorsport machine, Barry Smith and Stu Dawes there, out there on pole position at the moment. They've gone round in a 1:43.38, and Andy Scrivener and Tina McEwen there in second place. As we're looking for my lap records there, just to get an eye on what the sidecar lap records are. 1:38.093, so I don't think that's under too much threat right now, but we're early in the weekend and things could change. Barry Smith and Stu Dawes, Andy Scrivener, Tina McEwen, Dennis Charlotte, Dan Jenkins in 3rd spot, Adam Unsworth with Bryce Rose there on the side in 4th with the Aprilia machine, Gordy McEwen with Louis Scrivener there in 5th place, Chris Lawrence and Richie Lawrence, followed by Mark Halls and Michelle McLean there, David MacArthur with Doug Corns doing the swinging. I've got to get my brain into action here, because our screen only shows the riders, but I've got to sort of think about that. And I've also got to learn to slow down a little bit, because we haven't got the revolving screen there. So there's plenty of information coming out there. Number 38 is Darryl Williams with Brian Flynn from Waverley there. They were praying for rain this weekend, and Tracy Bryan and Joe Mickelson out there on another Carl Cox machine. This is a Formula 2 machine. So is that one of the Team Gree, that's Louis Scrivener putting his arm up there. They are slowing down there, so they put the arm up there to indicate to the people behind them that there is something going on, and they are going to be cruising into the pits. So that are being followed, I think, by 83, Dennis Charlotte and Dan Jenkins, a local crew. So a gap of 3.7 seconds between 1st and 2nd, but as we're doing that, a 1.3 gap back to Adam Unsworth. Adam, it's a long, long time. It's probably decades since he's ridden down here. Well, was he out here in the last 3 or 4 years? But anyway, it's a long, long time since he's been down there. The Aprilia New Zealand technician, got an Aprilia machine in the sidecar. I raced with Adam back in the late 80s, early 90s down here. He went to the UK and lived over there, bought a bit of machine back there and raced that, and fastidiously maintained machine, that sidecar. As we see, I think Gordy McEwen and Louis Scrivener coming into the pits. They're not going down pit lane, they're going back to their pit. So they're done and dusted. 5 minutes to go, a 15-minute session.
Spider, do you ever remember your times around here? If we compare machines from 30 years ago when you were here, what do you remember your times around the same?
I remember the bar prices. No, I don't even remember that. No, I honestly don't. We were,
and it would be no insult to you. And where I'm coming from is it's the technology of these machines that's improved so much, and engineering of the engines. Hey, that wouldn't have been necessarily that great. But as far as the sidecar itself is concerned, to see a chassis of what you were on compared to what there is now,
well, that's evolution. On the first lap record at Wanganui was 61 seconds. We're now on the 48s.
Yeah.
So that's just part of technology. No, I must actually try and suss that out. Of course, we don't have the MX timing and the speed height to look back on that. So that information really...
Clocks weren't invented when you were racing, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. So we don't have that information, but it would be interesting to see what the time was. I might have to go through my archives.
Did you hear about that guy that made a belt out of watches? It was a waste of time. Oh, sorry, I just thought...
No, that is outstanding, mate. That is outstanding, you know.
Oh, sorry, it's fine. I put you off then.
Well, I remember the old Mickey Mouse watches?
Yeah.
When you were a kid, there was all these Mickey Mouse watches. Well, Mickey Mouse wears a Donald Trump watch.
Oh, okay.
That's
Right.
our that's our favourite man. Well, it's not a favourite man actually, Donald Trump. But no, I don't remember my lap times, but I certainly remember they were. It was hard and fast, and I remember we used to race for 7 days out of 10 at one season. We went to Pukekohe. We raced the 2-3 days, so it was the 22nd, 23rd and 24th of December. New Year's Eve was the final racing, and then we had a day to get down to Wanganui, and then we raced at the cemetery circuit, and then we come down here to Ruapuna Park, and we raced, and our final race was New Year's Day, so that was 7 out of 10. And I used to crack ribs riding, not falling off, and you had to go back out on that stuff. And I remember one day we were, I was sitting in the motor camp there, and it was a New Year's Eve evening, and I like a beer, but I didn't have it. I was away from the stuff while I was racing and that, and I was waiting for the next night. So New Year's Day, we go to this rugby club. They'd had a big New Year's Eve. They opened the beer chiller, they opened the doors, we walked on them, there was 2 quarts of beer in that fridge for the entire road racing system, and it was just all a warm mid-Canterbury, no pubs open on Sunday, so it wasn't important about the beer, but it would have been nice to have a cold refreshment. But anyway, it looks like most of the teams are in. We've got one team broken down out there, that's the Tracy Bryan and Joe Mickelson bike there, that's out on the cutoff, but we've got 3 minutes and 24 seconds to go. There might be a sidecar that's ready to go out again. They're taking their helmets off. These guys might have had enough, and in fact we got Mark Halls and Michelle McLean is the only person on the track, the only team on the track. They're still going to do another lap. So
hey, wasn't it so exciting to see Mark's update after the Suzuki International Series Spider? I thought his comments were beautiful. You know, like, here they were further back in the field because they were an F2 combination, but they won F2, and you'd have thought from Mark's words that they just won the World Championship. That's how cool it was and how positive it was. And as you know, Mark's a effervescent kind of a guy and well presented and fronting and neat to have a conversation with and that kind of thing. But his excitement was really coming through in that email, and I think it's just so cool that we've now recognised what F2 bikes are all about. And for people that don't know, put the two side by side, and not quite chalk and cheese, but there's certainly some subtle differences for sure.
Oh, definitely, and of course Chris Thoreau's CTR Racing. She's a woman that her husband was right into sidecars. When he passed on, she thought, I don't want to get out of this, so she bought a classic sidecar for Mark Halls to race, and I think she owns this one. You'll see it on the side, CTR Racing, Chris Thoreau Racing, and it's just outstanding
nice story,
to have her around the pits, and no doubt we'll catch up with her. I've seen her across the pits, but up in the commentary box we don't get many people coming up here, but it's a good day to be out at Ruapuna for the first round of the New Zealand Superbike Championships.
And speaking about that, Spider, a good lineup of cars, and to think that it's only a little after lunchtime as well on a Super Saturday. In fact, probably almost to say the first Saturday, because the Saturday, the day after New Year of a week ago, wasn't really, you didn't know what day of the week it was. It's all just another day. So a good opportunity to make sure that we can acknowledge just where we are and the proceedings at the moment from many people after a 2-week break, heading back to work on Monday. Shame about it, but everything has to come to an end, and for people to come out and enjoy our favourite sport on a Saturday.
I think we're having a lunch break. We're going to listen to some music, Neil.
Yeah, we'll bring it on for sure. Cheers, folks. That's a wrap for us, and we'll be back, because coming up next is racing.
Well, we've all been pushed around, from here and out to the school ground, left our hearts in the lost and found, 'cause we've all been pushed around. Well, we've all been swept away, out to sea, no time to pray, lost everything you tried to say, 'cause we've all been swept away, yeah. Well, we've all been laid low, caught in between which way to go, to the mountain high or the valley been bought and sold. For some cold comfort we gave our souls. They dealt us cards and then they made us fold. 'Cause we've all been bought and sold. Out to the school ground, left our hearts in the lost and found. 'Cause we've all been pushed around,
Thank you. We do have a junior demonstration coming up, and just to advise that we'll be on the track a little after 2 o'clock. More importantly, at this time, an opportunity to feed and water our flag marshals out in the heat. Luckily, we can say in the sun and not the rain nor the wind. Beautiful day here for racing. So we're going to have with us Lucas Guthrie. We're going to have Emma Charlotte. Greg McMeekin, Hunter, oh no, sorry, that's Greg's going to supervise there, sorry. So effectively Lucas, Emma and Hunter will come out. They're in the middle page of your program too, by the way, folks. We talk about the centrefold before, and the centrefold of your awesome program is MCI's Kids in Action. It's our junior race program, so take an opportunity to check it out. That will be out on the track for us shortly. We'll thoroughly look forward to that. In fact, I think I'll need to take the microphone and go out and we'll go and talk with these kids, so we're going to go mobile. Back with you shortly.
Well, we've all
Well, just going to take an opportunity to be out and about here at the moment and down at the pit area, hopefully coming loud and proud. First of all to Dennis Charlotte. Afternoon, Dennis. MCI, what an awesome effort the club's put in again to holding a quality National Superbike Road Race Championship. How are you feeling?
Oh yeah, great. And I've been in combination with Motorcycle New Zealand. The NZSBK team have done an awesome job this year in conjunction with the clubs this year. So it's been a lot of work on our club, and all the people in our committee and club have done an awesome job, and yeah, hopefully it carries on for the rest of the series.
Yeah, here indeed. All right, we always love coming to Canterbury. You set the standard, and of course a GP event. Before we get on to these young ones, for you yourselves, is it the first time you've ever been to a national road racing event and only riding 3 wheels and no 2 wheels, Dennis?
Yeah, it's the first time. I normally ride 2 bikes at least, so I feel like a bit of a holiday, but in place of that, I've been helping Caleb Gilmore on the 300. I've given Ev a little bit of help on the 600, and of course there's Nick Kane in the 600 here too, so they all keep me fairly busy.
All right, more importantly, junior training, the pathway to the future. We've finally got something, we've got some regs written up and something that we're going to only grow from here. Is this the best sign of our entire day, really?
Yeah, I think so. Like, you know, we need to invest in our future, and we need to get these kids out there and show people that what we're doing here is safe, it's fun, and the whole family can get involved with it. The fathers can get out there and lead their sons or daughters around. Mum can get out there too. Ange is out there with Emma right now. So yeah, no, it's just fantastic. I think, you know, with motocross you can go buy yourself a little SX50 or something like that. You can't really do that with road racing, but we're going to be bringing in these KO 150s, which it's out there now. So that there'll be a bike available that starting from 7 years old, they can come out here and do this training or riding around like we're doing out here now. But there is going to be a race class for them as well.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. And I think to give an idea, with Emma riding on effectively a modified trail bike, it just shows they just put the right tyres and the bike setup. Actually, there's no limit to the sort of bike. As long as the kids can ride them, it's fun to go riding.
Yeah, well, that's what we wanted to do, is try and encourage, you know, kids that have got those little dirt bikes at home to chuck a set of road tyres on them and come out and have a go. We don't want to discourage anyone from any kid to come and have a go. My daughter out there, Emma, she's 7. Out there on a TTR 90 just with a set of road tyres on it, and you know, she just loves it.
All right, indeed. So we're seeing a little bit of this here for our lunch break entertainment today. Tell us about what happens on a Motorcycling Canterbury Club Day where these kids can get involved.
So what we do on our club days is we have our normal classes, and we treat this class as a class, so they get as much racing or riding as anyone else does. We've been doing this mentoring and showing the kids the right lines, and also controlling their speed, keeping their speed down, keeping them apart on the track so that they can learn to ride the motorcycle without having any pressure, and have experienced people in front of them, showing them the correct way around the track and what to do. So this is pretty much exactly what we do on our club days. We often have more kids than this, so yeah, this is just an example of what we're trying to do.
All right, one of the things that's been said in the past, and it's been quite true, it's been hard to get gear. It's not as if you just want to put the kids in something better than leathers, because at times leathers haven't been available for kids this size, but there is now good gear. We're talking about the fact that there's boots and leathers and quality helmets for kids to be using. That's a major breakthrough in itself.
Yeah, it is, and at our club we have a range of gear there. For Kevin Goddard from Race Supplies, he brings in leathers and boots and stuff like that, so he's donated several pairs of leathers to the club over the last couple of years, and so you know, and as the kids grow through them, because they grow so quickly, we have these leathers here that they can have and use until they grow into and get into the next set.
What a cool idea indeed. And tell us a little bit about the track. Why have you chosen this track that they're riding, Dennis?
We've just chosen to put them through the cut through, just to make it more interesting for the crowd and have a look, so they can, you know, get a good look at what they do. But you know, if you ask my daughter Emma on the little TTR 90, she just wants to do the full track every time. But yeah, we just wanted to make it interesting for the crowd that's here that can see them, and just put a good show on for you.
So envisage where will we be in 2 years' time with the class starting like this now? What do you think? We're looking at some numbers and some racing for them. How are we going to look in 2 years?
Yeah, well, at Motorcycling New Zealand, we've already created the KO class. We're currently importing the KO motorcycle so that we can have a motorcycle for that class. We'd like to grow the KO class right across the country. Over this next year, we're going to be trying encouraging some of the North Island riders, like Sloane Frost is here today, New Zealand Superbike champion. His son is keen to race a motorbike. Sloane wants a couple of them. I mean, he could be a champion in the, like a champion for the class in the North Island. All we need is people to, get hold of it and get the kid on them and get him out to a track, and that will just encourage more people and more kids to come across. Motocross kids, I mean, at least here we don't have that third element of height. I can imagine there's been a lot of motocross kids that have really hurt themselves badly after having big jumps. And I think most of the kids that come here from motocross, they've got a real basic knowledge of how to ride a bike and just riding on the tar seal, not having to go home and clean their bike and all that sort of stuff. They really love it.
Yeah, and Mum doesn't have to wash the gear?
Yeah, Mum doesn't wash the gear. Yeah, no, it's, so I mean, Nick Sutherwood's another one from Auckland. His son's real keen to start as well, so hopefully we're already planting seeds across the country to try and encourage this all across the country.
All right, so when we come here this time next year, we'll have one race for them at least?
Definitely. And we'd like to see, if we got 15 bikes coming in, we'd like to see 15 on the track.
Wicked, that'd be so cool. So tell us more about the KO. People are thinking, when I look at that bike, it actually looks like it's a race bike. What is it?
Yeah, they're a beautiful little machine. They're a Chinese-made bike. We've had this one here for about a year. Young Cormac Buchanan here, who's racing in the 300 class and in the 150 class. He brought two of them in, and this is what he started on. So you can look at the talent of this young Cormac in the 300 class. I think he just went out there in the last qualifying session and broke the lap record. So if we can encourage this sort of quality of rider from riding on a KO 150, the future's got to be strong. The little KO 150s are, although they're Chinese made, like this one that Hunter's out on there at the moment is exactly how it comes. We've just been riding it for a year or so just to see what's going to fall off it and what falls to bits, but there's been nothing go wrong with it at all. It's been an amazing little bike. The parts for it are really, really cheap. The handlebars, the foot pegs, all that sort of crash damage stuff. It's all really cheap. Like a whole bike, to get you set up and going on a whole bike is going to be about $3,500.
Wow, and we're going to go racing for that. And then, of course, it's not as if you're wasting $3,500. There's somebody else queuing up that'll buy the used bike when you've finished with it and moved on to something bigger.
Yeah, well, that's right, Neil. So as this starts, these kids will move on to bigger bikes. Those bikes will be available for the next lot coming through. So, really, this is what they're doing in Europe. Like in Europe, they're as young as 5 on them, on these little pit bikes. So, if we're going to have a world champion coming out of New Zealand, then we need to start them as young as this.
Yeah. Well, we've seen that motocross has led the way. We've only got to look back and think of somebody like Daryl Atkins, who went to World Minis in the USA in Las Vegas. And we've seen what now, in fact, in recent times, what our kids have been doing at a world junior level and the like. So it's proven their pathway. So why not road racing?
Yeah, well, that's right. And, it's a personal passion of mine. And, I've been racing for 37 years now. So, I'm not going away, and I don't want to see the sport go away. So the only way to do that is to encourage young ones. There's plenty of old fellas, racing in the superbike class at the moment. But, if we don't start at this grassroots, we'll lose the sport.
Here, indeed, because in fact, what I think it is, and it's that people are realising in other sports that if you wait till 14 years of age, that's the end of the prime of development. So 11 to 14 years to develop anybody. Ask any All Blacks, when's the first time they passed a ball? All of them will tell you from about 5 or 6 years of age. So all sports are like that. You've got to get in early.
That's right, and at this age here, they're little sponges. They just seem to take in everything you tell them, and they're not old enough yet to really disobey you and do something different. So it's a really good time to teach them and nurture them and encourage them to get out on the bikes and have some fun.
All right, so MCI, we've got Have a Go Days, one coming up in February, April. Are they part of the day as well?
Yeah, we always have the kids out because we always want to put a show in front of somebody just to show what we can do, and we just want to try and put it out there as much as we can. So yeah, we have the kids on as much as we can. And this is why we have them out here today, because we just want to show it off.
And man, if I ever love talking to somebody, it's a man with the passion that you're exuding here. Thank you, Dennis. And a man who well, we're on the same level, that's for sure, because I've had the privilege of seeing. I'll never forget an event I went to many years ago, and a particular commentator, there was some junior racing at halftime, so he put the microphone down and went away and had a break, because they were only the fill-in on the program. They happened to be Daryl King and Shane King, who one went on to be world motocross champion and the other one runner-up. So that's only the hope that we can find from road racing as well.
Yeah, that's right, Neil. Thank you.
Thank you very much. MCI's Mr. Dennis Charlotte to join us, and cool to see. So there you go, kids and adults. Check them out. See the parents are over here taking an interest. I'll tell you what, that is not slow at all. Look at these kids and learning all the art of it. They've got their mentoring role with them as well, so fabulous to see. Thank you. Hey, nice to have Dr. Steve with us, and Moto Academy's Steve Bagshaw. And Steve, you're a man that's been passionate about this for a long time as well. I don't know whether it's you or Dennis that have reflected on it. You've picked up young kids from 12 years of age to hop on bikes in the past, like 125s or your Moto Academy 250s and the likes, but you see the potential to start them earlier as well.
Well, that's right, Neil. So this is where Cormac started on road racing, on the KO Mini GP 150. And I'm telling you right now, I've seen riders since 2008 when I started Moto Academy New Zealand. Without this motorcycle, we would not be where we are today. Absolutely, we would not be where we are today without this motorcycle.
All right, so give us an idea of hopping on one of these, putting yourself into kids' shoes, but you're dealing with these kids and seeing as it. Parents are probably thinking, oh, it's road racing, it's too daunting, or it could be dangerous, but I'm sure you can alleviate all that, Steve.
Well, that's right. It's a small 150cc four-stroke engine. It makes the best part of 6 or 7 horsepower, but look at it. You paint that up looking like Valentino Rossi's M1, Marc Marquez's Honda RCV, and you've got a kid that's riding a MotoGP bike, and he can then, or she for that matter, get to the kart track, and that's always an issue, getting access to circuits. But in Invercargill, the sporting capital of New Zealand, we have access to the kart track, and within a day with some instruction, the kids are getting their knee down. Within 2 days, they're getting their elbow down, and they've got all of the style coming along because the motorcycle is perfectly proportioned and it looks and acts like a racing motorcycle.
So when we're talking about that, we're talking about chassis, we're talking about tyres, suspension. We can see these tyres going right over on the edge. So from a power to weight ratio, from a perspective of young and old, both in age of machinery and age of rider, this is just the same as big bikes.
Absolutely, and there's not enough power to hurt you. They're close to the ground, so when if you fall down, you're only falling a few inches, so you're not going to get that hurt. And they've got slick tyres, so they stick really well. And actually, if you really want to, once you become a gung-ho rider like Cormac Buchanan, you can buy a hop-up kit out of China or Southeast Asia and get another horsepower out of them.
We'll go to 7, yes, indeed. Super excited. Hey, Moto Academy, I know it's close to your passion, Steve, with all this as well. This gateway is not too far away. Perhaps sometimes, and people that are thinking about it or talking about it, when can we open the door for other people to get on these machines?
Well, look, at the moment, that's up to Dennis and Motorcycling Canterbury and Race Supplies. They're trying to stitch together a deal to get a batch of bikes in and create that, the what do you call it, the critical mass to get younger kids, younger riders on these machines. And then imagine 20 of them all painted up the same as the MotoGP or the Moto2 grid. Wouldn't that just be something else?
Indeed, and that's my challenge, is to make sure we've got it here next year. And that's a challenge for all of us. We all need to play a part. Whether we're fathers or uncles or grandfathers or supporters of something, it'll be a matter of trying to get a hold of one of these bikes and maybe buy one for the family and have your daughter and son getting involved as well.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I met a family in Timaru during the winter, and it wasn't Dad, it was Mum. I said to her, oh, you're in trouble, you got 2 of them want to do it now. So, and just to wind that up, Neil, look, people are now beginning to understand that Cormac Buchanan's going to Red Bull Rookies Cup in 2021. For a New Zealand rider, the Red Bull Rookies Cup is the only route into MotoGP. It's the only way, unless you've got a rich sponsor that wants to become a poor one. And this is the place to start, on the KO 150 at kart tracks or at the short circuit as we're doing now. And with this circuit under controlled conditions, we'll do 20 laps like this and then we'll turn around and go the other way. So you've got 2 circuits in one, just like that, boom. You know, so it's the way to start. We absolutely have to get the kids at 5 years old, 6 years old starting on these.
Beautiful, Steve. Love your passion as well. You show that enthusiasm just like Dennis did. Thanks for being a great ambassador for our sport, and thanks for all the work you've done today. Keep it up.
Thanks, Neil.
Privilege and a pleasure. Oh, go on. Hey, folks, more of the music, less of me. Thank you to Steve, thank you to Dennis, and thank you to the kids for the entertainment. After all, it's fun to go racing. We love it. Kids in our sport. Bring it on. Almost the minis, almost a mini kind of thing. This is the 80s. Good question. Trail bike with these awesome road tires. Just leans it down.
What's the age?
Hunter's Emma 7. Oh, good question. 5, I think. I think it can be 5. I'm not sure. No, good question. Don't know that. Nice, eh? Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Christopher Costello.
Standing at attention, sir. Right now, put it on.
Well, we've all been pushed around, from here and out to the school ground, left our hearts in the lost and found, 'cause we've all been pushed around.
Well, it is a good afternoon and welcome, folks. This is what we've come for. We've had the practice, we've had the qualifying. Now we're going racing. The creme de la creme of superbikes here for NZSBK, New Zealand Superbike Road Racing Championship of the highest calibre. And what a field, as well as what we've got at the top with our superbikes, a Superbike B class, as we've called it, with 6 very good pilots in that lineup, including a late entry of only this morning of Lee Munro, out of the Burt Munro family, a local identity, and riding a Casbolt Ducati out here as a last-minute opportunity by somebody else who owns the machine to come and have a go with road racing. So welcome on board with Lee. Heath Boddicker, another one that's joined that field, and a few others in there like Johnny Lewis and Aaron Scott and co. But already the class lineup, and from our practice this morning, we had the lap record broken. Doesn't count, but it's a lap record, and there we have it. We've then got our start to assemble here, but lap record broken by Alistair Hugenbosom. He did the same in qualifying by an even greater mark, the first person to ever go round here at under 1 minute 29 with a 1:28.8 So wow, that is good, but of course that stands for nothing, but it does from now. From here we go with our first race. Second was Damon Smith ahead of brother Mitch for our qualifying this morning. Are our first, second and third. So Yamaha leads the 2 Hondas as we warm up on the lap and come around and assemble on the start for the first race. Delighted in our commentary team to be joined by Ace Spider Staples. And Spider, there's been a lot of talking, there's been a whole lot of question marks and a cloud under our sport and with various things, but hey, it all comes down to this. 9 months in the waiting after we'd built up from March next year after losing our championship with only 3 of the 5 rounds done with the COVID invasion in New Zealand, but we've cleared that from our country and one of the few in the world that are ready to go racing.
Oh yeah, and things are strong. I went to the Greymouse Street races, I went to Manfield Classics, I went to the I've been drag racing as well, watching the drag racing, the Suzuki International Series, Taupo, Manfield, and then the Cemetery Circuit, and all things there. Everything seems to be strong. A couple of people are not here, but the fields are stronger. The crowd is bigger because people aren't going to Bathurst or the GP, and they come in and learning what New Zealand motorcycle racing is. And I did the stats on the Cemetery Circuit. Some people said no internationals there, won't be as good. I said, well, approximately once every 7 years we've had an international win at that circuit. So we punch above our weight, and we've got the Damon Rees here, who was a big, strong contender in the BSB.
And my apologies, Spider, to update. Thank you for correcting it. It's not Smith, as I said, because I've had that name in my mind for the last 35 years as well. The Rees family, Mitch and Damon Rees. So thank you for, carry on, please. I just wanted to throw in that, don't think there's another Mitch and Damon from another family here. My mistake.
I didn't even hear that one. So at the end of the day, we correct ourselves if we can, and so at the end of the day, we've got an international star there. Damon Rees, last-minute entry because he was going back to the Northern Hemisphere and saving his money, but with the COVID extended its problem. Anyway, we're underway here. We've got 5 red lights and we're underway, and it looks like one of the Rees is there. And Sloane Frost has had a lacklustre season in the Suzuki International Series, but he's on fire, mate. I think he qualified on 3rd position. Neil Ritchie, how long is this race?
Back and forth in 4th place, so he had that opportunity. In fact, he'd squeezed through that next row actually to get out of there, and what a superb start from the man called Chopper, former champion and ace to see there on the Fitter Fujitsu. Frost Industries supported TSS Motorcycles, Suzuki GSX R1000. Sloane Frost, winner of the Suzuki International Series, winner of New Zealand Championships on more than one occasion, and ready to go down into Euromark for this first time. This beautiful hairpin here at the Mike Sparrow Motorsport Park. We are racing, everybody. Superbikes kick us off with a big roar for this year as we head through Fulton Hogan. Notice that you can't quite see from here, but it actually goes a little bit left before it goes right. We've got an opportunity to watch out here on your CTAS patches. Look at this for the freight train as we go riding, and look at that from Chopper. Superb to watch in there. Look at that with Richie Dibbin. He's the man to look out for in that Barracks race covers as we go to the number 1 as he's put the bike on, and the 62 in there for Mighty Mitch as well. So in fact we've got a few different bikes and brands and different riders. Richie Dibbin, and wow, what a start out there, Spider Staples. How good is that? And look at them for dicing as we head round towards the Aeon Dipper in here, and we've chopped and changed and reversed the order as well as we look for a dive coming up there from Mighty Mitch to go through. But look at that from Chopper, great to see. And here we are with the Yamaha quickly on board as well. Man, we are chopping and changing this all over the place, and we've certainly turned that qualifying upside down, because some of those that were back in those 1, 2, 3s are finding themselves 4, 5 and 6, Spider.
Richie Dibbin from 2nd down to 4th in 2 corners. He's a strong hard challenger, last year's New Zealand Supersport 600 champion, but he got gobbled up first by Alistair Hugenbosom and then Mitchell Rees. So it is Suzuki as they went across the line. Yamaha and Honda, Suzuki, Yamaha, Suzuki, Honda, and then the BMW in 10th place, Jaden Hassan on the M1 Motorsport number 41 machine. Wow, what a field we've got. We're joined by the Superbike B class, and they just add validity to the series and all that sort of thing. Pay some money to join in, but they are at the track and they can see what to do with their heroes out there. We go to the hairpin, and it is Hugen Boozum out in the front, and we go back to second place, and I think that still is Sloan, Chopper Frost, and Richie Dibbins pushed back another place.
Yeah, just
Scotty Moore come through there.
Not even getting out of the corner. He lost 2 places just in there, so done all that good work to fight back Spider, and then bang, something happened. Don't know whether it was a missed gear, but certainly a missed opportunity, and he's found himself dropping back another couple of places. He's been great because he got out to a good start, then he's dropped back, now he's come forward, now he's gone back again, so he's proven that he can mix with these guys. For the first time, Superbike man here at Ruapuna, great start for Barracks Bar man from Wanganui.
Indeed, we've got 18 competitors out on the track. Lee Munro on the 121 machine, a relative of Bert Munro. He's out there as well on the big Ducati. So right now it's Daniel Metum. Daniel Metum was showing in the front in the last lap. That's not Daniel out in the front. In fact, is that Daniel in second place on the Suzuki GSX-R1000, the number 34 machine. That's the timing screen. Still trying to get colours. We've got a bike down. Unfortunately, Richie Dibbin is down out of the dipper. The yellow flag is out doing the job there. Richie's crawled off to the side. He's a little bit winded in that, but we've got a bike down in the dipper there, and he's now sitting up, and looks like he's okay. So it is Dan Metum, 34, 2 years ago. He was New Zealand Superbike champion, and that is a red flag situation. That is a red flag situation.
Bikes right in the middle. Bikes went both to the right and the left of it. So if those of you that want to get a bit of an angle on that, folks, there is the red flag's gone out. That's why you note the riders are not at the same race pace. Look at that, hands off the handlebars, looking back behind them. They're just acknowledging the flag and just seeing where the other riders are around them. There's the bike. Look at that, marooned in the middle of it. It's the desert island in the middle of the Pacific. It's got nowhere to go, and nobody loves it. There's not even a hideaway there. So a bit of bad luck coming out of the Aon Insurance dipper, and the 91 in there. That's bad luck for Richie Dibbin. What a superb start he had.
He's up and walking, so winded. He's up and walking, so that is the important thing. So struggling in that first lap, got in there in second place, and then just went back and back and back, and it looks to me where it's come out. I did not see the accident. It may be on slow motion on CTAS Live. Did not see that, but it looks to me a high side sort of situation, and well done to the marshals. The yellow flag came out in split second, and not long after it followed by the red flag. So right now we've got a situation where they go back to Parc Fermé in the pits. They'll get the instruction either return the pits or get back out there. I'm looking at the moment thinking, unless there's something down on the track there, either cause the accident or as a result of the bike going down, they'll probably go back straight out. But that's the decision of the stewards and the COC upstairs. So right now they're sitting in pit lane. Neil Ritchie.
Yeah, Spider, look at that. I love this. This is the new yellow light. So what we've got, folks, is it's been realised for a long time that racing is different from bikes to cars. And when we say that is you're way lower, you're going into a corner, you're down low. Literally your head can be, you know, anything 800-900 mils off the ground. That's all you've got. So when you go into a corner like that, your peripheral vision is not seeing flag marshal points, which for safety reasons for cars are a long way back off the circuit. So we've now placed these tiny little yellow lights down on the inside, of one of which was on the Aon dipper right here where Richie had his crash, and even from now you can see where that's glowing and giving those riders. So when they came through there, as you said, quickly, two things for the flag marshal: hit the button for the lights and wave the flag, and that's many of them would have seen that little situation there of the lights before they would have seen the flag. So what a great safety improvements made. And it was debuted in fact at Hampton Downs last year, where they actually, with the magnet on it, put it up against the steel wall. Well, you know, turn one at Hampton Downs, Spider, one of the blindest corners of any track in the country. You cannot see around it. So the crew put that yellow flashing light on the inside. So if there was an incident down the second straight or into the third corner, second corner, they could put that coloured light on. So what a safety feature, and it's already been tested and shown up to be A-OK. Because the good news is the rider's A-OK, and so too are the other riders. As we recall an accident at that same point a couple of years ago, and there's still a rider with ongoing injuries because of the fact that they got hit by another rider. Completely accidental, no fault of the other person that knocked into that rider, but it's because they were round through the corner, lying down. When the flag came out, the flag's literally above their head, not in their vision, so that's what saw it. So if that's been the repercussion outside of that incident, which has now given this extra safety by that little low. It's only about 100 mils off the ground, these new yellows, which we can see flashing even from our commentary position. Hey, let's take you on a tour around this magnificent circuit, folks, the Mike Pero Motorsport Park, named after the legend himself, multi-times motorcycle motorcycle champion, all-round good guy, still supporting events like the Mike Pero Classic at Timaru prior to Christmas each year, and the Mike Pero Motorfest, which we're going to for round number 3 of this year's championship on the first weekend of March up there at Hampton Downs. So love this place and all that it has to offer, including the Mike Pero Straight Flexoplast, this beautiful, about 110-degree first corner that just sweeps around on itself. It's lovely. Goes down with a slight kink in it, known as Liquimolli, down to ICOM corner, which is about a 70-degree left-hander. Remembering, of course, South Island tracks dominating in a anti-clockwise position. We come down into the Euromark hairpin, come back along. There's a little bit of a dog leg into Thornton Hogan before they go through the Christchurch Casino carousel. This is a lovely wave of right, left and right again corners to then come down into Southern Salvage S's, and we sweep out to then come in through the dipper. Now, at a lot of car events, for those that know Mike Pero Motorsport Park, often the car events with certainly bigger cars will go straight ahead. This dipper's actually been literally that, a little hollow out through this flat ground that they come out of, and certainly give it a sort of an effect of skipping up out of the hole and going out of it. And that's the exit point of which Richie's gone off the bike, and then you sweep round onto what was the Rock FM feature sweeper, but now the Avon City Ford sweeper, and then coming back down the start, including the Brian FM start area here. So there we go, Spider. We are restarting the race.
Okay, so the rules say it's a full restart unless it's gone 65%. If it's gone more than 2 laps, they reallocate the laps, but it hasn't gone more than 2 laps, so it will be a full restart of 10 laps. And anyone not racing at the time, be it broken down or parked up or crashed, and that includes Richie Dibben, will not be allowed back out there. He will require the 3 checks, medical check and bike check and gear check as well. But right now we can report that he's a little bit winded, but he was up, and I didn't see an ambulance go out there, and so he's got to get his recheck. So that's a hard start to the New Zealand Superbike Championships for the Barracks team.
But from a confidence point of view, he could run with those guys. I think actually, in reflection, and we'll ask Brian afterwards, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a bike problem there, whether it was gear or something. On 2 occasions, Spider, he did not get a pick-up out of the corner as he should have. So I think there's a bike problem there, an underlying factor. Not to make an excuse, but just the way it felt from the view we could see here, courtesy of CTAS Live.
It's a complex situation. Of course, there's so much in the bikes. We saw at the Suzuki International Series, one of the guys a pound out and his tyre pressure and had so many moments and that sort of thing, because I think these bikes are only running about 13, 14 pounds nowadays, with mostly Pirellis. So with Dunlops out there and Bridgestones, the M1 Motorsport team, Jaden Hassan there is out there on Bridgestones. He's Moggy from M1 has been keen on the Bridgestones, doing something different for a number of seasons, and had some serious results with those as well, with Alistair Hugenbosom on board. Jaden Hassan, I think, is still recovering from a big crash in November at Taupo, but I mean, he's a former New Zealand Superbike champion. So now you're wondering about fuel allocations and all that. There is a $400 fine if you run out of fuel, but all these riders are smart enough to actually load some extra fuel on board for this very scenario. They've already done those one and a bit laps of the nearly 2 laps they were into, and they've also got the warm-up laps, so hopefully all their fuel calculations. We've had problems with fuel calculations here, mainly due to the wind over the years, and it has made some serious changes to things. A strong wind can suck fuel and that sort of thing. I'll have to find out how much they consume. There's a fair bit of motion lotion used each lap, but that is it. They all know that. They all know what their tyres can do. And the decision is the stewards and the officials to make, or whether this is going to be a red flag too long to make it safe for them to go back out with their tyres deteriorating in heat, so they can put the tyre warmers back on board, and that's the decision of the stewards. But meanwhile, you've got to get into the park for whom, eh, Neil Ritchie?
Yes, indeed. All right, here at the Brian FM start now, officials go back out again. So what those officials doing is one standing on each of the rows to make sure that the riders are lined up and in their position. Now, we know that, take for example, bigger motorsport and the likes of cars, there's only room for 2 on the grid, and generally they sit side by side as you would go. So effectively 1, 2, then a 3, 4, so on and so forth. With the bikes, you've got room for 4 on the front row, but they're each staggered by approximately a bike length. So it actually means something for qualifying. So between the points of where there would be cars, you can actually fit the bikes, but 1 bike length apart. So that effectively qualifying 4th is still on the front row, but it's 3 bike lengths behind the person's on pole. So as well as the bonus 1 point that you get for qualifying, you also have got that advantage of having a 1 bike length start on that. And our Richie Dibbin, and we saw him, well, Sloane Frost get out of that start was certainly incredible, and a start is so much about it on these massive big bikes, the beautiful Superbikes 1000cc machines. So, all right, here we go, ready to line it up again, and the 62 of Mitch Rees will come straight down there to the number 3 position. Bike number 1, formerly the number 3, as on the front of your awesome program is Mr. Alistair Hugenbosom, reigning Superbike champion, with the awesome 92 then of mighty Demon Damo Rees sitting there in 3rd place. So just looking for our front row. Again, remembering there'll be a gap to line up. The reason for the gap, of course, is that we're missing one of our riders, as in Richie Dibbin. So you can see there, place 6 is missing. All right, so we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, so on and so forth. So Richie's place. The others don't automatically promote. The gap is just left empty. You can't exactly see the number 2 there of Scott Moyer, qualified in 7th. He can't squeeze up to take 6 and get an extra bike length advantage. So that's why there's you could almost look at it to say a staggered start. The gap is on. We're back under starters' orders. It'll be a super start here on the Brian FM feature start. When the lights go out, we go racing. Better start this time from Demon Damo. Damon Rees off the line. That's much better to get out of there. And Al Hoogie, a little bit sluggish to get off the line there. He might have been the fastest man through practice and qualifying, but he doesn't get the superb start away that he might have wanted to otherwise. So we look out for the Super Honda of Team Rees Racing to get away, and a superb start there. Or one of those front runners just going out wide there a little bit and gets gobbled up by the next 2 to get him behind him. So a little bit of a disappointment as we come down into ICOM for the first time. A beautiful clean sweep around there for our front riding crew as we head down towards Euromark, and this fantastic hairpin come into the corner, and it's Demon breaking all round as we go through. There it is with Mighty Rees to get through there. Demon Damo, fantastic start, and a Spider, a great run. Look at those first 2 start to make a break. The others trying to do something about it, but the first 2 have gone.
Well, I think Jake Lewis was up there in 2nd place. I think that's him on the blue Yamaha with the red helmet there, and he run wide at the hairpin, so that's put him down to 5th place. So they're all fighting. Remember, people have actually lost a bit of practice time here. A new rule with NZSB cars: 10 days before each meeting you're not allowed at this track. And then, of course, yesterday the Friday session was rain, a lot of rain for the first 4 or 5 hours, and so they're still getting to grips with some sort of things and still working it out. And I guess that some people have got ruffled feathers about that restart and that sort of thing. So it's a long championship. We've got 3 races this weekend, including the New Zealand GP tomorrow, and 3 races next weekend at Levels in Timaru or near Timaru, and 3 races up at Hampton Downs and 3 at Taupo for the final. So it's a long championship, but right now we're starting to sort things out, and it is Rees followed by Alistair Hugenboos and Rees. And then I think it's Dan Metten there in 4th place. We've got 2 screens running here. That's good. We're now
Chopper.
It's Chopper, yes, it's Chopper. And Scotty Moyer, the fastest man on the track, although that is the first lap. So if you come back from the 3rd row, you're already up to maybe 60 or 70 k's an hour when you go across the start-finish line. So that can mix with things a little bit. Oh, Scotty's capable of the fastest lap here, definitely. A strong hard charger, but we go over the hairpin, Neil Ritchie.
Yeah, there we go. Beautiful run through from Demon Damo. Has that master nicely. Look at that from Al Hoogie, and behind him, long time, the number 43. Now he's picked the number 1, deservedly. That's the number he inherited after last year's default championship, taking nothing away from Al. He was certainly the fastest, and that final that he put on for that TT title was brilliant. By the way, in the end, he only won 2 of the 9 races that we had last year, but he won the 3 that counted. He won the GP here at the end of round number 1. He won the TT at the end of round number 3 to give him the part of the overall by a whole 2 points over Scott Moyer, who had just lost the title the year before by 1 point. So you see the number 2 on the bike out there for Scott Moyer. Well, he saved money because he hasn't had to change his number for the last 2 years. But when you lose a title by 2 points and 1 point over the last 2 years, there certainly must be an air of frustration. He's been one of the changes, gone to Dunlop as well. That's significant. Started on Bridgestones last year, changed back to Pirelli's, which he'd been on the year before, but he's now gone to Dunlop, and he's loving the new tyre. The comment that we're getting is it doesn't take the same amount of time to bed in. You can get the tyre working for you earlier in his racing. So there's something for the Dunlop. There we go, Spider.
Oh, wow, look at that. Dan Metten through there. In fact, it's Scotty Moyer went through from 3rd into 4th, and I said last lap it might be a fluke that he got the fastest lap. It's not a fluke. 1:29.784. It was just the dynamics of the start, and if you're starting off the 3rd row, 2nd row, whatever. It's Scotty Moyer, mate, he's a man on a mission there, and I think he currently is sitting there in 4th place on the track across the line in 3rd. So it is Mitchell Rees that's got ahead of him, Jake Lewis in 5th place, Sloane Frost, Daniel Metten, David Hall, Jaden Hassan, and Aaron Scott, the first of our Superbike B class there, Neil Ritchie.
Yeah, great to watch as we head towards Fulton Hogan. This is a great part of the circuit because you can't quite see in the camera angle that, in fact, there's a little bit of a kink to the left before they come right again, and that's around through Fulton Hogan. Then they come to this beautiful Christchurch Casino Carousel. Love this part of the track because you're coming into it with a slight hint to the left, then it gets a little bit tighter, then it opens up and then comes round to the right, and then it sort of opens up at the end, a bit like a question mark, and then it comes round on itself to come into the Southern Salvage S's. This is a moving track, and as the press conference from last night has talked about, the most technical track of anywhere in New Zealand, and the one that they love, and particularly the North Islanders love coming down there. They can never get too much of beautiful Mike Pero Motorsport Park. We are racing for NZSBK in the #1 Premier class of Superbike racing with the hero himself, Mr. Damon Rees, out there to put the pressure on the field, along with the #1, the man who won it all here last year. Let's see what he can do from this point. This is a great charge on here. These are the top two pre-race favourites. Are making a bit of a mark on the field at the moment. Look at that from Demon Damo. He goes wide out there because he doesn't want to let Alistair get the slipstream on him. So, in fact, he makes the straight a big gentle S because he comes into it shallow by going to the left. He then goes over to the right and he comes back in. Why? Because he doesn't want Al Hoogie to get straighter behind him to get the slipstream, because if you've got the speed here at the end of the Mike Pero Super Straight, you can then get the momentum and ricochet and go past him. So he doesn't want to give that advantage at all. So literally moving over the track, not quite a zigzag, but you get the idea. A big long S-bend going up this beautiful straight here at Mike Pero Spada.
We're chasing lap records here. The lap record is a 2020. It was set by Damon Rees. He's out there at the moment at 1:29.189. We've got a 1:29.784. We went under lap record in qualifying and that, but I get the picture that the sun's come out. There was cloudy here earlier on. The sun's come out and it's warmed the track up to that point where it is a bit slippery. It's just, you know, that's what it is, but it is what it is, and it doesn't matter. We've got a whole weekend's racing here. We've got 7 laps to go of 10 today, and we've got to think a 10 lapper and then maybe a 25 for the New Zealand Grand Prix. So right now, Damon Rees out in the front on the Honda, and then we're followed by Alistair Hugenboos. It's Mitchell Rees in 3rd place, and then 4th is Scotty Boyer. Jake Lewis wears the red helmet on the other Yamaha there in 5th place, and then behind them it's Sloane Chopper Frost on the 33 machine, on the TSS Red Baron machine. I hope Stuart Waddrell's either here or watching. Happy birthday, Stuart, today.
Oh, nice.
He'll be, so yeah, he'll eat a bit of cake. I've seen he's eat a bit of cake beforehand, but yeah, that is Sloane Frost, and I think that might be Dan Meadham on the 34 machine. He'll be a little bit disappointed with this because he was leading that last race when it was red flag, Neil Ritchie.
Oh yeah, I'll tell you what as well, I've been making a comment about those two breaking away, and that's what they appeared to do earlier on the race, and I don't know whether they've been slowing each other up, or I think for that slipstreaming thing that Damon's been trying to out-psych Al and behind him, what that has done is actually slowed up the pace. Those guys are not as quick as they were through practice or qualifying, and you don't necessarily want to be, because after all you've got to put a big 10 lapper together, but it's the fact that Mitch Rees has seen his opportunity, and now look at him on the tail, right on the tail there of Al Hoogie, the champion. So it's the Salami, the Yamaha and the Salami of the two Hondas. Man, that smack bang in the middle when you look across them at right angles like that, that's the perfect perspective. Same gap between first and second back to third, great to watch. And with Scotty Moy in there on those Dunlop tyre flyings, Diamond Design supported Team Honda, to my apologies, Team Suzuki motorcycle, he has put in exceptional form to keep up with those guys. So really the 4 that have made the cut, but the 3 of the tight ones, there it is. It's Al Hoogie with something to gain and something to lose. What he's got to gain is trying to get past Demon Damo. He almost does. No, not quite. But on the other hand, he could be just as fatal to go back to 3rd place and let Mighty Mitch. I tell you what, if he opens a door like that and does a fraction of an overshoot as they come towards the A on Dipper Spider, he's going to find Mitch Rees will go and make it a Rees Quinella. So close.
Oh, they're all going to do that. And already Alistair Hugenboosum leads the championship because he's got 1 point, being the fastest qualifier. They're coming onto the front straight. We've got 6 laps to go. We'll be half race distance as they go across the start-finish line. We're into the 29s. There's 3 riders into the 29s. We've got Mitch Rees, Scotty Moyer, and also the lead bike as well, Damon Rees as well. So the screen changes. The fastest lap still by 29.784 is Scotty Moyer, and that was set on, I think, lap 2 of 5. So it is Rees, Hugenboosum, Mitch Rees in 3rd, Scotty Moyer, Jake Lewis, Sloane Frost, Daniel Meadow, David Hall, Jayden Hassan, Aaron Scott, the top 10, followed by number 19 on the Kawasaki ZX10, David Sharp. This class brought to you by Avon City Motorcycles, BMW Motorrad, and Ride with Tech Air. They've got the advert in the thing. They've also got, come and see the Tech Air display on display in store or with us at the Ruapuna round of the NZSBK. So Superbike and Superbike B out on the track at the moment. Good warm temperature there. I didn't get to track temperature. We'll try and update you on that as we see Lee Munro going through on the 121 machine there at the tail end of the field. Warren Aaron Hudson out there, head Boddicker, Jaden Carrick. Jaden Carrick's had some fastest laps at Wanganui, and he's back in 12th place, so probably struggling. Something's going on here. Jaden Carrick, a very hard charger from many years, run 600s and back into the Superbikes. I think it's his first visit at Ruapuna for probably 4 or 5 years, so I expect better out of him. Hopefully the team can work out what's going on, and he'll be a threat somewhere along the weekend. Neil Ritchie.
All right, here we go. Looking forward, coming out of the Avon City Ford corner and down here through the Brian FM start in the Mike Pero Super Straight, and again with that demon line taken by Damon Rees. Love that. So what you're seeing, folks, is that it's a straight, but he's making it at 2 gentle curves, one to the left and the other one over to the right, as he doesn't want the slipstream from Al Hugi. If Al can get that advantage and slingshot past him, watch how they're racing. Al's throwing everything at him, in particular through the southern salvage S's. He just loves that. He has a go at throwing up on the inside, because once he could get in front, I think you'll find he could probably make an advantage and maybe move away. But Demon Damo, having that, he's on the older model bike sitting in there, of course, didn't have the new bike, wasn't going to be racing it. He only made the decision during this week, and the decision actually wasn't made for him or by him. It was actually made by Boris Johnson, the British Prime Minister, who said we're going into lockdown and it could be some time. And here's Damon making all the right decisions, thinking of the future of his racing and where he's heading to British Superbikes. But hey, what's that going to look like? If they're still in COVID lockdown, I'm not getting any practice or maybe even the early rounds of racing. I think we'll change our mind and try and get some glory out of New Zealand Championship racing. So a late decision only made on Wednesday of this week. What a call, what a great honour, and neat to have him with us. Mr. Demon, Damon Reeves, record pace setter and winner of racing over the last few summers. Did it in the 600 straight on the Superbikes, a winner. Won the, I think he won the opening race or the second race here last year as well in that debut campaign. But here he is at the moment in front of the 1NZ of Al Hugi. It is Honda to Yamaha, and the Superbike battle's going on. Slight gap back there as we had earlier to mighty Mitch Reeves, and then looking out to Scotty Moyer. Scotty keeping up with Mitch there at the moment. That'll be a real confidence booster for him at this stage, and I'm keen to watch those Dunlop tyres. Are they going to hang with the Pirellis in the later part of the race? So when he hears that the tyre is good in the early part of the race and Scott needs that, it's more the fact will it have the opposite effect, and will he lose something later in the race? We're about to find out. Around the 2/3 of the mark through our race at the moment, Spider, and all on really with 2 pairs for our battle 1 and 2, and then 3 and 4.
Well, I'll tell you what, you were talking earlier on about Alistair Hugenboozem. He's sitting there waiting, and he's possibly going to get through. The lap times prove it now. 1:29.783, fastest man on the track, Alistair Hugenboozem. As I said that, he seemed to do something there that lost him possibly 60 or 70 metres. You can see them coming up to the hairpin. It's closing up there. But something went on there that lost him that, so he's got to pull in that, reel in that bike of Damon Rees there, and we're seeing Scotty Moyer hunt down Mitch Rees there in 4th and 3rd place there. Lonely right back there, another 100 metres to Jake Lewis, the Canterbury man, on the Yamaha YZF 1000. Is it YZF? Can't remember the words for that. Yeah, it's YZF 1000. There's so many little terms for those Yamahas, but great to have the Blue Crew team on, and great to have as well Jake Lewis there, the local Canterbury man, running the number 29. But the gap between 1st and 2nd has opened up. The gap last lap, we don't have the gaps on it. Oh, yes, it is. There it is, 0.250, quarter of a second. I'm going to say that's opened up. And I tell you what, now Alistair Hugenboozem has got Mitchell Rees hunting him down. He's sort of broken away a bit from Scotty Moyer and closing the gap in there, so he could smell what's going on. He could smell that that bike slowing. Maybe it's just a localised problem, maybe it's just something on, or the tyre degradation or whatever. But here we have another Rees hunting down Alistair Hugenboozem. In fact, Alistair Hugenboozem puts his hand up. He puts his hand up. Something wrong with that machine, and the other riders just swooped past him. So something going on there. So drama already. We had Richie Dibbon already out with a crash. He is okay. He's got up. He was winded a bit, but he's got up and gone away. And now Alistair Hugenboozem has a machine failure and still circulating around with his hand up there on the back straight. So this is now the Rees as they come across a lapper there into the hairpin. So the lapper does the right thing, just cruises around there and does his own thing. Don't let the lapper go left or right. They've just got to keep their line, because that's the important thing. So it's now Rees, but there's probably 140, 160 metres between them. And now Scotty Moyer's on the podium in 3rd place. He closes up in behind Mitch Rees there in 3rd and 2nd place as we see them go into the Christchurch Casino Carousel here with 2 laps to go.
Wow, what a race is on, and whatever that bad luck is, certainly that's a setback for Al. We were trying to recall last year, we actually think that he had a setback in the first race of last year's championship as well, the one that he went on to win. So let's hope that maybe it's just a repeat of that for whatever it is. Well, we don't hope for anything that's bad luck, but at least the good story was he still was able to come back from that. So the big battle is on at the moment. Look at that now from Demon Damo. He will know that things are in much better shape for him, as he's, I'm sure, had a few opportunities to glance over his shoulder and look, hey, there's no number 43, but I tell you what, I've got my mighty brother, big brother, Mitch breathing down on me. Hey, I've got to tell you about these guys. They might have raced on Boxing Day at Wanganui to break lap records. Damon broke the previous lap record first, and brother Mitch took it from him later in the day in the Robert Holden feature almost at the end of the day. So the outright lap record holders, the fastest two men ever to go around Cemetery Circuit in Wanganui in 70 years of history. The next day and the day after, they were back with their own Bay of Plenty Motorcycle Club doing what they call Sweet Rider for both the senior and junior events. So they were effectively making sure that the track was clear and doing an update. Oh, here we go. We've got somebody else that's just come back here against the current at the moment. So Dan Medham, former NZ number 1 2019 champion down in pit lane. He is back. But just to finish the re-story, those boys giving back to their Bay of Plenty Club, their hearts and their roots where they'd started in motocross and still helping out to ride off-road bikes the day after Wanganui. Great story. Back to you, Spider.
Okay, we're on the final lap of the first race of the New Zealand Superbike Championships 2021. The Christchurch round, the Underground Brown Superbike Championships. Damon Rees leads. He's got a gap of 2.8 seconds, so Mitch is going to have to watch him and just not try and fight back on this. We've got some sort of incident at the end of the front straight there. I see a bike not crashed, it's slowing right down and possibly pulling on to the inside. So we've got the flashing lights here to warn everyone. The rules are slow down and do not pass on that because you'll be coming across an incident. But the bike looks like it's going off to the grass. I'm going to look back on the track and see the lead bikes there. Neil Ritchie lost those lead bikes.
No, right, just coming out of the Aon Dipper, all looking all class there at the moment. If anything, probably a little bit of a breathing space for Mitch Rees. Mighty Scott Moyer not breathing on his tail at the moment. Honda Suzuki as we go for the manufacturers. The awesome, incredible Team Rees Honda Racing out in front. Damon Rees out to lead. Checkered flag in the win. Well done to him with Mighty Mitch brother in second place. There's Scotty Moyer. There's your podium for the first place in the first race of NZSBK 2021 as we look out to the bike fight going on there with the other places. Yes, indeed, the 29. Their famous number is used by Super Dad. He used it well. That's young Jake Lewis. Then we were looking out for the number 1, of course, but it's just faded away off the radar, and looking out for the likes of the 34. Well, we know that he's come back in the pit, so the big changes will go on in those in the minor money. Then Spider to look out for those guys, because of course we've lost both number 1 and effectively the 34 of Dan Medham, so we've lost the 2019 champion and the 2020 champion out of the race. Oh, now somebody way over on the far side, that was a limp home as well. Just haven't seen there. We know that Richie's gone from the race. Yes, that in fact is officially a DNS. He did not start this race because he'd crashed in the previous race. So that's now changed things completely. Jaden Asana's brought the M1 Motorsport BMW S1000RR up into 5th place as Sloane Frost then gets the 6th place. Aaron Scott from Superbike B gets up there. Well done to him, and that's partly due to the default of in fact 3 of our riders. So we're effectively Richie's gone, Al's gone, and Dan's gone as well out of there. But Spider, there's some upsets for a start. It's only race number 1.
That's 3 flies in the ointment. Not that I'm calling them flies, but you know what I mean. It's yeah, Damon Rees, okay, the fastest man on the track, a 1:29.783. That won't be. That'll be a little consolation for Alistair Hugenbosen, but it's more important that he lost the opportunity to get 25 points there, which he was well capable of. So yeah, it's a tough day. Don't forget CTAS Live, folks, and they are transmitting live. Get to the track. You can always watch it later because Grant Collingwood and his crew put on the recorded footage which has been watched live. They put it on the same floor, break it down into races. They put it on YouTube on the CTAS Live channel, so you can watch that in a few times. But if you can't, tell your friends, email them a link or just ring them up and say you've got to get online and watch all this sort of stuff. And all this footage has been captured, particularly tomorrow, for I think a 4-hour program on the Sky Sport, you know, like when you turn the screen on to Sky Sport, you'll find it. Not like previous years where you had to go further into to find out what's going on. So the Honda team running down there, they are running down with the pit stands there because there is 2 Hondas there on the podium. That is Kirsten Sudbury there from Mad Love Media, running around the pits with 2 cameras there. She's one of our official media partners here, along with Mel Smythe, both outstanding photographers. That's not taking anything away from the rest of the crew. They're the ones that are travelling around all around New Zealand to the New Zealand Superbikes. There's many other photographers and reporters and that sort of thing. Don't forget, folks, get down into the food caravans. Peter Pitt, wood-fired pizza, Fritz's Wieners, and real fruit ice cream. And the bar is open at the other end of the track with some food in there. Oh, okay.
Well, good afternoon and welcome everybody. Here's our podium here at Trackside Festival to Scotty Moore. Congratulations, Scott. Is that the kind of start you wanted?
Yeah, perfect. I mean, that first start, made a change, and I was doubting it, thinking, oh man, I got no grip, and I was giving George shit because he suggested it. But I think I just got to manage to get a clear track, no hold-ups in behind the fast boys, and gone fast as I've been. So I mean, I got the Dunlops hooking up good today. Like for only I've had 4 sessions on them, and fast as I've ever been. So yeah, it's a good start to the campaign.
Well done, great story to tell as well. We talked to our third place now, to our second. A smile on his face as well for mighty Mitch. No worries about a second place because you know who was first?
Oh, for sure, and a bit of redemption from last year, Same thing, having a battle with our last year and went down, so no, it's real good to sort of, the plan was to be on the podium and we're here, so I'm pretty stoked.
All right, the start of the racing, mate, how ferocious is that?
Yeah, no, it's good actually. Bit of sleep to begin with there, and the boys come past in that first one, and I was like caught off guard. So, yeah, sort of better in that second one. Made the pass on Jake early, and then sort of was sticking with the boys to begin with, and then started struggling a little bit. Just ran wide in a few spots. So, changed some suspension and settings, and we'll see what we can do tomorrow.
Awesome, Mitch. Great to hear. There's a speech of technical excellence with us. Well, this guy's got to be excited. His other option is to be home on couch watching us on C-Test Live. Way better to be here, Damo.
Oh, yeah, it's always nice to be racing, and things weren't looking so good in England, and it was like, okay, I might be here in March, so bugger it, let's have a crack. So Dad and Mum said they were willing to help me out, and my brother was willing to give me the spare bike. So we've got just the two, so we just got to keep the bikes rubber down, and absolutely wrapped. It's such a good result for Honda, good result for the team, and just stoked to come away with a race win, and Honda 1-2 always looks good.
All right, that second restart, that was a little bit better. You got a clearer break, but man, you had to work in that first one.
Oh, I had a shocker. I don't think I've ever had such a bad start in my life. That was so bad. So I hadn't practiced the start with this bike, and it's got a different clutch in it. So, it was a good thing that we got that restart. It certainly saved me. I was not going to win that race.
Well done. So here you go. Here's your podium, folks, with Scotty Moore, with Mitch Rees and Damon Rees. A superb start. Our sponsors on board, we love them a bit. Aon Insurance, along with Pirelli, MNZ, thanks to Mac Media, your digital solutions. And, of course, proud to be live loud with Sky Sport Next, coming at you with more quality coverage. Stay with us. This is NZSBK 2021. We're racing.
That's the first race of the weekend, and don't forget, folks, we've got the 2 races tomorrow, including the New Zealand Grand Prix, which is the second race. It won't change. It's still national points. The NZGP is between 6 laps and 12 laps long, except this is a Superbike, and the Supersport 600 is 16 laps long. So get here, watch the action live, as we're supported here by Pirelli, Aon Insurance, MNZ, Sky Sport Next. Just running through Underground Brown, some of our sponsors there, the local team who are right behind this New Zealand Superbike Championship round. We've got Caspolt's Motorcycles. Caspolt's a Christchurch thing that's been around. They've been around for decades and that sort of thing as well. Also, we've got Avon City Motorcycles and Avon City Motorcycles, Dyno Works from Ashburton, www.dynoworks with a worx.co.nz. You can see that advert on page 10. And we've got a good couple of pages of local
riders. Folks, we're just down here in between racing, and we've just got a quick opportunity to catch up with 3 of our kids that went out before in our junior road racing introduction. First of all, with Lucas, how was it out there?
Good. I was pretty... my dad let me go in front of him. Then it got pretty fast, and then I had to pass him in the inside, and then he cut me off. Then I almost ran off.
Almost ran off. That's cool. And here we are with Hunter. First of all, he's got his Marquez shirt on, the number 93. But with Hunter Charlotte here at the moment. Hunter, how's that KO bike? Do you like that?
Yeah, I like riding on it. The only thing bad is, I can't really do the gears that much.
All right, so is that something that you think you'll get better with age and more experience? Is that what it's going to take?
Yeah.
All right. So what's it? Can you really lean over like Marquez?
Not really. I need to get my butt off and my knee down a little.
All right, you hear that? He's got to get it. You get to be off and get the knee down. And when you learn about road racing, you understand. And here's lovely little Emma. Emma, you're on that little Yamaha. Do you like that bike?
Yes.
All right. How fast do you go? Real fast?
No.
No. How fast do you reckon? Fast? Real fast or half fast?
Half.
Oh, half fast. Cool. Do you want to go faster?
Yes.
When you grow up, do you want a bike like Hunter?
Yes.
All right, when do you think you can get on that? Next year? You're going to be another year?
Yeah, probably.
Probably. You just tell people, how old are you now?
7.
7, and you're out here road racing. Is it a cool sport?
Yes.
All right. Is that the best thing to be doing on a weekend?
Yes.
Yeah, right. Or would you sooner be going to school?
Yes.
Oh, really? Oh, there's an answer I didn't expect. Well done, aren't they? 3 awesome kids, all part of our intro to road racing here today, folks. All right, we're out for our next race. Coming up with you, more excitement on 2 wheels. NZSBK 2021, live, loud and proud with SkysportNext. Our great sponsors with Prowley, power is nothing without control, Aon Insurance, and all brought to you by Motorcycle New Zealand, keeping it safe, fun and fair, and advancing the sport of motorcycling.
Right, Trevor Pearce at Yamaha bringing you the Pro Twin motorcycles. Trevor Pearce. In fact, it's Access Man. Trevor Pearce Yamaha is actually on the same page, sponsoring things, but also Access Man is bringing you this. And Access Man is no doubt the people that put the scaffolding up for Grant Collingwood and his crew to be able to do their magic work out there on the track. We've got 11 competitors. SJKFL qualified on pole position on the 41 machine. Carl Hooper from Taupo there on 28 in second. Jared Horn, third place on the 74 machine. Then we've got 49, Vaughan May and Alex Butson, B-U-T-S-O-N, Nick Southerwood, Chris Burt, Angus Boyd, Tim Green, Al Ware and Joshua Double. All these bikes, Suzukis, there are. We actually had a Kawasaki one. Royd Walker-Holt, who's mechanicking this weekend, I think, for Superbike rider David Hall. He won the New Zealand Superbike Championship Pro Twin class on the Kawasaki. MT-07s, the Yamahas, they are available for, they are suitable for this class. We got one entered, Chris Tafori, but Chris doesn't seem to be here, so there's a mixture of bikes, and it's a relatively cheap class. These bikes are eligible for the Formula 3 class at the Suzuki International Series, and they're not quite as quick sometimes. They can be up-spec, but the Pro Twins have also one of the classes that has tyre limitations, and that's brought about to try and bring the financial hurt out of the sport. So that's one of the reasons we've got the Park Firm A there. They come in, they've all got proper stickers on their tyres, and they get checked that you're running the tyres you're allocated with. I don't know the exact allocation. Generally it is you qualify with the tyre on and you must use it. I know the 600s have got I think 5 tyres for the weekend, 3 rears and 2 fronts. That is from memory, not from, so I don't take that as fixed. And I think the Pro Twins may have to run the same tyres all weekend. Of course, all that changes if there's rain coming, but we don't want to put the commentator's curse out onto it. 4 across the front row. How good is that? One of our board members there, SJ Cavell, no one knows his first name, on the 41 machine on pole position. You hear the loud thunder of the guys there, 49, Vaughan May. That's right, that's a bit of a mistake. I left the window open to get a bit of breeze through the commentary box, and we couldn't quite hear, but 49 got the good start going in there. Can we rotate the screen, please, the C-test screen, so we can see it from over here? It just moves straight up there, but already battles going out as they come out of the Flexo Class corner in towards the Icon corner, the Icon corner, and changing some positions, and then they go off towards the hairpin. This is a 8-lap journey for the Access Man Pro Twins first race in the New Zealand Superbike Championship. Most of these guys and girls have had a few laps done at the Suzuki International Series, a strong series, and most of them have a go there, but it looks to me SJ Cavell out in the front. Oh no, is that SJ gone in from third to second there? Still trying to recognise the colour. The sun is on the other side of the motorbike, so I'm not making excuses here, I'm just telling you how it is. I've got good eyes, but it's the colours, and they're so far off into the distance, but we can look across at the CTAS screen there as well. We've got a live screen straight to here and see what's going on. So we'll pick up the colours of where they are and start to work out what's going on. Neil Ritchie will have a better idea because he's a bit more grown up than me.
Oh, I never say that, Spider. We're all kids at heart, after all. That's why we love the sport. And man, do we ever love the kids involved in this sport. And if you missed the lunchtime, and I'll call it entertainment, but wasn't designed for entertainment, but it was the fact that we had our kids out on the racetrack. And look out. Oh, hello. Big moment there. In fact, Dave sitting next to me almost lost it off the chair here. It was that big a moment. And are they going to hold that placing? We're about to find out. So SJ, and looking out to see whether he can hold it. I think, no, they've gone back to second. So looking at the charge here, we come down the front straight. Look at this, almost 3 wide here. How close is it going to be?
That's 74 puts his hand up. 74 out of action. Red flag.
In the middle, at the middle of the dipper.
That's not a problem there. Okay, the bike is the rider looks like he's.
All right, there we go. We've, in fact, a bit of dust there on the outside. That more, in fact, is the vehicle. It's quickly gone out there. Another great decision made. And again, those yellow lights down on the inside. That's the exit to the Aon dipper here. It's a tricky little part of the circuit. It's the tightest part of the circuit here. And quickly as well, our medic team on the scene. So that will be an opportunity to make sure that the rider welfare is at heart. What we, in fact, at that point, SJ had gone to Jared Horn. It's Jared Horn, the rider we should be giving a fair bit of credit to there, Spider.
Yeah, well, he put his hand up there, and I thought, oh, machine problem, a bit like our Hugen Boozum had, but he'd seen the red flag before I did.
Yeah, exactly. But in fact, he was the one that was fighting with him. People like Vaughan Main and Carl Hooper, Alex Butson, good to see. With Nick Southerwood, Chris Bird, Angus Boyd, Tim Green, Al Weir, and Joshua Double. They were our riders, of which one of those, we're not sure yet, and we'll find out. But more importantly, the rest of the field will go back to the start. Well, an opportunity to talk the talk, as it is. After all, we're not racing here at the moment, but we still keep our continuity of CTAS Live as we have a pictorial out across Ruapuna. Well, like many places around New Zealand, folks, green grass in the middle of summer here at Ruapuna, unheard of. One of the drier parts of our country. A Pirelli update, in fact, a weather forecast for it. It's actually been quite cool here. On Thursday of this week, it was nearly 30 degrees Celsius. Yesterday in the morning, 12 degrees Celsius. So the weather had changed, a southerly bite to come in. It was rain and mist hung round till early afternoon before we got a track clearance, and we were able to get in a couple of rounds of practice here yesterday afternoon. And as Scott Moyer alluded to with the interview we just did for his third place in that first Superbike race, at the fact that it wasn't quite the preparation that the riders were really after. The track wasn't warm. Yes, it had dried out. A little bit of a breeze and the sun trying to come out had helped to do that, but it just wasn't a warm track, so you couldn't gauge quite how good the tyres were. So that meant that it was a little bit of a setback. All of this is a story alluding to the weather, the green grass of Ruapuna, because it's just unheard of to have green grass. But like other things happening around the world, they're radical and they're so different. Well, so too has the climate been for our Kiwi summer. But I'm sure by all accounts the next few weeks, in fact this week, with many of the North Islanders down here in the beautiful South Island, many of them take an opportunity and tour it in the week in between. And now with the new rule that we talked of before, there is no racing on a track 10 days prior to the unofficial practice day, which in fact will be Friday. So in the past, on probably about the Wednesday of the week, there would have been a practice session. So effectively riders could travel from here. It's only 150 kilometres down the road to Levels. Have got there on Monday, have had a sort of a day to rectify any bike problems. We'll have a bit of a clean up. Then Tuesday's a bit of an R&R day before hitting the track. On Wednesday, getting things ready on Thursday again to get it proper for the Friday, Saturday, Sunday meeting. But that one during the week is now called off, as there's no racing on a track that's hosting a national round 10 days prior to the unofficial practice day. So that actually means that there is a break of all of this week, and so hopefully a few more of these guys will get out and about and enjoy this beautiful South Island. They were almost to have a sort of a I suppose you'd say from a farming point of view, a hell summer, because it was looking super dry. There'd not been a lot of rain through a lot of 2020 down here in the South Island, and they've almost had as much rain since the beginning of December as they had in the other 11 months of the year, and it's just been on and on with the odd little break in between. So a weather pattern that's been a little bit different, and that's resulted in the green grass of home here at Ruapuna. Hey folks, Sky Sport Next. We'll take a little bit of an audio break. We'll be back with our sponsors, Sky Sport Next, Aon Insurance, and Pirelli. Power is nothing without control. Bring it on. More NZS SBK 2021. Brought to you by Motorcycling New Zealand, keeping it safe, fun and fair and advancing the sport of motorcycling. Congratulations, welcome to President Noel May, to board members here this weekend, Dennis Charlotte, to SJ Cavell, to Rod Price and to Scott Wilkins as well. A special welcome to you guys as well, all volunteers and people leading our sport. And man, have we had to have some leads taken in this adversity of what COVID has taken for, not for just for New Zealand, but for around the world. Just to give you an idea, folks, KTM Motorcycles made 25,000 less bikes globally in 2020 to what they had done in 2019. So that's 25,000 less motorcycles by one company alone. That's no trade secret or anything I'm letting out there. What it just gives you an idea that globally we've had breaks in productions for everything from a washing machine to an iron to a motorcycle to a truck on the road. So it's affected us globally. Ask the people involved in our sport, the manufacturers, you'll see their warehouses, no matter what brand they are, with less motorcycles sitting in their warehouses than ever before. And here we are looking out to try and promote the brand of motorcycles. Go to your local motorcycle shop. I'd like to buy one of those. Sorry, we haven't got one. When are you going to get one? We don't know. That's the kind of answer that we've got. So global disconnect logistically, but hey, hopefully it's on a container floating somewhere out in the ocean ready to berth at a great port in New Zealand near you soon, as we'll be back just like that for more Pro Twin racing, brought to us by Trevor Pierce Motorcycles, Canterbury's motorcycle destination store at 156 Ferry Road in Christchurch on TP. That's short for Trevor Pierce Yamaha, tpyamahm.co.nz.
I'm just interested. I've been around motorcycle racing forever. I was racing here 30 odd years ago and never really left the track. But one of my recent projects I've talked about and some people have heard about is writing a book on all the road racing circuits throughout New Zealand and the evolutions. Believe it or not, I come up with about 140 different options. And around the Christchurch area, we started off in 1949. Well, actually, we started off before that. We had Cuss, which is a 62.5 mile circuit. It started in 1936. It went to 1963 with a gap for the war years. They went right up to 1941, I think. They struggled through to get to that. And then they dropped it to 4.25 miles. And then they went into Brynwood, Lake Brynwood, which is along Waireka Road, where there's a funeral home now. There was an old quarry there, and they had the first sealed circuit in New Zealand. And they used to have water ballet in between some of the races, but it got, towing in behind some of the speedboats. But what happened is the speedboats were flicking up water onto the track. So Lake Brynwood, we had another one out at Horswell. The Horswell 100 was about 6.25 miles long from memory. Remember, I've got 140 mile circuits in my in my head, and a little bit confusing. We had racing at Wigram for some decades there. We had Marryhow. Marryhows were cars and bikes, and then we had New Brighton 2 years. Joey Dunlop rode there on the Britain, didn't race there, but he paraded there on the Britain. I think he raced a solo there possibly. That was 2 years. And we had Littleton went for 3 years with the classic cars in about the mid-80s. What else did we have? We had Ruapuna here. This has had 3 evolutions. There's one or two more that I possibly can't think about, but it's pretty amazing. Sydenham in 1985, we went there and we had the New Zealand Superbike Championships. They weren't the New Zealand Superbike Championships there, but it was the same as this meeting. Quite controversial because it's odd. They wanted to take the racing to the people, and you think it's money driven, but it was free entry, so they weren't getting any money. And I've got Robert Holden's own program there. On Saturday, he raced on the circuit there, and they were changing it for Sunday. He unfortunately broke his leg there in the 250 production class and was sidelined, but I've got his own program from his archives. Thank you to Kevin Maxwell for donating that to me and sharing it with me, and it shows a different circuit penciled out. So that's what I'm chronicling in my chronicling, that's a big word, in my book. Hopefully I have it out later this month or early next month. I've already put the last page in, just got to do some jiggling. 237 pages, 140 or thereabouts circuits. So yeah, it was strong down here, and it was interesting. There was 2 clubs. You know, you had the Cuss circuit out there, which is 30 k's out of town, and the Colesville 100 run by 2 different clubs. So they weren't necessarily fighting each other, but we benefited from a double the amount of road racing and that sort of thing. We go south. Southbridge had no less than 6 circuits over the time. 6 circuits, a couple in the 50s, one in 1970, and then we went on to a few more. And Rakaia, Methven, there's been all sorts of circuits there. Neil Ritchie, you're coming back on the air.
Yeah, indeed, Spider, because my father would always talk about one of his favourite stories about Christchurch. He wasn't from here, but he'd come down here to do preparation when he was a soldier and, for World War II, and he talked about cycle shops. Colombo Street had something like 10 or 12 push bike shops because everybody in Christchurch, being so flat, used to cycle. And guys used to pride themselves in being at Burnham and cycle in for some action in the square here in Christchurch City. So, you know, Burnham into the city is no mean feat, even, you know, in traffic with 2 wheels and an engine, 2 wheels and pedals, and that's what it's like.
And they were single-speed bikes with those upside-down houses and wicker baskets on them.
Exactly. So that's what he used to talk about. He was blown away by the fact he came down here. He was a country boy, but he'd never seen so many cycle shops and people cycling in all his life. And that's what he thought was so cool about Christchurch, was the fact that it was such an affordable place to be in a family, because one, if not 2 of the people in your family could actually cycle to work and do so safely and easily on a flat, wide open city. That was the other thing, of course. Other cities might be flat, but they were the forefathers of this region want congratulating. They made this place paradise, and that's what I think would have broken through into motorcycling, which is why it's so good, and then on to all those circuits. What you've named, Spider, I'm not knocking another city, but the Wellingtons and Aucklands can't boast that because they simply did not have the areas to do it.
Well, they also were lucky because they had the likes of the airfield circuits, you know, Haki or Ardmore's in Auckland, and airfields in the old days were triangular shaped to give 6 options for landing in the wind. They're now straight pretty much because of powerful jets and that can come in and out, but that made a perfect circuit there, and that's what they did after World War II in Europe, and particularly in England. They went to a lot of airfield circuits. So we had that. We had an interesting one out at a place called Te Parita. Now, I just saw a program somewhere and thought it was an airstrip speed sport. Well, it was an airstrip speed sport, but it actually turned out to be, when I researched it, it was New Zealand's biggest airfield at the time, and it was designed in case the Japanese invasion came here. They brought a B-17 out there, Flying Fortress, and they landed it there. Interesting, the circuit was covered in wattle seeds, what you put in your casserole. Well, I put tomato sauce in there, but some people put wattle seeds in there. So that was the development then, and they raced out there. King's birthday, not Queen's birthday, King's birthday, 1949. A one-off meeting. It was disastrous. It was the prize money was as per the people coming through the gate rather than allocating the prize money. So all interesting stuff, and yeah, the cycling as well. And that's why Christchurch is strong with the blue smoke and pedals rides these days, where people are getting old C50s and Hondas and Suzuki 50 scooters, and it's because the hills don't gobble you up, and the old Triumph Twins and all that didn't get beaten up by hills, so it's a strong area. Our own sponsor here, Underground Brown, Tony Brown, gave me a drive in his Messerschmitt bubble car, about 173cc's bubble car, because they were quite popular after the war when people couldn't afford proper cars. He's got his wife, or his family still owns the wife's grandfather's car, and he's recently had it restored and let me go around the block in it. I didn't want to go any further. I actually found it quite dangerous, but it was a 173cc machine and perfect for in Wellington. Those things would be killed or blown away. And you get various. Palmerston North's another flat town where cycling's popular because it's flat and because it's got the university and the army and all that sort of thing. So, and the smaller motor vehicles, cars and bikes, survive a little bit better. Same with Invercargill, although you've got to have ice tyres on down there. Speaking of Invercargill, I hope Jeremy Holmes and the family are watching out the Holmes show from Invercargill. Strong superbike contenders over the years in the 600 and superbike class. They're not at the paddock today. We might see them at Timaru supporting Team Rees next weekend. Honda dealers down there, and certainly we'll see them at the Burt Munro Challenge. You're looking forward to your 400th Burt Munro Challenge here, Neil Ritchie. You've been right behind that thing all the way through. You spent nearly a week down there.
Number 15 this year, Spider. Remembering we've actually dropped a year because the springtime to November, just, well, we tried, and the weather, it was interesting. They finally made a decision to move it after over 10 years, and the year that they moved it, they actually got 5 fine days in a row in November, and that's not knocking the climate. It's just springtime. It's that changing weather patterns that we get, so if it wasn't windy, it was wet. It actually took us till actually year number 13, so that's only a couple of Burts ago, before we actually completed every scheduled race of every event. On 2 occasions, because in the last 14 years we've had to cancel the beach race because of adverse conditions along Oreti. So that's just some of the tales. There's been years we've gone to the Bluff Hill climb and you can't see the bottom when you're at the top, or once you've got to the top you don't even have a clue where you are because the riders assemble up there. It's a one-way sprint, so they assemble at the top and they've literally been living in the clouds. Yes, it's got better as the days gone on, so we've had some wet ones and some dry ones. So yeah, fantastic event, and I can't say enough. And hearing stories about people that are going to do some rides down there this year, it's sort of become an epicentre along with the transport world and the Dig This. It's also, of course, now that motorcycle mecca museum as well, one of the largest private collections of motorcycles, Spider.
Oh, I've been a few times. I went to the rally there once year and I rung my missus up on Saturday night and about 6 o'clock, and she said, "What are you up to?" "Oh, I've just put my tent up." And she was a bit sort of put out by that because every time we went to a motorbike rally, it was usually 10 o'clock till midnight before we put the tent up. And why did I pull finger and get it up before 6 o'clock or even before dark on a Saturday night? Says, "Just settle down, honey bunch." I slept on the ground last night. I've been here for 24 hours before I even set it up. So that was just par for the course. And great bands, great thing. And Tim Shadbolt always used to come out when I was there at the rallies there and tell his joke. It was a dad joke, but it was still Tim Shadbolt. And of course, the Burt Munro Challenge is on the side of Cormac Buchanan's bike, an Invercargill lad, the 14-year-old. They've put some money behind him and that. And I'm going to try to get the Burt Munro Challenge. It depends on other things. I've got the Pukiko Classics the weekend before. I'm involved with a bit of drag racing now, so maybe you're committed to that. But I think we were going back on CTAS Live too with the Burt Munro Challenge this year. Neil Ritchie, we had it last year for the first time.
Yes, indeed. Yep, yes. And certainly we've got.
No. Grant's just shaking his head. He's not going down there, so he's got other commitments there. So, hang on, David Craig's going to put his face out the window and see if we can hear what Grant's got to say, so we can update him. Grant's got something else going on, so that's all right. Just keeping up with the play and passing it on. Grant, the man, our seat test.
Okay, so thank you indeed, Grant, for the update that the decision was made during lockdown, effectively, that they weren't going to extend the event to that, I suppose, extent. And now that post-COVID, decisions are great and they're made at the time and all the right decisions. But so there you are, no reflection on the event. And all it means is that you've got to get there, because for those that can't get there, well, you won't be able to see it. But if you're there, you will. So you get the idea. So here we are. Just, folks, in all politeness, filling in time at the moment as we want to make sure we've got some continuity to our program, simply because this broadcast is going out on CTAS Live as well. So these will be the sort of bits that will be edited out for television coverage purposes, but more importantly, Sky Sport taking it. Sky Sport 5 is the channel to look out for. So if you're a Sky Sport subscriber, make sure you've got Sky Sport 5 and be looking out for your Sky Sport update of when this coverage will be on. So I understand it's literally within days of this, as there will be gaps in other sporting broadcasts to be able to fit in our sport of motorcycle road racing. NZSBK 2021 coming back at you soon. We're taking a break. Hope you enjoy it as well. Go and grab yourself a coffee, lemonade from the fridge. You won't have time for the lawns, but maybe you could go back to just finish that bit of weeding off for that last couple of square metres in your garden, Spider.
We'll go to Facebook and look up Nana's Race Art. One of the things I've been doing is collecting all these programs from the research I are doing. There's some cool old pictures. You couldn't duplicate photographs very well, so they're hand-painted Manx Nortons and Maseratis and Ferraris, and I've turned them into a range of canvas covers. Nana's Race Art. It's my partner doing it. It also means Taxman doesn't come looking for me. That's on Facebook, and I've got about 30-odd ones there, that various ones. I think I've got 3 of Ruapuna, about 1982, about 1963, and there's another one of, oh no, that's Cust actually. I've got a couple of Cust ones there, so just something interesting on Facebook. And of course, get on CTAS Live. There is a chat room there. It's something we can't see at the moment. We're too busy doing other things, but have a little bit of a chat about what's going on, and just enjoy the day. This is part of motorcycle racing. This is part of the thing. We need some music coming on shortly, but that's not available. Great Suzuki International Series, mate. It was very, very strong. The Formula 3 field was shut down some 10 days or so before entries closed because it was full, and that's interesting because we don't have it at the New Zealand Superbike Championships anymore. It was called the Superlight class, identical to Formula 3. They just retitled it. That dwindled here. It was strong at the Suzuki International Series, and they brought in a new class, the Supersport 300, and I thought it was a brave move. Adding another class adds an hour and a bit to the day by the time you do all the qualifying and practice and all that sort of thing. Hell of a brave move. And also, there was only 5 Supersport 300 bikes at the cemetery circuit in 2019. I'm thinking, what, you're going to build a class out of this? That's not going to be easy, but the strongest class, one of the strongest class in the country is the SSP 300. And so that took those 5 bikes out, and they went into the 300s, but they got about 30 bikes on the grid for the series, and it was some entertaining racing, really, and busy racing in one of the strongest classes. The thing with the smallest bike is you can't rely on grunt if you make a mistake to just pull you out of it and take the chance. It's all about corner speed and ride skill, and there's some serious people in there, including Dennis Charlotte there, previous New Zealand champions, that add credibility to the class. It's a class that's been around for 5 or 6 years. 250 production evolved into 300s as bikes come along, and it's a very, very strong class. So the Suzuki International Series, while there was no internationals there, mate, the racing was just splendid. The lap records, new lap record at Wanganui, and we saw Damon Rees get a lap record in the open class there, the outright lap record. Mitch took it on later, but Mitch had it when we went to the meeting, and Tony Rees had the lap record before. Tony, Mitch and Damon Rees have all hold the outright lap record at a circuit there, a street circuit, and that's just absolutely outstanding. The 3 Strouds, Jacob, Jesse and Father Andrew have all held lap records or still hold them, but they are in different classes. Still a strong, creditable thing. Can we have some music, please? Yep. Okay, folks, we're going to try and get some music, but we also have a copyright thing that if you broadcast it on YouTube, YouTube will shut it down. So that's a technical problem. So we're going to try and create that, but it's probably not going to happen. So we'll give you a bit of peace and quiet and listen out for the 5-minute horns for, the classes coming out. I could hear some bikes revving. Don't know whether it's anything to do with that. So please bear with us. Get down into the pits. You can go and get yourself a man coffee, a brown Powerade down at the bar there, the Chris Amon bar is it thing? I can see Amo, the Chris Amon bar. I should know the bar name. I know the barmaid, so you can go down there and get that, but you can't bring it into the pits. No alcohol in the pits. Another thing too, folks, no open-toed shoes out in pit lane. It's all about fire and being able to run if there's something going on. So please, no open-toed shoes out in the pits. Not sorry to tell you off. Have a nice afternoon. We're going to be back as soon as we can.
Thank you, folks. Just to let you know, we're not too far away from a resumption of racing. The delay has been caused by the unavailability of the medics that has been busy with looking after their patients, and that focus means that there is nobody else then, so we can't resume racing until they are, not quite the word clear, but you get the idea, until the patients don't need as much attention, that people are able to then look to the track as if there is another incident. So effectively just waiting for an all clear with our St John's medic team. We are so reliant on them, and they're doing all the right things. They make the right decisions, never a wrong decision when it comes to a person's life. So our apologies for the break for that reason. Back with more NZSBK 2021. Bring it on. Well, our Superbike race stopped after an incident and restarted. The Pro Twins, courtesy of Trevor Pierce Motorcycles, identical. The race stopped after an incident, now will be restarted. So nothing counts from the first part of the race. So what it does mean, of course, is that you can't have any more than 2 restarts, so it ensures that we can keep these incidences. And if for some reason we get to that station, well, there might be some points allocated, but probably no points allocated. So a little bit confusing, but there's a series of circumstances over the amount of the race that has been covered before a race is declared as a result. And more of that when the incidences arrive, rather than trying to explain it. Trevor Pierce Motorcycles, folks. Nick Southerwood, Alex Butson and Chris Bird, all coming out of Auckland. Tianau's Al Weir, Taupo 18-year-old Carl Hooper, along with Auckland's Doyle Matau Tia, had an outstanding run in the recent Suzuki International Series. One of my standout riders. In fact, I had 5 outstanding riders. He was one of those. Mr. S.J. Cavell leading that last race, the Pewterline Oils Bridgestone Diamond Design, East World Highway Tyres, Rotor Vegas, Promoto Taupo, Dyno Labs, CD Vandermeer Builders, City Collision Repairs and Napier. S.J., you've got a lot of good sponsors. After all, you're a quality guy, you deserve them. 18-year-old Angus Boyd in there, along with Aucklanders Tim Green, Vaughan Main, and Scott Finlay, and local man Joshua Double, and also to Whangamata's Jared Horn, and he had an exceptional start to that last event, so great to see from him as well. So there you have it, our Trevor Pierce Motorcycles Pro Twin liner coming right round the start there again. You see the check helmet board goes up, and that's literally to prop the riders. They just see them putting their hand up, and they just check their swim track. This is when the visor goes down, because when they stop potentially, their visor up just to get that air to throw through. We look at the red lights when they go out. We go racing. That's exactly what's happened. Beautiful starting. Look at the full position on the inside. But I tell you what, just as he goes talking gear, he actually pulls a little wheelie, and instantly, of course, the throttle drops off, which means the momentum was lost there for the white bike, and he didn't get the charge he wanted. So SJ looking good in the early part of our front as we go to Flexoplast on this opening lap for Trevor Pierce Motorcycles Pro Twins, and it is SJ that leads him out at the moment. Just known as SJ, don't want to know any other details of his name. It's just what he's wanted to be called and what he's put himself in the program. The 35-year-old from Napier, another volunteer in our sport, board member of Motorcycle New Zealand, a young guy wanting to put something back in our sport, all-round super nice guy. If anybody you want to get to know in our sport, it is SJ. Leads them as they come through the Euromark corner. That is a tight corner indeed, and he gets a fine line through there, and that's where either results can be won or lost. But look at that, he's creating the advantage out there already, Spider Staples. So SJ getting away to a start. Doesn't quite look to be the ferocity that we'd seen with that earlier race, and maybe the guys are a little bit sceptical after that last incident. So clean run away.
Well, I think what's happened is what we see here is people have practiced for a couple of days. They haven't necessarily practiced their race craft as such about fighting with each other. In the first race, you see a lot of scrapping. People have got to work out their place in the food chain. They haven't come up against these people maybe in the Suzuki International Series, and I think that explains the possible mayhem in the first lap or two, where people are working out who's fast and who's not. Remember, people might have set the same qualifying times and done that, but they might be stronger in different sections of the track. I think somewhere along the line we did have on our timing screen the actual sector differences. It tells you some people are stronger. So I think that's the dynamics of some of the squabbling in the early part of the thing. It also could depend on how good your tyre warmers are and how confident you are on your tyre warmers. Some people, I remember Wayne Marshall used to get out and scratch everyone in the first 2 laps. He was an amazing starter on the 250 production. He get gobbled up, and we've seen it here as well. So right now, S.J. Cavell, Carl Hooper there, Jared Horn, Nick Southerwood, Alex Butson, Vaughan Main, Chris Burt, Angus Boyd, Al Weir, Joshua Double. So don't see number 47 out there as a DNS. It did not start. So 7 laps to go. It was an 8-lap race, and we've got 7 laps to go here.
Oh, there we are, looking for that dice coming up on the inside there at Euromark. Could have been a change to come out through there. Look at that tight on the inside. You can see the yellow coverings there. A little bit of slight point of difference between those 2 bikes that we watched, but good chance to see the breakout there. I think it's Carl that might have the advantage. Keen to look at them as they go around past Waistco and through Fulton Hogan. Now to breathe their way to come through the Christchurch Casino Carousel. Love that corner. SJ pushed back to that 2nd place. So good work to watch him out there at the moment as we go riding. So it is the 28 of Carl Hooper, the man from Taupo, on the Suzuki SV650, courtesy of CH Automotive, Pirelli Tyres, Suzuki New Zealand, Hollenbach Haulage, along with Murta Crane Hire, the jolly good fellows in Taupo. You've seen it along the Taupo waterfront. Lovely place to wine and dine on there. And Dino Lab Taupo, of course, that's the fine tuning out of Dino Lab where Scotty Moyer is based. So great to see some quality sponsors on board for the young Taupo man. That is Carl Hooper to lead them at the moment. This is a young star, double class through the Suzuki International Series. Rode a lovely Suzuki GSXR 750 in post classics. That's pre-1989 model bikes, and that looked as good as it did when it came off the showroom floor. And he also hopped on a machine that the family had made, which is a little F3 handmade bike, effectively a 125cc Grand Prix chassis, and then it put the 450cc motocross engine inside it. So that was a Formula 3 bike. Now here he is coming out on a Pro Twin, so effectively it's the third different bike that he's been on and racing over the last 3 weeks. So great start from in there, Spider.
Well, I talked to his father, I think Colin, last night, and he said we didn't want to wear out the Pro Twin in the Suzuki Series, so that's why they went to the look at that CTAS Live slow motion. Two bikes were rattling there along there, and what all they touched there, the slow motion, absolutely. This is action replay, so can't quite pick who the bikes are, but yeah. So they wanted to put, they didn't want to put too many miles on the Pro Twin and wear it out for the NZSBK. Now I always was puzzled why it had a brown fairing on. I'm saying that's Scotty Moyer's old bike. You're saying it's not, Neil. So I went and clarified it because I trust you and I trust my own instincts sometimes, but yours better. And I went and they says, oh no, we've got the fairing off Scotty Moyer's bike with the Town bikes, and it's also got the Jamie Raging DNA. It was originally, I think, one of his bike, and that's part of the thing. And it was a Kawasaki 750 that Carl was running at the Suzuki International Series. So anyway, let's get back onto the track. Wow, it's tight out the front. The podium sits here for the first round of the first race of the 2020 NZSBK New Zealand Superbike Championships for the Pro Twin class there. And right out the front at the moment on the last lap, it was Carl Hooper, SJ Cavell and Jared Horn. Lap times 39s and 40s, very, very close. A 43.39 for the third place bike, a 46.74 for SJ Cavell in second, and a 39.763. So that's a bit of an upset for SJ Cavell, who qualified fastest and gained 1 point. Let's see what's going on now. That is a 28 machine. This is a borrowed machine as well. They had a problem with their machine yesterday, and it blew up something in the back end of it. And indeed, it's come right, and they borrowed a machine, the 28 of Carl Hooper. So Jared Horn, the fastest man on the track, a 1:39.646. We've got the two lead bikes in the 1:39, a 1:39.763. It's one thing getting up behind someone, but finding a place to pass. But Ruapuna is probably the most technical circuit in New Zealand. You've got to get past. But right now, that gap between first and second, that was 6.6 of a second, is staying the same, and he's under threat from SJ Cavell. That's over at the hairpin. SJ Cavell in third place at the moment on the yellowish bike there, and Jared Horn on the
fastest in practice, first at qualifying, looking good in the earlier race. Spider and bingo, whatever the incident was that has changed things at the moment. Here we are. This has gone from first place back to second and now back to third. So those young guns, Jared and Carl, have got the upper hand at the moment. Carl Hooper, the one who's getting it all right. So good work out there. It's the Carl Hooper show. Ahead of Jared Horn, ahead of SJ Cavell. Go to Nick Southwood, long-time legend of our sport. And he's, well, he says it's sponsored, but it's not. It's actually a play on words. There's got to be somebody that loves him because there's not many others. Trump 2020 is the way he's wording himself. So there you go. That's where his vote was. Not that he was able to vote, but you just get the idea. And if you know Nick Southwood, folks, he's really just playing on it. He's looking for a little bit of fun to be had in the paddock, and that's certainly what.
I tell you what, I've been around this sport for decades. I've never seen a set of wheels as absolutely outstanding as. People just don't pay attention to their wheels. Bruce Anstey used to put a triple colour, but he's got a roulette wheel in his wheels. It's been hand painted there, a roulette wheel. So just outstanding with the attention to details. It sounds like he's been out there. I think he raced a superbike at one stage, or tried to race a superbike, but a long avid supporter of the Pro Twin class, winner of many races. But right now he's sitting there on the bike number 16 in fourth spot. So back to the fastest man on the track, and that is Jared Horn in second place at 1:39.6. He's slowed up by about 0.6 of a second. So something's going on. Why are they getting slower? Maybe the tyres are cooling down. No, I don't think so. Why would they be getting slower? They are. Oh, it may be that he's just. No, he's been dicing. He's dicing there. He hasn't got a clean road and getting a good pit board. There's a few pit boards come out to give him the information, but that's all right. 4 laps to go.
All right, SJ's moving. SJ's trying to move up there as well. So SJ getting back on attack. Big changes going on in that second place fight, because let alone the fact that they've changed around. 3's gone 2 and 2's gone 3, but there's at this stage there's 20 odd metres between them. So those bike lengths starting to make a serious difference. It's all about Carl Hooper out in front. Can he keep his cool? Can he keep his place? This young gun who just matured so much through the Suzuki International Series, getting better and better on the two classes that he contested, is now on all here for a great bike win. Man, a debut win in Pro Twins. How would that be? Opening round, NZSBK 2021 here at Mike Perro Motorsport Park, and we're on fire with this class. Pro Twin Racing, dipping it down through the dipper as it's called, the Aon Insurance Corner. See that as the bikes almost go out of sight as they go down through. When you complete this area, of course, you could fit 50 rugby fields here at Mike Perro Motorsport. Aren't going to be as flat as, except for the dipper. That's the little low bit, and they've made that super corner. We love it for motorbikes. Generally, the cars don't stay in there when they're having their racing, but we love it from a bike point of view, giving some real technical excellence. Bring it on with some great racing. There we go with our trio. Looking out for it at the moment. It is Carl, it is SJ, it is Jared, officially confirming that change for second. Happen over there at Icon before and down into Euromark Hairpin, and the change is gone. And the margin 0.5 between them, 0.5. But I tell you what, it's 1.7. That's a big buffer. Now watch SK Cavell try and fight his way back. Remember that 1.7 officially 3.5, because can he reel it back in off Carl Hooper? Carl might be getting some confidence, but has he got any nerve? I think the guy's almost unrattleable, Spider. He just called the press interview last night. It was just fantastic. This is an 18-year-old with 25-year-old head on his shoulders. He is a real man of our sport.
Oh, indeed. I'm telling you what, I'm looking at the big battle for 4th and 5th there. Alex Butson and Nick Southerwood. You can see that battle going into the hairpin, the Aon hairpin here at Ruapuna Park, Mike Perro Motorsport Park there. This battle is going on. They must have changed position in the last lap probably 10 times. So they're fighting it out. The best slapped by Alex Butson, who's in the front at the moment. I think 141.961, 141.868. So that's 0.1 of a second. But there's only 4 to 5 bike lengths in that going round into the big Christchurch Casino carousel. So the battle might have spread it out. The podium might have spread out, although it seems to be closing up between 2nd and 3rd there. But this is for 4th and 5th, and these guys have been going at it all the way through there. It's the biggest that's spread out now with, I think, Nick Southerwood there in 2nd in that group for about 2 to 3 laps. Looking around for the lead bike coming onto the front straight. There'll be 2 laps to go after this. Comes on there, and it is Carl Hooper on the number 28 machine. A borrowed bike as well, a borrowed bike. It's outstanding that people are sharing their equipment around, and it goes through. And then here's Jay Cavell and Jared Horn, who's the quickest. The last lap times are all in the 40s. It's going to pan out, it's going to widen up. 40.1 for Carl Hooper, 40.5 for the second place, 40.9. So that's only going to spread out. Right now, a 42.350 and a 42.490 for Alex Butson and Nick Southerwood. Nick Southerwood doesn't give up, mate. This guy will have his race face on. He'll be charging there. He's going to close up the gap possibly. But right now it is Alex Butson that's just that little bit quicker. We go back to Vaughan Main on the 6th position now on the number 49 machine. Chris Burt goes through, and another tiny battle going on between Angus Boyd and Al Weir. Angus Boyd and Al Weir, and a 2-second gap between them. They're at the tail end of the field. So Joshua Double. In fact, that's the battle between Al Weir and Joshua Double, 0.165. I looked over there, so that's not a 2-second gap, so that's the battle at the tail end of the field. We're still looking at that battle going through the Fulton Hogan corner, and that is Alex Butson on 18 and Nick Southerwood on number 16. That's the battle of the race at the moment in the Pro Twins, brought to you by Access Man, also supported by TP Trevor Pierce Yamaha, your local Yamaha dealer, 156 Ferry Road, Christchurch.
All right, the big battles are certainly there to be fought out at the moment. How's this from young Carl Hooper? I tell you what, he's the guy that you want in your rugby team as well. Solid guy, thick set, super strong man. A day's racing to him in this kind of heat will be nothing. He can handle it with ease. The other thing, of course, is a little bit of a class whereby power to weight ratio, probably SJ would sit maybe 8 kilos lighter, and sometimes the power is great, but with a bit of extra weight is hard work. But Carl, that's no better than that man whatsoever. As SJ's finding out, talked about 1.7, now it's a 3.9. I was expecting to see that 1.7 to be whittled down, but 3.9, it's gone out the other way. Then it's a further 2.3 back to Jared Horn. Then we go to the battle with Alex Butson, who's moved in front of Nick Southerwood, as Spider had updated. That happened a lap and a half ago. Vaughan Main in there, and Chris Burt, young Angus Boyd, another 18-year-old we had on board with us for our press conferences here last night, something that you can see on CTAS Live as well. One of the better press conferences across our classes. Really enjoyed those last last night, and I'd certainly recommend you got, you know, all we see is a sort of like almost a ghost of person you can't see because they're in behind protective gear and a helmet, so you don't get to see the face of these guys. But when you see them in person, man, oh man, they're some top caliber men and women in our sport.
Southerwood goes up on Butson. This is the battle I've been watching. He comes back at him. That's at the hairpin. Southerwood goes up on the inside. Classical hairpin move, but overcooks it. Get back in there. Sorry, Neil Ritchie.
No, don't be sorry at all. We're going to see it on a live stream update here at the moment, courtesy of CTAS Live Euromark. Look at that. And down and under, Demon breaking on the inside. Look at that. Right. In fact, he has a double hesitation. He's got his knee on the ground. The side, see that? Gone out too wide, out too wide. So it was in and now it was out. So he had it and he lost it. So he didn't have it, then he got it, then he lost it, and then try and get it back. Fantastic.
Well, given his political thing about Trump, I bet he's the last person to put his knee on the ground, but he had to then. One gone down on one knee, but not for the BLM. You don't even talk to that around him. That battle's coming in and out of the hairpin. We're on 1 lap to go. The checkered flag is out. The checkered flag is out. We've got the lead bikes coming through. Set his fastest lap in lap 7. Carl Hooper, 1 set of tyres for the whole weekend. So it's interesting with a lead like that, so long a lead, he's actually getting faster and faster and possibly wearing his tyres out. Here's Jay Cavell. I mean, that was 6.4 seconds. There's Jay Cavell in 2nd spot. Jared Horn in 3rd spot. Across the line. Now we're looking out for Alex Butson and Nick Southwood. It will be Alex Butson. He's snaking all over the track, trying to break the slipstream, but Southerwood can see that. So it was Butson, then Southerwood, and we're looking at those 3 bikes coming out of the dipper. 3 of the, I think 5 left on the track. In fact, no, there's a couple more coming along there. 49 goes through Vaughan Main on the 650 SV Suzuki. Of course, they all are on this track at the moment. Chris Burt comes along there, and it is the last 3 bikes there as Neil Ritchie disappears to go and do the interviews. Angus Boyd, Joshua Double, and Al Weir. And the fastest lap of the race, a 1:39, way off the lap record of a 1:37.9, and that's set by Bailey Periton, and that's a wee while ago. In fact, Bailey's been out of that sport for 2016, so that's 4 years ago, but that's right. That's the boys are still going hard and strong. One more race for them tomorrow, early in the morning, and then we've got the New Zealand Grand Prix, which is also doubling as a points race. So 3 points races this weekend, 3 points races at Levels International Raceway next weekend near Timaru. 3 races at Hampton Downs in early March. Don't have the dates in front of me at the moment, and then we go to Taupo for the final round. Good to MNZ have pulled together a New Zealand Superbike Championship. It's not a last-minute thing, of course. They had to look along COVID time of what was going to happen and predict the future, which was nobody could do. But they've done extremely well and got a strong field here. Don't forget, folks, tell people there's racing on here tomorrow. Yes, you can watch it live at home, but it's better to be at the track and then watch it delayed later. We're going to go over to Neil Ritchie as... Got to get line of sight and see whether he's down there, down in the podium. All the bikes come into a thing called Parc Fermé. That means they can check their tyre stickers and that sort of thing, that their allocated tyres are on the bikes and that. They lead. 3 bikes go up to the Aon podium there and the NZSBK podium, get interviews and that. They're still part of the Parc Fermé situation. I'm not too sure how long they've got to wait. Sometimes we've had at the NZSBK, they've got to be there for 30 minutes in case there's any protests come in, but I haven't paid attention to that at the moment. We've sort of been doing other things. So Neil Ritchie, part of the Turbo Sound, he'll be joined by his son tomorrow. I'll be stepping down. They pulled me in just for 1 day to do my job, and then I'll be taking off my official shirt tonight and just enjoying the weekend and going and watching on the motorcycle racing on the bank. Excellent racing, folks.
Well, here we are straight away at our Underground Brown podium, and Jared Horn, welcome to racing. Jared, we haven't seen a lot of you down here.
No, this is actually my first time down here, and I was hoping on a bit more practice time, but yesterday was pretty trying with the wet conditions in the morning, and managed to get a dry run in the afternoon, and then thankfully we had another practice this morning, and good old Nick Southwood gave me a tow this morning, so got a few lines. Yeah. The Pirelli tyres are just sticking wonders out there, and Robert Taylor from KSS Suspension has hooked us up with a really good YSS shock, and it's just doing the trick.
All right, so what do you put it down to? This is a completely different track. You almost need a GPS to get your way around here. Everybody talks it as one of the hardest tracks to learn in the country, but you've done it with ease.
Oh, I don't know about with ease, but yeah, I did a little bit of research, watched some onboards, and picked a few brains about the circuit. Yeah, That's bloody awesome.
It is awesome. What a cool story. Love to hear that. Here he is, first timer and looking good. And for SJ, well, we won't ask what excuses you got, SJ. Luckily, mate, you managed to get your way back to here because you were back there. Hey, these young guys aren't too bad, are they?
No, mate, they're going good. As we said in the press conference, there's plenty of talent in this class. And, hey, I didn't have an answer for Carl today, so congratulations to him. But, hey, after the disaster of last year, not making it through the first lap, I just said, hey, look, let's just get some points on the board and we'll go from there.
Indeed. What all right, boys are talking about their tyres hooking up and how good it's feeling. What's it like out there on the bike for you?
Yeah, no, hey, Bridgestone tyres working really well. And I think we'll have the edge tomorrow when these boys' Pirellis start to fade away. The Bridgestone lasts longer, so look out, we're coming.
All right, SJ, nice talk, nice short. Carl Hooper, congratulations, Carl. Hey, I've got to ask you the honest question, mate. How did that happen?
I have no idea. I just, you know, I knew I had the pace. Those Pirelli tyres were sticking up a dream. And put the move on him down in the hairpin. And then, you know, I thought he was going to be right there, which he was for a few laps. And so I kept my head down, and then towards the end I just sort of eked that gap out and then just managed the rest of the race. But I got to say a really, really big thank you to Lee from KOP Racing, because my bike had some technical issues yesterday, and so he's let me use Beno's old bike, and without him, you know, there's no way I could even have raced today. So huge thanks to Lee, Pirelli Tyres, Hallenbach Haulage, Murder Crane High, all those guys make it possible, eh?
Well done, what a cool story. So there you go, folks, this is Pro Twin Racing. So all of a sudden we've got a little bit of an upset. SJ looking awesome through practice and qualifying, has a bit of a setback at one stage to third, but deservedly gets up to second. Jared Horn never been to Mike Perro Motorsport Park before. Bang, here he is in third place first up, and Carl Hooper turning the Suzuki Series into some great results out of Post Classics and then out of Formula 3. Bang, here he is on a different bike doing it in our Pro Twins today. Some awesome racing, part of Underground Brown, along with Mac Media and our friends from Pirelli, Aon Insurance, and brought to you here on Sky Sport Next. Stick with us, more 2021 racing.
Ready for the Dynoworks Supersport 600 class, and fireworks expected out there. Zach Fuller unfortunately lost 12 minutes of the qualifying session, still put in one flying lap there. Talked to him about it, he said they've got a hole in the radiator, they managed to patch it up there. and they've got a hole in the radiator, so that's the interesting thing. Now, what happens with the results? Any results we might call out are provisional only. They are provisional for 30 minutes unless there's a protest, and then they can be held. We won't get that information, so any results, you know, jump starts and that sort of thing might be to be included and that sort of thing, and any protests maybe can be doing that. So that's the situation. Anything we say is provisional, and the lap records we have, I think they're pretty reliable. I'm not trying to criticise what's going on, but they are what we have in front of us. So if anyone's got any information on it and incorrect, please get through a hold of us through Facebook or something like that, and please update it. But I see these ones as pretty well accurate, and that is us. We're only doing what we can with the information provided, and right now at the moment it is Dale Finch on pole position. Look at that, 4 different brands of bikes on the 5 different brands of bikes. We've had that at the Suzuki International Series. Triumph, Yamaha, MV Agusta, Kawasaki, and then Honda, and then we go to a Triumph, Kawasaki, and Suzuki, Yamaha, and Suzuki. So it is Dale Finch on pole position, Rogan Chandler in 2nd place, Seth Devereaux there in 3rd place there, and Avalon Biddle, and then Zach Fuller though. So we're ready for a start 5 line time when they go out of the racing. Dale Finch pops his wheel up there, and slows back a little bit. It looks like it's a dream race. Seth Devereaux's there, but Dale Finch, the pole position man, has got the lead, I think, into turn 1 until they go into braking, and then it may change there, Neil Ritchie. Yeah, what a superb, great start there. In fact, unfortunately for Zach Fuller, pulling a little bit of a wheelie back there, and although the moto cross-country rider finding himself in good form coming into this event with some great racing out of Wanganui on Boxing Day, not the perfect start for the man. In fact, wasn't the perfect qualifier, so back a little bit, but he's got some work to do. But hey, he proved it with Wanganui. That was no worry to be power poles were just like pine trees for him and his excellence of cross-country racing, doing it, yeah, on that Euromark corner. What a beautiful corner, holding their line so nicely through there on the Suzuki. As Zav Gas back there on the MTF machine. She changed the number to 50, celebrating 50 years of MTF finance in this great country. So proud to be behind her MTF finance in the bright yellow. As we see, of course, the MTF car is our pace car here at Mike Perry Motorsport Park this weekend as we unwind things here at the moment, and look out for this lineup. There's the 15 of Rogan Chandler on the Lazu Team Blue Crew Yamaha going for it at the moment, fresh from his victory in the overall run for the Suzuki Series as they pedal it round here through Southern Salvage S's and heading down. Could be a change coming up for 2nd place, looking for a dive to go up on the inside. Yeah, the Lazu man has done it. Yes, Rogan Chandler himself had an awesome press conference last night. Check it out on the CTAS update for the press conference. His words alone are worth the admission to watch it. Not that it costs you anything, folks, because it's all on YouTube and about to be, hopefully we'll see some of that coming up with press conferences coloured on the excellence of Sky Sport Next. Sky Sport 5 taking this coverage as well. Welcome to Tony Brown here today, our super sponsor. We love you, Tony, really. Well, the words is we appreciate you. Sorry, I should use as a bit of a Dale Finch is a man out ahead of Rogan Chandler. Go to Avalon Middle in there with Seth Devereaux, Zach Fuller, along with Nick Kane and Tarbin Walker. Man, their pace is on at this stage, and Dale Finch has spied at 2.1 seconds. That's a huge advantage. So here they are, the top 2. They proved it with qualifying. That's exactly as people predicted at the conference last night. Both Tarbin Walker and Seth Devereaux says it's between Dale and Rogan, but they're fighting out to be in 3rd place and putting all the pressure on those guys to make a mistake. But bring it on. That's a Dale Finch show. The ex-Speedway champions on fire. Oh, indeed, the gap across the start-finish line between Avalon Biddle. Avalon led Seth Devereaux by 0.07 of a second, and the gloves are off. Lady out there, the former New Zealand Supersport 600 champion on the yellow machine. But Dale Finch there had a lead there at 2.1 second. I think that's sort of remaining about static now. His fastest lap was a 36.9. That was his first lap, but he's had an amazing crash. It wasn't even a crash really at Taupo, British Motorsport turn 1. He was 90 degrees to the corner. As it comes through there, he spun around a full 180 degrees on the dirt, but the rules are if your handlebar touches the ground, it's a crash. He didn't, he rejoined, and then unfortunately he had a crash at the hairpin at Manfield the weekend later. But anyway, we don't want to put the commentator's curse on him. We want to have him out there doing some things. The Scott Structural Big Bush Farm sponsored machine, the Triumph 675. A depleted team this year with the sidelining of Ashton Hughes, who injured his elbow back in October here, and I see Ashton around the pits helping, and his mother and stepfather Sonia and Dave. They come down 5 hours drive down there to the night and the 2 days and that, and it's good to see them here. So with the team they own, Big Bush Farm, is one of the sponsors of this class, the Dale Finch and the Scott Structural team. So Dale Finch out the front there, 1:33. What is our lap record? A 1:33. There's Supersport 600 is 1:31.099, so nowhere near that record at the moment. I get the idea that that track's heated up there and it's quite slippery. So it is Dale Finch out in the front there, followed by Rogan Chandler, Avalon Biddle, and then we look back at Seth Devereaux and Zach Fuller. This is pretty much how they were on the grid. They qualified the top 5. In fact, the top 6 are there, all spread out there. We go back to another battle, and that is, I think, Nick Kane, Hamish Fox, and Jacob Pearce, the local Trevor Pearce, Yamaha man, Tarvin Walker, and Luca Durning rounding off the field.
All right, great to see out there. If we take the names away, I'll give you the brands. We've got a Triumph in front of a Yamaha, which is in front of a Kawasaki, in front of an MV Augusta, in front of a Honda. So there you go, 5 different brands in our top 5 placings. That is cool to see, because what you've got effectively is the different marks getting in behind their own riders and trying to get the dominance in the field. So well done to them. But look at that for the opportunity. The Scott Structural man just absolutely bolted through them there at the moment. So great to see. There he goes, Mr. Dale Finch, the ex-Speedway man on the Triumph Daytona 675, courtesy of Scott Structural Access Man Group, making heights easy, along with Dynoworks, Aotea Electric, Westland Limited, along with Pirelli Moto, Big Bush Farm Shoes Motors, Blacks Fasteners, and Blair Prince. So some quality sponsored by a quality rider. The ex-Speedway man. This is the New Zealand Speedway under 21 champions. We're talking Speedway. We're talking, yeah, Ivan Major, you know, the great sport of Speedway. This guy loves sliding. That's what he talks about. I love to slide a bike, and that's where he can get the control. He knows how to control and put the power on through a slide. That's what the skills at Speedway give us. And of course, you only got to look at young Cormac Buchanan, our superstar out of 150s, and I'm sure soon to be in 300s, and he'll show you what it's like to have a background in Speedway racing. So great to know that you can be from one part of our motorcycle sport and transition to another and improve so much. You only got to look at our superbike field and find out who didn't start their life as a young mini or junior or senior motocrosser, and go through and have a look at what skills those guys have brought to road racing as well. Part of the reason for that, of course, is we don't have a proper pathway as far as road racing is concerned, but you might have heard from our interviews with Steve Bagshaw and Dennis Charlotte, we are creating a new pathway for road racing and starting out with kids at young age on proper road racing bikes. Look out for more of that to come over the next couple of years. That will be fantastic, and look for the growth of that. So we're going to actually have some growth from kids coming through straight out of, literally out of kindergarten and going racing on motorcycles. Safe way to do it. They're doing it all around the world. It's a cool part of our sport. Bring it on with more mighty road racing, and look at this for some slow-mo work out there. Yeah, there we are. There's the 80 of Zach Fuller looking out there for the 11 in there, and oh, drifting wide, trying to get it. Oh, Zach for a wobble, absolutely, absolutely. The power goes on. This is, of course, a man who comes from a cross-country motocross background as well, so he's now turned it into tar. He's the current lap record holder on the little chicks at 150. And looks like our second place might have changed. Or if it hasn't, it's going to be super close. Here comes Avalon. Avalon's on fire. She's on attack at the moment. Avalon put it all on there. Rogan Chandler, you look out. The R6 man is looking hot at the moment. But I'll tell you what, 2.9 seconds. That's huge. Dale Finch in front of Rogan Chandler with Avalon Biddle hot on attack. And Zach Fuller, and looking out for that battle with Seth Devereaux. So Zach's managed to go past, but I tell you what, he was wild. And when I say wild, it's in his characteristic slide. And did he get it under control? You bet you did. And he was able to steal the show on Seth Devereaux. So some awesome racing out there from our off-road fanatics in there. Spiders the way to term it, the Speedway boys and the cross-country boys, telling the road racing boys how to ride it now.
Oh, definitely. And you might be confused by it. It's a Supersport 600. We've got two 675 brands of bikes out there. Now, this is because the 600 cc's, it's a 4-cylinder limit, but we allow 675s into it in our 3-cylinder. When the World Superbike started, there were 750cc 4s, 1000cc twins allowed, and 900cc triples. No one made a triple. Ducati made the 1000. It started off at 851 and grew from that, and the 750 was limit. So that's what's going on here. You've got 3-cylinder bikes versus 4-cylinder bikes, but Dale Finch on the Triumph, a class of his own. There's a battle on there, a serious battle. I think it's changed. Zach Fuller's got ahead of Zach Fuller's got ahead to Seth Devereaux. Now, that happened a wee while ago, but the battle is on. We've been watching this. Neil Ritchie alluded to it. Coming round the big Avon City Ford Rock FM sweeper there, it is Rogan Chandler and Avalon Biddle. They were 7,000ths of a second between two of the bikes earlier on. That wasn't those two, but right now it is a gap of 0.133 of a second, and the fastest lap on the track at the moment is a 1:32.3. 1:32.477 for Dale Finch. He's leading. He's increasing his lead. 1:33.124 for the last lap time. 1:35 for Avalon Biddle, and 33.543 for Zach Fuller. The only man to do his fastest lap in the race is Tarbin Walker, moves up from 9th up to 8th, so everyone else has settled down there, and that indicates to me that there's quite a slippery surface out there. The lead bike is going in through the Fulton Hogan corner, the Scott structural machine, and then we see the two bikes in behind Rogan Chandler with Avalon Biddle closing up, and Zach Fuller's broken away from Seth Devereaux, but Seth doesn't give it up. This is a bike and a rider that's a bike definitely that's won New Zealand Supersport 600 championship classes, races, and also Seth Devereaux has won a number. Can't recall whether he's won on this particular machine though, to be honest at the moment. I can't recall that. Tarbin Walker being reeled in by Luca Durning at the tail end of the field. So Luca Durning, a relative newcomer to the sport, he's running the Dentist Barracks Bar GSXR 600, and this was the bike that Richie Dibben won the New Zealand Supersport Championships on in 2020. We're 21 now, aren't we? 2021. Hopefully it's a better year, Neil Ritchie.
Yeah, indeed, and great to watch this racing brought to us by Dyno Works, your dyno tuning motorcycle specialist, full workshop repairs and servicing, tyres, parts and accessory, engine rebuilds, but more importantly, performance upgrades. People coming from all around the country are called into Dyno Works just last year and talked to Andrew down there, Andrew Rudd, the awesome techo at Dyno Works, and he was getting people coming from Tākega to see him about bikes and trying to get performance for their machine. So whether you're on the road or on the racetrack or just want to get a bike tuned and make it go better for you, he is the tuning expert. Dyno Works works with an X at the end. Proud to be sponsoring our sports Supersport 600 racing. All right, back to the action that we've got. Dale Finch, the ex-Speedway star, doing it well on the Scott structural bike, heading off in there with Rogan Chandler just ahead of Avalon Biddle, going back to Zach Fuller ahead of Seth Devereaux. So we've got our top two to contest the action out there at the moment, but I'll tell you what, it's anybody then for that third place. There was Seth, he looked the best from qualifying, he was back in third, but Avalon's moved up there and Zach's got it, so Seth feeling the pressure of young Zach Fuller there at the moment. I'll tell you what as well, Zach Fuller offered advice by Seth. Seth saying, hey, here's a young guy, I tell you what, I want to give you a little bit of a tip, and he gave him a tip. He's his enemy after all, well not enemy, you get the idea, he's a race rival, more politely, but the reality of it, he was helping him out. He said, we want talent like this in this class, and there's a guy, Seth, he said, well, you know, if I'm going to beat him, I've got to do it better than he does, but I want to see the guy doing better as well, so the whole class does better, lifting the profile. And to know that the lap record held by Demon Damo Rees, he got it here 4 years ago. I think that record's around for some time. Even Richie Dibben couldn't smash it here last year, and we know how great he was on those beautiful 600cc bikes. So bring it on for lap records and looking for some hot racing. This is the Dale Finch show, folks. He's all on his own. He's stealing. He's going for it. This is the battle out here. The blue versus the yellow. It is the Blue Crew Yamaha up against the MTF Finance Kawasaki out there, courtesy of Aussie Performance. Shout out to Aussie and the great work that he's done supporting Av over the years. This is a World Cup winning woman rider, folks. A Kiwi that's been on the racetrack. We know how well our Kiwis have done. Hey, what about it? 2019 and 2020, Courtney Duncan, our world motocross champion. This effectively has been a world woman champion as well in road racing. It's just called the Women's Cup. Hopefully it will grow into something bigger and better, and we can get Avalon back on racetracks. Hey, when we think of Catherine Prum as a former world motocross cup winner, along with Julie Manor as well, that is 4 women from New Zealand that have won world championship racing, more than any other country in the world. It's got that kind of credit, and we love it, being of course the first country in the world to give the woman the vote, and after all more equal in the world than any other country. So bring it on for great New Zealand woman racing. This is Avalon Biddle. Look at that. When you look out there, you wouldn't have a clue that that's a lady in there. She is one demon racer, and look at that on the number 50 bike, laying it right over. Look at it. In fact, there's a silhouette of the bike there. Have a close look at that, folks. You can't see her body. She's tucked right over in there, and she's got the cheek hanging off the side of the seat, and when she's tucked over like that, you look across the bike, you don't even think there's anybody on it. That's a beautiful low profile and some great work out there. The race going on is all that. We might find it's a beauty to fight for second place, but Dale Finch is storming. I did not expect that spider to see him out in the front by so far.
Yeah, well, it's a strong class. I'm also looking at a battle going into the Christchurch Casino Carousel. It is number 21, Tarbin Walker, and number 10, Hamish Fox. I did mistakenly recognise the bike as Luca Durning. They're both blue bikes, but that's what it is there, and they're going through the infield. Luca Durning at the tail end there, having some good solid laps. So this is the battle race long here. We've got battles all over the show. Who's coming through here? We've got Zach Fuller trying to get away from Seth Devereaux. Zach's last best lap time of 33.2. Seth a 33.4. Actually, everyone's slowed down by almost a second. In fact, 1.3 seconds Dale Finch has slowed down. This could be because he's getting a pit timer saying that 5.7 gap is enough. Rogan Chandler's gone from 32.7 to 33.2. And Avalon Biddle there in third place, 32.7 to 33.093 last lap. So they're slowing down just a bit. And the tyres, an interesting thing. I think the rules say 2 front tyres, you must qualify and do your first race on your tyres. 2 front tyres and 3 rears. Of course, all that's out the window if it's wet, but I don't think it's going to be wet this weekend. So battles all over the place. That Tarban Walker one, it looks like to me Hamish Fox has got past. Or is that the, yeah, that is over in the back of the field, yeah, through the Icon corner and going off to the hairpin. So that is not done and dusted with 2 laps to go.
And it's looking beautiful for this.
And out of the dipper there.
Sorry, Spider, looking much better for this fight going on here. The 80 out there of young Zach Fuller, the man out of Taupiri in the North Waikato up against Cromwell's Seth Devereaux. So the North versus the South, the red versus the multicolours in there, or really it's a red, it's a beautiful MV Augusta, the Italian stallion of motorcycles, a beautiful MV brand, as we have seen over the years in racing all around the globe. But this is the best in here in New Zealand, and great to see as the battle goes on. But look at that from the young man, Zach Fuller, that holds a lap record here for the little Jixers, the tiny little 150. Spent a couple of years in that class doing his sort of his introduction to the sport. This is his 4th season. They were the first 2 seasons, so effectively only a year between them. Then in that 3rd season last year, he was in Pro Twins, and he smoked a few guys in that one, and now stepping up to the big 600. This was the real steal of the year. Who was going to be the 3rd rider in the Team Rees Honda camp? And it has gone to this man, of course, Tony himself, the super veteran, and deservedly on our now Motorcycling New Zealand Hall of Fame. And now that he's sort of handed the mantle over to the 2 boys to continue the Rees brand, it was somebody else to come into the team, particularly on the 600, as Demon Damo and Mitch, of course, are on Superbikes. So this is a young man given the opportunity, and for the Rees family, they picked them. I tell you what, they had the choice of the stables, and they picked the cracker in there, and great to see Zach out there. His father, legend, Mr. Mark Fuller, at home at Taupiri for the running of the New Zealand Miniature TT Champs, or Motocross TTs as they're now called, which of course is the off-road dirt version of TT racing, which we have as part of the road racing spectacle, but the off-road version. Effectively what a TT is it's the more wide open and faster, and that's what you have at a circuit like Hampton Downs, and for moto what they have on the Fuller Farm with the Paddy Tonga Motorcycle Club under our family of events running racing.
Okay, we're on the last lap here, and it is Dale Finch in the lead. Where is he? He's coming around the big Rock FM speak at the Avon City corner. The battle's still on for 2nd place. Rogan Chandler and Avalon Biddle. It might be. This is going to be a drag race line. Dale Finch has got that. He's seeing the checkered flag there. Can Rogan Chandler hold off Avalon Biddle? Not quite. She's normally stronger down here, but it is Rogan Chandler there in 2nd place, and Avalon Biddle takes 3rd. And Zach Fuller there on the 2009 Honda. I think it's owned by Jared Lake, one of the commentators we've got now. Goes through there in 4th place on the 80 bike, and Seth Devereaux there on the 11 machine takes 5th place. So waiting for a further, when we look, Nick Kane coming along. So Rogan Chandler, former New Zealand 125 champion. Avalon Biddle, former New Zealand 125 and 600 Superboard champion. Seth Devereaux, a 250 champion, New Zealand champion, and a 125. So look at the strength of the field we've got out there. Might be a small field with 10 bikes out there, but it is still some hard charging racing. Best lap of the entire race, a 1:32.314, as I look over to a 1:31.99 Damon Rees lap record holder. So that still stands there. Damo Rees now moved on to the Superbikes, as has several other guys. David Hall's moved up there, and Richie Dibben has moved up there. So great racing at the moment. 2 races tomorrow. The final race of the day will count for New Zealand Superbike Championship points, as well as being the coveted New Zealand GP title. Thank you for all the staff around here, the flag marshals, the medical people, the timing people, the people at the gates, the people doing all sorts of jobs here. It's out hot in the sun there, and the people doing the technical checking, the people doing the dummy grids, the pit lanes, and all sorts of things. It's a hot day up here. We're hot up in the commentary box as well. We don't have the luxury of air conditioning, so we're going to poke a window out. We're going to poke a window out so we can get a bit of air there, please, Chris, and just get a bit of air coming through there. That's just, we can't open them up during the race because of the noise of the motorcycles, but right now Neil Ritchie heading down to pit lane to do the presentation. Tomorrow we'll be joined with the legend Brad Ritchie, Neil's son, and I'll disappear. I'll be sitting on the bank watching the racing from somewhere around the place. I'll be sticking around definitely, but thank you to the New Zealand Superbike Championship team for bringing me in for today. It's certainly something I value, that they trust me to come up here and have a little bit of chat. We're going to go down to Neil Ritchie there in pit lane. He's got the microphone, trying to look out for where he is. People are doing the high-fiving. That'll be Dale Finch's son there, or daughter. Can't quite see the back of the head there. Well done, Dale Finch.
Well, absolutely privileged to have the fastest lady in the world with Avalon Biddle, and Avalon, you were throwing everything at him, every chance you could get, but couldn't quite get there. What a cool race. How was it like to be on the bike?
Yeah, it was awesome. I can't complain about my bike at all. This was actually my spare bike. We've been having trouble all weekend, and we've swapped every part you could imagine on the bike. So huge credit to the guys helping me this weekend for giving me an awesome bike out there to ride. It felt fantastic, and I think the only thing holding me back was that it's the first race of the season, and I just was like, just get some points on the board, start off on the right foot. So yeah, tomorrow should be some more great racing out there.
All right, hey, there's one of the beautiful shots that we can see on CTAS is you going through the carousel with the camera on the outside. The way you're leaned over, we can't even see you on the bike. You are tucked down so low. How do you find it as being a shorter person, lightweight? Is that better for you?
It's taken a few years of practice to get my balance and to get the foot pegs in the right place that I can still reach them, but it's really cool to see there's some other young girls coming through who are really small in stature as well, and it keeps me going knowing that I'm probably showing them what's possible, and some of the other riders are pretty short too, so yeah, it's awesome to just be here and showing what girls can do. So massive thanks to my sponsors, MTF Finance, Kawasaki, and everyone who makes it possible.
Beautiful words. Here we are, Avalon Biddle. Fantastic. Here. All right, here he is, Mr. Rogan Chandler. I tell you what, mate, you could not let your guard down. She was coming.
Yeah, no, she had a few cheeky moments, you know, throwing it up the inside of turn one, and no, it was really good. A lot better than last year. You know, the first race here last year I crashed, so I can tick that one off. You know, there's a lot of nerves going into the first race of the season, and it can get to you a little bit. So I think we made a few wrong decisions with the bike, and it kind of cost us a bit, you know, wrong tyre choice, but I'm happy to finish the first one, get it out the way, and then we can go to sleep tonight and focus on tomorrow.
All right, indeed, that guy, mate, he was just getting further and further out in front. Can you beat him tomorrow?
I'll try my best, you know, and tomorrow will be different. We'll chuck some different tyres on, give it a go, but yeah, he's gonna make us work hard for it.
Great story. Thank you, Rogan. Well, here we are with Dale Finch. First of all, congratulations, Dale. Did it sort of feel as easy as it was looking, or you still have to work for that kind of victory?
Yeah, it did feel pretty natural out there. The heat was just burning, eh? Like, I got to about lap 7 or 8, and I was really feeling it. And I was like, just hold on there. Where's that white flag? Where's that white flag? And yeah, it come out, and it was happy days.
Indeed. All right, from a race point of view, did it go perfectly from your strategy point of view?
Yeah, it did. I got a good start. That's what I was struggling with last year, and I was looking at my lap timer, and I was staying in the mid-32s. Is where I really wanted to be. So no, it was all well. The last couple of laps I dropped off the pace a bit, but I was more thinking of staying on and finishing the race. But yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Indeed you are, and wish you all the best tomorrow. So here you go, the 3 class riders in our lineup with Avalon Biddle along with Rogan Chandler and Dale Finch, the ex-Speedway star, showing us which way is the winning way here. Part of our Underground Brown round 1 here of NZSBK, brought to us in conjunction with DynoWorks, your fine-tuning specialists out of Ash Vegas, as we welcome our other sponsors like Aon Insurance, along with Pirelli. Power is nothing without control. Watch those winning tyres action, and all of this coming to you on Sky Sport Next as we enjoy the best sport in the world. Let's go racing 2021 NZSBK.
Right, we're ready for the Norjo Motorcycles 300 class, Supersport 300 class. We had 390cc KTMs out there. We also have 325cc Yamahas, and I think there's a Soul Kawasaki out there, a Kawasaki Ninja. And a quality field and a big class with 21 bikes on the track. Qualified on pole position, Cormac Buchanan, the last year's New Zealand champion, the current New Zealand champion, the 150 Supersport class. He wasn't challenged very hard last year, and a lot of people sort of looked at him and he got it easy. He didn't have it easy, but now this puts him out there and shows you how good a class a rider is. And 0.792 seconds ahead of Caleb Gilmore. In second spot, we've got Harry Parker, Dave Fellows, Luca Durning, Reagan Bray, Shane Miller and Jason Hearn there on the 11 bike, who finished third last year. The Biggles Racing Machine, that's the top 8 bikes, the front 2 rows. Justin Maunder taking 6 seconds off his personal best here. That is incredible for the 27 machine of Justin Maunder. 59, Blaze Heaven, Kane Bentley, Logan Rowell, James Hoogerboosum, Dylan Byrne, Andy McLaughlin, Ollie Fura from Wellington, Samuel Mullen, Alistair Wilton, Esmond Williams, Maddie Berry and Eve Scrivener. I think Eve is wearing, yeah, she's at the tail end of the field, she's wearing an orange jacket. That's a sensible decision. Her confidence is not as strong as it has been, so that indicates to other riders when they're ready to pass her that that person is just lacking a little bit of confidence, and that's a wise decision, that's a mature decision, and I support that fully. So the lights, we've got 5 lights here, I'll count them down when they come on there, and then when they go out, we are racing for the 300 Supersport class. 5 lights all come on at once, they don't come on and they're ready to go, and Cormac Buchanan hits the whole shot there. And Caleb Gilmore on the mix there as well. Look at that, a big field as the MTF Finance Machine with a medic in there follows him around for the first lap. This is a good move, and follows him around for the first lap. We go into turn 1, the Flexbus corner here for the first of 8 laps for the first race of the season for this class. A new series, new class entry to the Suzuki International Series, and wow, what a class. It certainly proved with about 30 bikes on the track up there that this is one of the strongest, if not the, well, it is the strongest class in terms of numbers and competition in the New Zealand Superbike. Look at them out there, they're just crowding the track there as the number 28 machine, Cormac Buchanan, supported by the Burt Munro Challenge, amongst other people, there lead the field. I think that might be Caleb Gilmore, and with Harry Parker in third place. It could be another way around there. Neil Ritchie's got his eye on the camera, but oh, we got someone down there outside the Fulton Hogan. They are upright. They are walking away there. That set someone else up, so drama there. They are upright. They'll stand up there and now picking up their bike once they get the indication from the marshals. So that's right, they lost possibly the front end there. It didn't look like a high side. Didn't see the crash, just saw the dust, but they're picking up their bike. So that's good. That won't be a red flag. But Cormac Buchanan qualified 0.792 ahead of the second rider, but he hasn't got that at the moment. He's only got about 0.1 of a second, maybe 0.2 as they go into the dipper, the Aon dipper, and out of there for the first time of 8 laps. Look out for Jason Hearn there in 2, 4, 6, 8, 9th position on the 11 bike, the bright yellow.
And he's just overtaken 2 in the recent part of the lap. Spider-Man keeping an eye on him, and so too is CTAS Live looking out for the day glow colour there. So great work from Jason. Remember, of course, he was a man on the podium for the championship last year. He's got away to a slower start this year, but I'm sure you'll be seeing more of him to come. So great work out there as we line it up. Jason Wildcare at Oysters, 8 p.m.co.nz, 1919 distillery.com, the affinated Kiwi on the awesome Yamaha R3. To think back 2 years ago, this class dominated by the KTM 390, eligible for 300. We'll explain that for you a little bit later on. And also the fact that we had the Kawasaki's in there, but the Yamaha's become the dominant bike, and the KTM less prevalent than it had been. We've got the Kawasaki in there with the Ninja 300, but this new 325 twin Yamaha has been an exceptional bike, and it's part of the reason for the growth of this, because it's a very affordable production-based bike. In remembering these are production tyres, treaded tyres. We're not using slicks for these guys, and this is one of our cool introduction parts of our sport, and it's why it's growing again with a good younger average age than many of our other parts of the sport. So great to see the pathway towards racing is all on with this 300 class. Brought to us by Norjo Motorcycles. Your discount code, check it out, Ninja 400 when you're purchasing online. And of course, your authorised Kawasaki dealer and Kawasaki guaranteed genuine parts dealer, and at home right here in Main South Road, Christchurch. Bring it on with Norjo Motorcycles and our 300s away, Spider, and starting to sort them out. I'm sure we'll get a better run this time as we look out when they come across the line. Look at that, a pair of riders, then we've got a lone third, then we go back to a group, and then look at the swarm, an absolute swarm, which is great to see, and the slipstreaming and the over the shoulder and under the cut of the fairing will be exceptional to watch for these guys. Bring it on.
And lap record expected this lap round, being the first flying lap there, but I can tell you the lap record is 43.772. We have to go back to top 3 people all under lap record in qualifying. So here it goes, a new lap record. Oh, is it really? Is it? No, I've just got to do that again. No, we're close to it. 43.772. It's still 43.633. No, we are a lap record. We are a lap record. 43.7 down to a 43.6. That was expected, and that's by Harry Parker, and Harry Parker's in second spot there. So it might have been a bit demoralising with Cormac Buchanan getting .792, nearly 1/8 of a second ahead in qualifying, but already Harry Parker has showed that he's a force to be reckoned with, and we can see that in and out of the hairpin. 2 bike lengths between first and second. The fastest bike on the track is in second place. We go back a little bit to Dave Fellows on the 41 machine, helped by TR20, Dylan Telford, and his partner Joe. It's great to see. I don't think Dylan can afford the New Zealand Superbike Championships, the 600 class at the moment, so he's down here helping out Dave Fellows. He's in a lonely third there, and then we go back to 4th place there. Looking out for my screen, it's a white bike there. That is Reagan Bray on 69. Luca Durning, wow, he's having a good run there in the 21 bike there. He's double classing there. He was like the tail end of the field on the 600 Supersport class, but he's out there strong. Remember, we've got 21 bikes on the track. Caleb Gilmore, where's Caleb Gilmore? He's gone off the screen. He's parked up there somewhere. So, that's him. Maybe it must be him that crashed. He is okay. Whoever it is okay. So, Cormac Buchanan, Harry Parker, Dave Fellows, Reagan Bray, Luca Durning, Jason Hearn, Logan Rowell. That's the top 7 machines coming onto that front straight. We are lap record hunting. We've already set a lap record there. They come along that round. Long round, Avon City Ford, Rock FM corner there, and down the front straight there. So the gap was .449 last time round. We're waiting for the gap, .674. So a new lap record and fastest lap, 1:43.496 for Buchanan. He's up there, side against another rider there. He's on the right, yellow line, the commentator's green.
All right, there we go, looking at 11 coming on the inside. Nice work up there on the 69 of Dunedin's Regan Bray on the Race Supplies motorcycle replacement, Yamaha R3. So terrible start by Jason from his own standard, but starting to peel his way earlier on the race. We saw him overtake 2. He's just done another one there. As we look out, I'll tell you what a great photo to look here on C-Test before. We saw the Speedway man getting his leg out. Yes, indeed, looking as if he was going to use it for balance and poise. Yeah, you see that with the big guys. Don't worry, Marquez will do it in MotoGP as well. And Cormac Buchanan getting that leg out for balance as he whipped through the Southern Salvage Yeses here at mighty Mike Pero Motorsport Park. Bring it on with more great racing. But looking out for the 28 of Cormac Buchanan, the Invercargill superstar on the Yamaha Motors New Zealand, Yamaha Racing Development, Team New Zealand, JCR, Yamaha, Pirelli Motor, and this list of sponsors are huge, more than anybody else, I think, in our race program, courtesy of people like Carvin Lodge, Kennels and Cannery, E. Hayes and Son, the world's most famous hardware shop, the home of the world's fastest Indian, Boat Trans, Highpool, Southland, and of course Squadra Macatak. Check out the t-shirts and the apparel for Squadra Macatak. Massive thanks to Rex for your support of it as well. I'm sure he'll know what I'm talking about, but one of those generous sponsors putting into the kitty to help this man go to Red Bull Rookies, the world's greatest introduction. And this last year, 2020, with John Mir, the world MotoGP champion, he's the first candidate out of Red Bull Rookies to end up as a world champion. So Red Bull Rookies only been around a few years, but it's already proved the introduction path to our sport with creating the first MotoGP champion. So bring it on. There it is. That is the Cormac Buchanan show out there for a dynamic run at the moment. And then looking back to Harry Parker, it might have had the lap record earlier on by sitting back in second. You can watch him as well. Another silhouette of a rider. It's very low on the bike. He's a tiny pocket rocket when it comes to racing, and he certainly knows he can do it. And looking at the fastness still there. And yes, indeed, best time out there at 1:42.7 there by Harry Parker at the moment. So a Spider-Man, we're smashing him.
Yep, that's 3 lap records.
Yeah.
Harry Parker twice with Cormac Buchanan sandwiching in between. And you can see that race going into the hairpin there, the 2 lead bikes, Cormac Buchanan and Harry Parker's a bit stronger under brakes. Both bikes seem to be evenly matched there, showing they're well prepared. And third place there around the hairpin now is Dave Fellows. So fastest lap of the race, a 1:42.73 up by Timaru's Harry Parker. Larry, they call him. He's got all sorts of nicknames, hasn't he?
Yeah, the one that Larry was a little bit of a one. He didn't get that until about 2 years ago. He got that late in the year when he was working in Timaru Yamaha, and something came up and it just, the name Larry suited for whatever he'd done, and man, it just stuck apparently, and that's the name that he'd had. It started to fade away a little bit at the moment. Young guys, of course, they seem to pick up some nicknames. I'm sure there'll be a few others that he'll get before too long, and then the odd one will stick. So looking out for Harry. Look at how good this is. Man, oh man, the two guys. There they are, 28. Look at that, tucked in there at the moment, and then back to the 24. So that's the Harry Parker show. So effectively the Super South. That's Invercargill up against Timaru. Yamaha to Yamaha, both of course on the YZF R3. These beautiful little 325cc twin machines that are really punching out the poke as far as when it comes to the 300 class of power. So looking how good they are riding, and these very capable machines with some great two pilots on board, showing us just what this new Supersport 300 racing is all about, and why now we are breaking lap records. Some classes, e.g. Supersport 600, a long way off the lap record, but not with this class. These guys are smashing it. We've had the class out here now for 3 or 4 years in New Zealand. This effectively is our equivalent of a Moto 3. If you watch a Moto GP, look at a Moto 3. This is the intro class. Good opportunity to get into all these. The young pocket rockets and young kids as well. Hey, both of these guys are still teenagers. After all, Cormac's still going to school. So we've got plenty of opportunity. Oh, look at that for a lapper. Lapper there on the green bike, and the two boys, one up on the inside, one on the outside. The lapper doing the right thing. Hold your line. That's all you got to do. When you're a racing rider and you're coming up on somebody that's slower than you, you don't want them to be saying, oh, I'm going to move out of your way and quickly veer to the right or left, of which you don't know which way they're going. More importantly, hold their line, and as we saw on that occasion, Cormac on his left and Harry on his right. A slight disadvantage to Harry. Had to do a little bit more work to get round him, but hey, that's the joys of racing. The next lapper they come across, maybe it swings back the other way. Shout out for our girls out in this race. People out there like Eve Scribner and Maddie Berry. Well done, ladies. We will hopefully will have more following in the footsteps of our ex-world champion and woman superstar, Ev Biddle, who we've just, of course, seen on the podium from that Supersport 600 as well. So awesome to see up there. Esmond, Alistair, unfortunately with Caleb out at the moment, but I'm sure, don't worry, he'll come back. And again, people like Alistair Wilton that Spider was talking about before, all-round good guy, nice guy in our sport. Got a lovely TZ Yamaha collection, another Grand Prix bikes of yesteryear, the two-stroke era, and just an awesome part of our history of motorcycle racing. Spider.
And an OWO1 as well. I was up in the shed a couple of weeks ago, and he's got a beautiful OWO1. And I didn't have much time to look at his bikes. I've seen some of them before, but Cormac Buchanan comes onto the front straight in the lead as we got 3 laps now. It'll be 2 laps to go once you go past Harry Parker, Dave Fellows, Jason Hearn, Regan Bray, Shane Miller on the number 20 machine. Shane, another Jitsu Cup graduate from Sanson, just out of Palmerston, where the Air Force base is, Sanson O'Hakia Bulls. And he's got a new sponsor on board, and I know they'll be watching at home. Rachel and Mark O'Connor from Gecko Environmentals, the Portaloo people. But it's one of his sponsors, Lucas Oils. Okay, NM Moto, UK Leathers, Creighton Batteries, Flint-Type Panel Beaters, Gecko Environmental, Courtesy Motorcycles, Phil Turnbull, Speedy Science, Palmerston North, Brakes Plus, Pirelli, AGV, and EBC Levels Limited. Another one out there as well is Justin Warner. I've been talking to him about him. He's taken 6 seconds off his personal best there. Yeah. He had Stu Rodwell from TSS Motorcycles, not a Yamaha dealer, but come up there and said, here, take some cash. We don't want a logo on the bike, so he's handed him over some cash. He said, I like what you're doing. We're not promoting Yamahas and that sort of thing. He's a Triumph dealer and a now an Indian dealer and Suzuki dealer. So, Stu Rodwell, mate, you're a legend, and yeah, thank you for him supporting him. And this is right now on the track at the moment, the Norjo Motorcycles class. So sponsors are very important, and we now got onto Sky Sport on the screen. When you switch it on, you don't have to go hunting for it, and that will be the 4-hour show, I think. All the classes, not just the picking, not hand picking it. So let's capitalise on that. Let's pay back our sponsors and all that sort of thing. A great battle going on there between Shane Miller and another white bike there. Shane Miller, another white bike. He went up on the inside. I'm going to pick, that's Regan Bray, I think, on the 69. Indeed it is. This is now in and out of the hairpin. So 2 white bikes, hard to pick up, but Shane Miller, I think, has got the red leathers.
Somebody overshoots there.
Somebody overshot, yeah, that's a KTM.
I don't think that, oh, maybe it's a mechanical, maybe, yeah, okay, I think it's more than overshoot. I think they might be departing.
Okay, we're on the final lap of the first race for the 300 Supersport, the Norjo Motorcycles. The first race, the New Zealand Superbike Championships 2021. Number 9 goes through, and that is Kane Bentley on the KTM from the West Coast. Had a cup of tea with his father. last night, and a really good chat. And of course, he was a strong shower over at the Kane was. The father was a strong shower at the party afterwards. Over at Street Races 33 goes through, and that is Andy McLaughlin, a former New Zealand champion, I think. Andy McLaughlin in this class. Oh, I have to have cast my mind back there, but definitely up there right. And I think Eve Scribner there, she goes through, she's getting better and better, and she's followed by Ollie Fura. In fact, that's at the tail end of the field. I think Ollie might even be lapping her, but right now, 3 lap records so far. We had it set by Harry Parker, then Cormac Buchanan and come and snatched it back, and then it went back there to Harry Parker. So that's what's happening out on the track. Is that the lead? 2 bikes coming through?
Oh, look at this, look at this.
That's 41, 47 and 77, I think. Aren't the numbers much better this season, Neil Ritchie?
Oh, yeah, thank you, Spider. Some great work to push that in behind. Certainly, potentially some friends and enemies and the approach that we've taken on that. But more importantly, people are understanding that we want good numbers, and so do the people that are viewing on the screen. That's what's so important. Here we are now looking out for our fight, because we are right onto this one at the moment, the 28. Here we go with Cormac Buchanan, the man coming down to get the glory in the checkered flag. Is he's on his own, a far bigger margin than he'd had earlier in the race. So great work. Oh, yes, there we go. An overshoot out there on Southern Salvage. Maybe able to pick that one up at the moment, and quickly we'll have our first aid and recovery team get over there. Luckily it's on the last lap, or he's going to limp away from that one, but he is A-OK. That's nothing super serious, and more importantly, the bike well off the track, so we don't have to have a red. Well, in fact, we have gone to a red. We've gone to a red anyway. That's the right thing to do. Why? Because it means that instead of having a slow down at a coasting speed, we'll put the brakes on and do it much slower over that final lap. So that's the right thing to do. Well done to the officials making all the cool decisions. So here we are with our Supersport 300, Cormac Buchanan, the man doing it all the way there. And then back to second place with Harry Parker. Dave Fellows, more of a veteran and an older statesman in that lineup. And I say that unfairly because he's still a young guy, but the other kids are, if not still at school, just out of school. So it's the young guns of Paradise. Bad luck, of course, that we lost Caleb Gilmore early on. He would have been a star to have been put up in that top end of the field. But hey, Jason Hearn in the Inspider, 4th place. How good was that? What 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, all the way down. I tell you what, he's done more overtaking than anybody else in the field, probably done all day. So great work from him. It's showing more of him, and if he can get a better start, look for him to do some better racing later on, I'm sure.
So there's the list. Cormac, Harry, thanks. Window, please.
Oh, look at the cheers going on here from the crowd. Beautiful to see the winning factor in there, of course, the Yamaha motorcycles right out across the board. So well done through there, of course, with Cormac and Harry and Dave in their lineup. Great teams in behind them. Quickly, gloves off, helmets off, getting their sponsors cap on, remembering they're in full race gear. Man, this is what you call almost Le Mans kind of stuff, to do a quick change of rider from one to the other. But here we are now with the opportunity to get the guys in person. So fantastic to see. Harry's going to join us here first, and if he happens to be the first one up, we may be talk to him first. We'll know. We've probably still got time to get Dave up here, but more importantly, as long as whoever we've got up here will do the talking first. And look at that, the 2 Yamaha development riders looking to get the first overall. So well done here with young Dave in town. So looking good as we go. Well, first of all, Dave, 300's incredible racing out there. It's anyone's, but mate, you've got to take every chance.
Yeah, it's always, I know, really off the starts especially, really feisty those first few corners, and got a bad start and was quite tangled up with a few of the other riders. I didn't want to lose touch with these guys, otherwise I knew chances of a podium would be over. Yeah, I managed a couple of good passes. I was, a little bit off them, but I saw Caleb going down, so bummer for him. But yeah, these guys just took off, and I just managed to pull some good laps in and hold on to third. My wrist, which I buggered up, was like the last couple of laps, I was struggling to hold the throttle on, so I was like really stoked to see the last lap.
Well done indeed, well done. Oh yes, please, sorry.
A massive thank you to Dylan and Joe from TR20. They're not racing the Nationals, but they brought all my gear down and been here just to help me, so I just, you know, those guys are amazing.
Run, please, most welcome to get your sponsors in. The Harry Parker show, mate, yeah, you had him. No, you didn't, and you tried to get him back again. You stayed with him and then just sort of drifted away at the end. How did that feel?
Yeah, no, that was an awesome race. I don't know where everyone went. Me and Cormac just put our heads down and we went for it. I wasn't going to try past Cormac. I'm just here to bank points and hopefully finish top 3 in every race. And then we can try to get the championship. But man, the bike did nothing wrong. It was perfect. Massive thanks to Robert Taylor for the suspension. He's been working real hard for us and he's got the bike dialed in awesome. Massive thanks to my dad for the support, Brent Garvin and Steve Lloyd, the team owner.
Well done, great speech, absolutely beautiful. Well, Cormac from 150s to 300 and finally here with a championship, and you've picked up that golden win. How's the Mac attack?
Yeah, you know, extremely happy with today's race. You know, me and Harry, we just put our heads down. Hopefully Caleb's okay after his crash, but you know, I couldn't have pictured a much better race, you know, leading from start to finish. And you know, I had a lot of confidence coming into this from Manfield, and you know, it's just amazing to see how far we've come since 150s. So I just have to thank the whole team for making the best bike that they can. And yeah, without them, I wouldn't be where I am today. And yeah, onto the 150 race.
All right, there we are. So there's our Supersport 300 Norjo Motorcycles Racing. Well done, courtesy of Skysport Next, coming back at ya.
Right, folks, we're getting towards the tail end of the day. We are running a little bit late. That's what happens. I can tell you that Pro Twin rider that crashed out of the dipper, he is pretty much okay. He got knocked out, that's what happened, but when he woke up a couple of minutes later, he knew where he was, what he was doing and all that sort of thing. So it looks serious, but I can tell you that that rider is a-okay. Well, when I say a-okay, that'll be a 21-day stand down for them, so that's part of the sport, and that's looking after the head side of things, which is a hidden injury, but they are pretty cool. Georgia Elvin, I think, lining up there. Yeah, Georgia Elvin from Christchurch there on the bike number 73, the NPD, Nelson Petroleum Distributors machine, the beautiful blue machine on the 17. She's in third spot. On pole position is Cormac Buchanan, number 134 is Samuel Guthrie. Oh, Samuel Guthrie just about looped it there. Samuel pops it off the line and just about loops it. And Billy Fuller, who unfortunately did not get a qualifying lap. She tucked the front in the hairpin in the qualifying session. It takes off at the tail end on the Gixxer. There's a little bit of a parity difference there. The Gixxer Cups are quite a lower spec bikes than the R15 Yamahas, but I'll tell you what, expect the Gixxers to be up there somewhere fighting with the Yamaha R15. So they've decided to combine this class, and we've also got prize money from Redpath. Redpath chose to sponsor the Gixxer Cup class, and while it's not a separate class at the NZSBK, the prize money, the riders were asked for their bank accounts to get that money in there. I think it's $250 for first, $200 for second. It's a round win, and $100, and it's great to see Redpath. And that is Glenn Williams, former MNZ president, former lap record holder at a lot of tracks, and former racer, and he is a businessman, but he's decided to support the Gixxer Cup class. So who's bringing this class? It's Meccania Ducati, www.meccania.co.nz. You'll see on page 22 of the program the true Ducati specialists are supporting this class, and this is they're on Unit 5, number 93 Gasson Street in Christchurch. I'm here for a day or two. I haven't booked my return flight for a day or two on Monday, Tuesday. I'm going to have a look at the bike shops in town. Look at that big battle coming out of the Christchurch Casino and Carousel. 4 bikes there, all having a good ding-dong right now. No surprises there. Cormac Buchanan has cut it out into the distance, and he's got it easy here, but he's still double classing in that, and he's still got to keep his concentration. The hardest thing for a rider that's got no one in front of them is they can't zoom in and try and work out how to beat them and how to get around them and all that sort of thing, and it's maintaining your concentration. And the other difficult thing, and there's a number of riders doing it, Luca Durning's doing it, there's a few riders here doing double classing. Your bike's entirely different, and you've got to learn to adapt and just change it out, and just put all of your information from one bike out of your head and pull the other bike into your head and do that. So going across the line in first place, Cormac Buchanan, Samuel Guthrie in second place, Georgia Elvin there on the 17 bike there with the bright blue bike with the really bright helmet there. Aircraft technician, young lady doing aircraft work. Georgia Elvin there in third, Olivia Collard, Billy Fuller in there in fifth place, Hamish Boyd and Oliver Wright there. So that's
so what does that give us? 6 different winners today with Eve and Maddie in the 300s, Avalon out there. So there's 3, 1, 2 and 3. There's 600s, 1, 2 in the 300s and 3 in this class, so 6 in total. That's pretty awesome.
That's ladies?
Yeah, ladies, yeah.
Oh, you don't forget they're probably not ladies actually in the sidecars, but there's a few on the...
my apologies.
No, they are ladies, but once they've got their race faces on, an awful lot of them turn into the old Greta Thunberg faces.
Ooh,
and,
cut
you need that
out.
sort of... You don't need a pretty face to win a race, you just need a determination. So we've got a few in the sidecars as well coming up. Sidecars are coming up next, and then we've got the 250 production with 21 bikes on the track. This is just a support class here at the New Zealand Superbike Championship. Don't worry about that. They'll be out there doing it as hard as they can on the 250 production.
And for people to ask about the 250, the reason for that is, of course, that effectively the Supersport 300 globally has come along. The manufacturers have seen their 250 and they've really pepped them up, so it meant that these new bikes weren't, they were more competitive than 250s, and most of the manufacturers have gone to making a bike like that, so that's why the 250 have been phased out as manufacturers are no longer making a bike of that size. So these are older machines. they're really in demand. They're popular here at Canterbury. They're a class that'll be, when you see it coming up, we'll just be calling Canterbury rider after Canterbury rider. I think there's only one non-Canterbury rider that's in the class overall. So the reason it's that word support is effectively the 250 has been upgraded to become Supersport. It's a little bit why MotoGP from years gone by, being tiny bikes, have now moved up to a bigger CC capacity as well. So things evolve as our sport changes, as the manufacturers change, and that's a good example of it. But still a place for 250s on our program when we come to Canterbury. They love them and we do as well. All right, Cormac Buchanan, Samuel Guthrie, along with Georgia Elvin, going to Olivia Goddard, Billy Fulton, Fuller, my apologies, in there. Hamish Boyd from Oliver Wright. Well, what are those guys going to be saying further back in there? And the Yamaha dominates. Yes, it is a more superior motorcycle, and that's nothing from brand to brand. It's just that it's a different bike with different power as compared to the Gixxer, so that just the manufacturers made them different, but still with the Gixxers in there, good opportunity to see them out there. Billy, the best of those Gixxers as well. I tell you what, the 250 going into the bank account, should be waving that in front of brother Zach's face and saying, no, I've won more than you today. So that'll be a little bit of fun to be had. Wouldn't be a bit of entertainment to be at the kitchen table in the Fuller household for that, Spider.
How the hell is her old man still alive, Mark? A motocross expert, dirt bike expert, mate. He was telling me of some of the crashes he had, the air he's seen, and the ground he's seen, and the dirt. How the hell is he still alive? But
and as far as cross-country racing in New Zealand is concerned, he's in the legends category of what's gone on in the last 30-odd years of the sport as well. So we're not talking about just in the last short while as well. Spider, around a long time. Put people like Paul Wilson in that domain in cross-country racing as well. Man, he's a guy that when he was on as a younger guy, he was a champion, and in their class many years, mate. Once he turned 30s pluses and moving into veterans classes now, and mega vets or super vets as they're sometimes called it, over 50, he can still smash the best in the country. So an awesome pilot and pretty darn good.
I was talking to his wife this morning, and she says, I could hear him. He was the loudest guy in the pits last night. I wanted him to come to bed because he was making a bit of noise, but that's right. We were having a couple of brown Powerades and just swapping some stories, and I think that was in Justin Maunder's pit, and great to, that's what I enjoy about the weekend. I don't actually enjoy the job commentating. I do it, and that's all right. If they want me to do it, I'll do it, but if I'm not, I enjoy things. But it's the actual whole camaraderie of the weekend. I come in here on Friday and I'll be leaving on Monday, and getting on with things and doing some other things, motorcycling and some entertainment. But a great battle out there by the tail for Olivia Goddard, Billy Fuller, Oliver Wright and Hamish Boyd there. We can see them coming into the dipper as we see 34 go through the second place bike. Look, lap records. I'll tell you what, we got some news here. Lap record for Supersport 150, Cormac Buchanan 59.061, 56.791, so that's about 2 seconds off there. We expected that. Now, nothing's changed on these bikes in the last 12 months. Nothing's changed in the rules. Hello, we've got someone running very wide on that big sweeper there. They pick it up there. That'll be an underpants but changing moment, and they lost a couple of places. But a 159.061 and a 156.791. In fact, if we have a look, 202 is best speed's time for Samuel Guthrie. I'm going to have a look at the Gixxer 150 lap record, a 204.6, a 204.6, and that is Zach Fuller. The fastest of the Gixxers out there is a 213, so nowhere near that lap time, but it still doesn't stop them producing.
And the reason for that, Spider, is that we haven't got the volume then we haven't got the slipstream effect, because that's what's so vital with those. Because my favourite story is young Cameron Goldfish, who got the fastest time in the lap record at Manfield, yet he finished 11th in a race in the Suzuki Series because he was getting sucked along. Literally, if you know about slipstreams and understand what they are, it's a bit like our great Guy Martin going for the fastest record on a push bike. They literally put him behind a mobile wall so that he could, it created a slipstream in itself, and literally that terminology sucked him along. Hey, Spider, the cool thing to talk about here, and the CTAS coverage is covering it well. We've got the Yamahas, the dominant bike here. You've got Cormac out in front, bang, time for a cup of coffee. Look for second place, way back. Look for third, just a little bit. But then look at those three Gixxers. You see the three of them in there? And that is so cool. There's Billy, Hamish and Oliver. The other three riders. Throw a blanket, cover the first two, and the other one just a little bit behind. But from first to third, there wouldn't even be 1 second out there on the racetrack. So that's the coolness of having similar bikes. But unfortunately, they're not quite as popular here in the south as they have been in the north. That's where it grew out of the Suzuki Series, a North Island-based international road race series held prior to Christmas each year. So there's more of them up there. And of course, there's not the budgets to be moving around the country as you said. But you watch this class; it'll grow once we're at the North Island for rounds 3 and 4 at Hampton and at Taupo coming up in the 1st and second weekend of March for the finale of this NZSBK 2021. Bring it on. The white flag is out there fluttering and breezing. And yes, so much for Cormac. He's way out in front. That's a huge advantage. Smashed the lap record. One of the biggest margins of smashing a lap record we've seen in a long time. But I'm loving that fight for the Gixxers. They're the three at the back of that other Yamaha. Look at them, the first two. Well, I think that you're actually seeing Hamish and Billy changing, but Billy keeps getting the credits as they line up. So there's your third of Georgia, just going past on that bigger bike. What a protege she is in that Helicraft team. Also, look out, Seth Devereaux. She's going to be the #1 soul setter for that team. You look out for her to be in the front-running limelight for the photo shots. And there they are. Now that's the Gixxers. 1, 2, 3. As quick as that, as they cross the line. And they have changed. Hamish has got in front of Billy. So there we go. It has been the change. It's stuck for the first time. It's changed in other times during the race, but by the time they've come to the race finish point, the Brian FM feature finish line here at Mike Perry Motorsport Park, that they've gone back this way, so it hasn't showed the changes. But yes, it has been the white flag into our final stages. So Hamish, Billy and Oliver out there at the moment. Their differences between them are 0.3 and 0.4. So 0.7, I'm saying it's about a second. It's actually less than that, 0.7 of a second to separate first Gixxer from third Gixxer, separating probably $150 on the checkbook out there in that super space. So coming down towards Euromark, if they're looking for their bank account number at the moment, Spider, there's an opportunity to maybe make the part. Oh, Eurobike, look at that, just goes in a little bit deep. Oh, luckily to come out of that one. Would have thought the margin between first and second, but I think second went down there. There it is, Cormac in front of us. He's cruised. He's come home for the victory, but all the fun is watching this fight for third place. There might be three of them further back. Now, the lesser CC by only a couple of CC capacities, but slightly smaller, but more importantly, a smaller motorcycle, a less powerful motorcycle, but more importantly, all the same motorcycle. And that's why you're seeing the three of them grouped together. And it's awesome to watch as they come through the Christchurch Casino carousel for the final time, Spider.
Over 2 seconds off the lap record, and as I tell you, the specs have not changed. 34 goes through in second place, 30.3 seconds ahead behind Samuel Guthrie there. So looking out for third place, it's Georgia Elvin there on the number 70. She's done very well this weekend. She went to line up in pit lane to go out yesterday, and because it was an MNZ event and she didn't have a tail light on, a red light, she had to be sidelined, which just lost her valuable practice time, but she learned a valuable lesson about preparation of bikes. That's right, I don't care who gets picked out. It's as long as the rules are evenly policed there. And she was a bit disappointed. I said, put that behind you. It's like going into a corner and mucking it up. You've got to do it the lap later there. So more importantly, it's the lack of time she got on the track there from yesterday. So she's got out there and got into third place. And Olivia Goddard has been put in behind as Hamish Boyd's got through there and gone up there. As both Georgia Elvin and Hamish Boyd set their fastest lap times in the last lap, all the others in different laps. So the final rounding there was in fourth place. It was Hamish Boyd, then Olivia Goddard, Billy Fuller and Oliver Wright. So Yamaha, Gixxer. So thank you very much to Glenn Williams and the crew at Redpath for putting up some prize money for this. And of course, don't forget www.meccania.co.nz. You can read that correctly on page 22 of the program. And that is the sponsor for this class. They have merged the Supersport 150 and the Gixxer Cups. They qualify, the Gixxers are suitable for that class, so they've merged them because there wasn't quite enough entries in the other class. So Sidecar's coming up shortly as Neil Ritchie's disappearing down to do an interview on these riders. It'll be the top 3 overall. This is a New Zealand Championship class and the Gixxers are eligible. So some of it's going to be about reliability and finishing and that sort of thing. So don't be surprised if there's a Gixxer Cup bike amongst up there. And Billy Fuller, outstanding ride there too, because she is one that crashed in qualifying and lost that entire 15-minute session and started off the back row, only the second row. So the more importantly, it's about the lack of track time that young Billy did, and an outstanding motocross rider as well, and the brother of Zach Fuller. So Billy Fuller, only about she's 17 years old. She's about 3 foot nothing, or a little bit taller than that, and power to weight ratio is good. But yeah, it's great to have that family at the track in force. We are running a bit behind time, folks. We're getting through the program as much as we can. Sidecars are coming up shortly. You may hear the calling for them. They gave a 5-minute warning, a 2-minute warning, and then a 1 minute. They say the track is open, and a lot of it's about the tyre warmers that riders have got. Smart riders will hang around for as long as they can. It depends where you are in the pits. Once that gate's open, you've got a very short period of time to get out in the track. Otherwise, it's a pit lane start. I can't recall today a pit lane start for anybody. I didn't keep an eye on it, but I can't recall recall anybody having a pit lane start.
Well, here we go to get Georgia on the podium for the first ever time in ZSBK. What makes an aircraft engineer want to come racing motorbikes?
I've got to spend all that money I make on something, I guess.
Oh, that's a cool answer indeed. So, how about it? What have you enjoyed about the sport and coming to join us? How cool is this?
Oh, honestly, coming from Speedway and not getting a lot of track time, it's a bit of a change getting to ride at least once a month and get a good amount of track time. And only been riding less than 2 years, I think, but I'm enjoying it, obviously.
Have you heard the truth or the rumour, whichever way it is, that you're the better looking one in the Helicraft team? Will you put that to bed?
Oh, of course I am.
Well done indeed. Hey, congratulations. We hope to see you back here tomorrow. Well done. Cool stuff.
Thank you.
Well done. Hey, how's that, Olivia? In awe of this, and certainly something special. Samuel, well done. Sam's a man. Hey, mate, Wheeler's off the line. How cool was that? Was it a fright to you?
Yeah, it was. I popped one wheelie, then I popped another one afterwards. Yeah. Yep, it's good.
All right, so how are you feeling about the race performance? Did you see which way that guy went?
Yeah, he had a good start. He had the whole shot, so all three of us had different gaps, so it was good. Yeah.
All right, nice to see. Well done. Here you are. Right, for those that are thinking it's a mirror image, yes, it was from the last moto. 300s, 150s, just to make it challenging. We'll put them back to back, Cormac, and not give you any gaps in between. How are you feeling right now after you've just started races like that?
Yeah, I'm a bit sunburned, but yeah, I'm a bit tired, but a good night's rest tonight will be a good idea. But yeah, you know, it's definitely challenging going from a really fast and tough and demanding bike to a slow 150. But yeah, you know, it was a great race out there. Got the whole shot and just kept the gap. So I'm really pleased. Good job to Georgia on her first podium and Sam. But you know, bring on tomorrow.
Bring on tomorrow, yes indeed we do, courtesy of Mechanica, the home of Ducati here in Canterbury. Another fantastic podium brought to you as part of NZSBK Underground Brown and the first round of our championships too. A great run going out there with our first up to Georgia. Here with Sam and also to Cormac. Back-to-back performances. Your future champions are right here, folks. NZSBK 2021, bring it on.
Right, I'm happy with 10 sidecars on the grid. That's 20 competitors, and on pole position, number 73, Barry Smith and Stu Dorr. Then we've got number 99, Andy Scrivener, Tina McEwen, number 12, Adam Unsworth and Bryce Rose. Then in fourth spot there on the second row, we've got Dennis Charlotte and Dan Jenkins. There we go to the Lawrence brothers. These guys have been racing for about 30 years on the number 11 machine. And then Gordy McEwen, Louis Scrivener. Then we go across to the next row. Hello, somebody's moving up there. Yep, then we go across to the next row, and it is indeed number 69, Mark Halls, and Michelle McLean. 67 is Dave MacArthur with Doug Corns on the side, his first sojourn down the South Island to compete in sidecars. 28 is Tracy Bryan and Joe Mickelson, Daryl Flynn and, Daryl Williams and Brian Flynn, 38 there from Waverley, just north of Wanganui there on the last row on the grid. And this will be fireworks. We've got 8 laps to go, 8-lap race for the sidecars. Nothing's been shortened at the moment. It was due to start at 3:45. We're now about an hour later, and then we've got the 250 production after this. So cooling off there, something going on. They're cooling off. We've got a bike stalled. In fact, we've got the Lawrence brothers have stalled. So they'll have to push this bike off to the side or restart it. They got their hands up, they're doing their thing. Okay, so everyone warms their bikes up then. Wendy Ashmore Guy then, she's gone back into the front there. She holds the board up to tell everyone to just cool it a little bit. And now there's a problem with that bike number 11. So they're going to make a call here because the bikes will be overheating, but it looks to me like they're underway again, the Lawrence brothers. Indeed, the way Richie Lawrence doing the hanging off there, that bike is underway. So that might ruffle people's feathers, but we are going underway. The lights will come on. 5 lights are on all at once there, and ready for a start. And tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Oh, they're underway. Barry Smith gets a start. You can see the smoke popping out on that two boys. But in the meantime, then a brilliant V4. No smoke coming off the tyre there. That is Anna Unsworth and Bryce Rose there. They take off there through the centre. Tracy Bryan, Joe Mickelson get off the start quite difficultly. They had a problem in qualifying. Didn't even do a lap there. We've got a red flag out there. A red flag out there. It's almost like they may not have switched that off. So I don't know. I'm not going to call on that. The people upstairs can see more than we can see. So there's a red flag there. So they will do another lap. They will come back into Park Vermey. And that's going to mean another warm-up lap as well. So hopefully they've got enough motion lotion on board, the petroleum on board. So hopefully Carl Cox is watching. Carl Cox supports 2 of the big machines out there and sponsored the sidecar class at the Suzuki International Series. And either Carl will be watching live. He's probably in Australia now, lives in England quite a bit, but I think he's in Australia in this period of time. And if he's not watching now live, I know Carl will be watching this later on CTAS Live. So Carl, thank you for your supporting the sport. Not a Kiwi, but loves New Zealand motorcycle racing, does the Higher Sun Cup sponsorship as well, and also Damon Rees and BSB, amongst other riders there. There's a lot of people have had or still have Cal Cox Motorsport supporting them, either in a big way or a small way. Taking a lot of Kiwis over to the Isle of Man, and even the World Championships in sidecars particularly. Sponsor is Michael Dunlop, and just a man who just loves his motorsport. Carl Cox, a world famous DJ, and I never knew much about that music, but certainly quite often I'll put that on the background and pick it out on YouTube and listen to that. Oh yes is on the side of those bikes. That is one of his brands. And the boys in the Carl Cox crew over here bought him a brick. The cemetery circuit this year, they laid out some bricks there. There are a couple of hundred of them there. They raised some money, I think about $150 each, and you could buy a brick or a series of bricks and put them out there, and the boys respect them so much. They got a Carl Cox brick there with oh yes on it. So that's on the start finish line, and a great initiative to cement cemetery circuit in the history. So it's not just a racetrack on Boxing Day every year since 1951 with a couple of gaps there. A 70th running this year. I can add it up for you, but there was 3 gaps somewhere else and 3 midwinter meetings that made up for it. And Carl Cox, absolutely keen to have you out there. Okay, so the organisers are just working out what's going on here. We have one retirement earlier on, not a retirement. Now, is he even listed in the program? Graham Harris and Mark Woodhouse on the 31 machine was smoking this morning in qualifying or in one of the practice sessions, so they've all been parked up, and something going on out there.
Yeah, certainly some questions to be asked. The Mega Motorcycle Centre, and of course, Mega Motorcycle Centre, stockists of the South Island, largest range of motorcycle tyres, parts, accessories for any bike and any brand, race engine rebuilds, race suspension setup, diagnostic, electrical, brake declaration, along with recertification, tyre and parts fitting, tuning, bodyworks, aftermarket, genuine parts, servicing, woofs and puncture repairs. The list goes on. Of course, offering a full range of race, road, adventure and MX preparation services for the full range of premium products and clothing, helmets, certified back and chest protectors, gloves, boots, stands, tyre warmers, tools and much more. CAMS, Bears and MCI plus Pioneer Trials Club members receive a 10% discount on all products in store, and coming to check out our Super Race tyre pricing. Also dealers of Premier, Enduro and Trials bikes, Gas, and a full range of the best Trials and Enduro tyres in store as well. So what hasn't it got? Of course, open weekdays from 8:30 till 5:30 and on Saturdays from 9 till noon. The Mega Motorcycle Centre at home at Wilson Road here in Waltham, Christchurch. Bring it on, sales and parts with Sam out the front and the workshop run by Dennis himself. Mega Motorcycle Centre, proud to be behind our sidecars today. And of course, the man at Mega Motorcycles himself, Mr. Dennis Charlotte, is one of those involved in the class out there on his number 83 machine. Super swinger on board as well with Dan Jenkins. They're on the LCR Suzuki. Of course, LCR, Lewis Christensen Racing, and makers of a quality world-class chassis. Looks like it's all clear. Whatever the drama has been, they're going back out on the racetrack. The Boss Engineering machine is first out, followed by the sponsors sticker of Team Scrivy there. Ex-Taupo Plastics man, and then going back to the Carl Cox Motorsport number 73 of Sir Barry Smith. A pilot in his veteran years, an all-round good guy, and more importantly, an ex-world-class sidecar competitor, formerly from the UK, now making New Zealand his home, and getting away with a great... I suppose you'd call it swan song of racing right here in New Zealand. Carl Cox Motorsport, City, Honda, Palmerston, all shout out to the team at City Honda, and also to Protect Developments, Super Finishing, Sidecar Shop, Motul and Shoesy. All right, Spider, that seemed to have taken some time. Oh no, we're still waiting for one more. Sorry, that's what the signal is. Oh, the mechanics are pushing it. All right, so there we go. Is that the Formula 2 machine? Is that Tracy and...
Oh, that's a bit of a disappointment. Indeed, it is the number 28.
You're not on, Spider?
Oh, that's a bit of a disappointment. Indeed, it is the Formula 2 machine. They had a stone in the front wheel, which almost damaged the front wheel in qualifying. Now, I can tell you what's happened with that red flag. I wonder whether they left the lights on and then. No, they didn't do that. What had happened is there was a competitor in the wrong box. There might have been two swapped over, and that caused a protest last year where they started the race in the wrong allocated position, and the organisers have got the memory of that, and they're running to the rules correctly, so that meant that the race was, the start was invalid because they weren't in their right position, and they called a red flag. So good on them for being diligent, and it's nice to see. I haven't even been upstairs in the control box there. It's a place I don't normally go, but I thought I'll just pop up there and see what's happening. I didn't have to. I just popped out the door, and Monique, the top of the food chain here pretty much, she come down. She was already come down to tell us what the situation was so we can inform the people. So that's good. What a well-polished crew we've got this weekend.
Yes, Spider, to be honest, I did that in practice earlier this morning before we went live, and just went up there. I haven't done that before. I've shot up and down there probably in spending, 10 minutes maybe. It's the most time I've spent. 7 people were up there, and man, have they got their finger on the pulse. And if people want to know what goes on behind the scenes, that is just huge, because, 7 people, all different tasks, all their own jobs, all keeping their cool, a tight area, and nobody getting out of hand. And it takes a huge amount to control an event like this, and that is the Pulse, the epicentre, and doing a magnificent job this weekend.
And what happens here is, for the last few seasons, it's not as fragmented as it was previously, where individual clubs are involved, but they've got the same management touring through the countryside to keep consistency in the NZSBK. So
what you're saying, Spider, is that fourth gap probably won't get filled this time. Whoever came up to fill 4 was doing the wrong thing. Is that what you read by that?
Yeah, possibly. I can't remember who was who.
Well, the other thing too is that
Dennis was 4th. So he's in the right position. They would have had a talking to. So
has it been the fact that we've got these machines that have come up right? Oh no, they're allowed to come up to the line. We haven't got the staggered row like we have with the 2-wheel versions. No, I don't see anything different. That's the thing. You've well explained it, but I don't see anything different. There's not a gap for anybody else to take. In fact, if anything, somebody's come up to take the place of Tracy. So I'm confused.
No, I actually saw it. I've got the qualifying here, and I said, whatever it is, it's in the past now. We just got to get on with what's in front of us, and all the riders, hopefully they've got enough motion on board to keep enough laps in there. So some drums and cymbals, all that nice engineering. Not as much smoke off the tyres from some of those top riders there as they spun up there, as they went off there. But it looks to me like number 73 going into turn 1, Barry Smith, and they were so close to that record. In fact, we've got a bit of time as they evolve there. Let's find the right paper with the lap records on. I tore that in half before. Lap record for Sidecars 138.093, 139.69, 138.339. So we're only 0.3 off the lap record in qualifying. So Barry Smith, 61 years old. Well, he was on Boxing Day. It wasn't his birthday, but I got corrected. I thought he was a little bit older than that. But Barry Smith, mate, he's 61 years old. So the heat of the sun will be not helping the situation. The heat coming off the bikes will be not helping the situation, but it's the same for everyone out there. It's all the same. 8 laps we've got in this Mega Motorcycles Sidecars class, the first race of the New Zealand Superbike Championships. I think pretty much everyone out there was involved in the Suzuki International Series, so they're all race sharp. Indeed, I'm just going to have a look through there. The only one was
Dennis and Dan.
Dennis and Dan, you're right, they weren't because they had a blown motor.
Yeah.
That's right, but they also raced down at the Timaru Southern Festival, the Classic Festival, the Southern Classic there in late November. So yeah, you're right there, Dennis and Dan Jenkins on the 83 machine. So already sidecars spreading out. We only got the one Formula 2 machine out there. That is Mark Halls and Michelle McLean, and they won the Suzuki International Series Formula 2 class. You can see them on the 69 bike. They've got a yellow number board which indicates they're a Formula 2 machine. They're not being scored separately. New Zealand Superbike Championship's got to have a minimum of 6 on the grid to start a class, and if they had 2 classes here they wouldn't have enough sometimes in Formula 1 or Formula 2. So merged together, and I know the Lawrence brothers rode a machine for many years. It's a DMR, I think, chassis, and that was passed on. That was a 600cc machine, and that was passed on to Tracy Bryan and Steve Bryan, and that was painted pink, called Pinky, and that's just been sold back to them as well. So they've got that Formula 2 machine back, and that's an Ex-Island Man winning bike. Looking over onto the hairpin, it is Barry Smith and Stu Dorr out there in the lead position, and Adam Unsworth, Bryce Rose, and Andy Scrivener. Look, he's fighting everywhere. He's about 8 or 9 times New Zealand sidecar champion with Tina McEwen doing the passenger. I think they've got 2 New Zealand championships under their belt as a team together, but they are just hounding that number 12 Aprilia. That's the bright green Kawasaki. Bright green, this is Suzuki. It's an RSR chassis, a copy of an LCR, the Louis Christian Racing, the Swiss machine, so it's made in England. So Andy Scrivener, mate, out there, and look at him, he's going to fight all the way because he knows that Barry Smith and Stu Dorr again. He gets it too, he gets it coming into the, what's that corner called now? Southern Salvage corner, he gets it, so he's going hunting. But that big V4 Aprilia, mate, this thing punches out of corners quite well. Then we got in 4th place Dennis Charlotte and Dan Jenkins, number 3 in the New Zealand Superbike Championships last year. Then we go back to Mark Halls and Michelle McLean, and then it is the Lawrence brothers, Gordy McEwen and Louis Scrivener. The Gordy McEwen and Louis. Louis is the son of Andy Scrivener and Vicky. Vicky's here as well. First time she's been down to the Ruapuna New Zealand Superbike Champ since 2005. Busy with business, busy with that. That's one of the byproducts of it slipping a bit forward into the 9th of January, and she can get down here. So Vicky, happy to be here, I think. Oh, certainly is. She is if she's amongst that crowd. They're all poorly trained apes, especially Gordon, but they're all good, you know something. They're all good people. So are most of the people, well, everybody around, of course they are, including you. Yeah, okay, where's that lead?
Well, if we look at Barry Smith, I tell you what, Barry, a very lucky man. Barry with the swing of Tracy at the time went straight ahead at Icon, and they ran out of brakes and they went over to the wall. They caused a serious stoppage. They were wounded and winged for quite some time, and it was a serious halt to racing. And Barry then wasn't back the following year. He really took 2 years to come right after that incident, and now here he is coming back to his bogey track and ready to put it all to rest and go out and do what he does so well, and that's win races. So great to see him out there, the number 73 with Stu Dorr, of course, formerly a swing
swinger with Adam Unsworth, but Adam's now got Bryce Rose and Stu as well, taking on the work with Barry Smith. I'm sure Barry was looking out for a pilot once Tracy had indicated that she was going to get out and do some racing on her own. The all-girls team, formerly the Pink Machine, with Tracy and Joe out there in their Carl Cox Motorsport City Honda ProTech Developments machine, the F2 bike, sidecar, should use the terminology correctly, that's unfortunately parked up here in the pits. But it is the Barry Smith show out there showing us which way is the leading way, and certainly now Spider, once they've got this F1 machine going, because they did have problems and had to go back to their F2 machine last year, so they didn't get the credits overall because this machine was causing some grief. But I can tell you what, with the hours that Barry has put in during 2020, it is looking super fast for 2021. NZSBK Sidecars with Mega Motorcycle Centre, bring it on.
Oh, and of course, Steve Bryan has put some hours into it as well. So, yeah, beautifully, facilitatively prepared machine. If you get some time to go around the pits, make some time, take your family down there, get a photo of them sitting in a sidecar. Be aware that they are racing motorcycles here, and it's critical to get their bikes tuned up. But they're all approachable, and there'll be possibly a time somewhere where you can sit in the sidecar and maybe get a photo of it. Sit on the side, hold on to the handles. They'll tell you if the exhaust pipes are still hot and where to sit and all that sort of thing, and just have a chat to the team, particularly after this race. You know, they're not having a race till tomorrow. Tomorrow might be a different case, but that's up to them, you know. They're all approachable. They all want to support the sport and that sort of thing. They may be busy with doing what they're doing, but have a go at it and all that sort of thing. So we've got a 1:48.99. That's quite a bit off the lap record. It's way off the qualifying time. It was a 1:38.339 for the fastest qualifier. The lap record for sidecars, Colin Buckley and Robbie Short of 2016, a 1:38.093. Might have even been on the same machine. I'm trying to think of the lineage of the machine. So that's enough for them to be out in the front. They will have, I'm sure they will have a pit board advising them of their thing. After this, we've got 250 production. We've got 5 laps to go. We're nearly halfway through the race when they come across the start-finish line. Andy Scrivener, Tina McEwen there in second place. I think that's closing in. It was a 4.2 second gap. No, maybe it's opening up a little bit. And Adam Unsworth and Bryce Rose on the Boss, a Aprilia V4 1000 machine there in third place.
All right, Motorcycling Canterbury, proud to be your host for this event. MCI, Motorcycling Canterbury Incorporated, and Mega Motorcycle Centre. Have a go day. Have you ever wanted to go around here on a motorcycle? Have you wanted to hop on as a swinger in a sidecar? Have you wanted to have a go with your kids around this safe and controlled learning environment? So many exactly that. Have a go. Hey, some of the big guys will be here, but there'll be also a whole lot of people living and learning. Have you got a bike that you use for commuting or your tour or your adventure, and you've always wanted to have a ride around here? You can do so as well, and you can learn something about our sport and our cool people from this great club. Bring your road bike out, test it on the track, learn correct cornering techniques, and lines to take machine examination from 7:15 in the morning, on the track by 9 o'clock. You need quality riding gear, including gloves and boots. Motorcycling Canterbury have loan gear available, and you must have your own helmet, of course, because you need the correct fit of that. 150s and 250 motorcycles available for hire. You can book them through Wendy at the club. A riding fee of only $100. Children from the age of 7 to 16 at only $30. Spectators are free. There's 2 of them. There's Sunday, 14th of February, so what's that, 5 weeks away today, and also another 8 weeks after that to Sunday, the 18th of April. So 2 have-a-go days. So pass the word around. Tell your friends, you know, people all around the South Island, West Coasters, they're going to always want to have a go around a racetrack. You can do it, you can ride around. It's not about having a race, folks. It's having a ride. Riders will be split into different ability. You might have an opportunity to have a friend who's got a bike and you've always wanted to go out and ride that. It's a race bike. He's offered you an opportunity. What a day to come and do it, where people are put into equal ability and go out and have some fun. And the juniors will be part of that as well today. $30 entry fee for juniors. The club certainly encourages that. But it's a once in a lifetime a dream, a memory. It's a, you know, a bucket list kind of thing to do, and it's only $100. I tell you what, you can't even jump off a bridge with some cord tied to you. If you like the Irishman, he didn't trust the rubber, he wanted to use the chain instead. It was going to be much safer for him. But anyway, you get the idea. Worth it, Motorcycle Canterbury. Spider, have a go in a sidecar. I had the opportunity with Steve many years ago. Memories that I'll never forget as well. These are wicker machines. You've been more professional. You've been part of a team. Do you go back? Do you remember your first time you had a sidecar? What hooked you to be a swinger in sidecars?
Watching him well, what scared me was watching him in the overbridge, where my father took me every year at the cemetery circuit, and just thinking, mate, those guys are so cool. I'll tell you who motivated me as I must have been 15, 16 years old, is 1977 when Tracy Bryan's father, Roger Stent, won with Tony Cave Drive driving at the cemetery circuit, and Roger went through there sitting down on the chair just clapping across the finish line. I thought, I want to be like that. I don't want the same moustache, well maybe I do, but can't grow it as well as him, but I want to be like that. And one day I got the opportunity, my brother bought a sidecar, I jumped on with him, and then Andy Kippen sent out crazy. His passenger wasn't available, and he rung me up, and I thought, wow, those guys lapped me at Wanganui, lapped us at Wanganui, and how can I hang on there? But it's like, you get thrown an opportunity you'll never get again. I took it up, and we won 3 New Zealand championships there on a Steve Roberts built bike, and I love Steve Roberts' work, and it was a real privilege to it, and been part of the sidecar community. And what I did, it led to my, I guess, commentary career. I don't know whether you call this a career, but what it did was I knew the commentator couldn't know everything about anyone on that track, all of the people on the track, there's 200 riders and that sort of thing. So I went up and told the commentator at the time, can't recall who it was, a bit about our sidecar and all the other people. And then when I stepped off the bike, they invited me into the commentary box. I probably pushed my way in there and helped out with that. And then one day Neil Ritchie hands me a microphone. I hand the microphone back, and there's a Superbike race on, and he says, no, you hang around. So I thought I'd better go and spread this, and it leads up to now sometimes 70 days at the racetrack a year and in the commentary box. My only day this year, I'm going to get the Superbike Championships. It's in good hands with the Brad and Neil show, the Turbo Sound show, and good. Look at that battle going into the dipper there. This is Mark Halls and Michelle McLean and Gordy McEwen and Lewis Scrivener, Formula 1 versus Formula 2, Formula 2 versus Formula 1. This is a battle out on the track, and I've been talking a bit too much there, so I've got to look out where's that lead bike. The lead bike goes in and out of the hairpin. Fastest lap in the day at 1:40.168. They're now cruising around in the 1:41.5s. They know how much of a 10 seconds ahead of Andy Scrivener and Tina McEwen. Then we go back to Adam Unsworth and Bryce Rose, 83 Dennis Charlotte and Dan Jenkins, Chris and Richie Lawrence. Wait, what a crew here. Chris has a hereditary kidney disease, and he had to have his kidneys chopped out. He had 17% use of them at one stage. He needed a donor. Richie, his brother, jumped in there and gave him a kidney. Now, I don't know what kidneys do in the world. I know you've got to have at least one of them and that. Now, I know you can't have a steak and kidney pie without kidney, and that's about as much as I know. But what a team. And health has been a problem, and last year, Richie was riding for someone else, had a massive crash at Wanganui, and the injuries were just absolutely incredible. I went and saw him in ICU, and it's taken him a long time to get back into it, but he's back out there and doing that, and it's absolutely terrible pressure out them. They're not as fast as they used to be, but they're out there with the wind in their face, bought another sidecar, and they're back out there, and that's great. Filling up the fields and enjoying it, part of the pit crew, the pit's environment. The Christchurch Casino Carousel, we're looking at the big Mark Halls machine, the little Mark Halls machine, the number 69 blue and orange CTR. Chris Thoreau Racing was going right round the outside of Gordy McEwen and Louis. They're running a 1,000 machine. Gordy comes back there, but goes back in, and this is a great battle that's going on with 1 lap to go. The white flag is out. So look at that battle going on there. Michelle, I think, is a trauma nurse. She's a trauma nurse, so she's seen blood and guts all over the place, and she's out there. I tell you what, she'll get a hammering with the bruising. Look at this battle. Lewis Scrivener on the outside there on the passengers, doing the passenger job for Gordy McEwen, goes round the outside as they come out of the dipper along the front straight. So there's 1 lap left into this fight for them. We're looking at the lead bike there coming out of the Fulton Hogan corner off towards the Christchurch Casino Carousel there. So Gordy McEwen on the 1,000 just gets about 100 metres. But now watch this race as the little 600 machine, the winner of the Formula 2 class at the Suzuki International Series just a couple of weeks ago, closes in on them under brakes now. There's about 10 bike lengths. The big bike opens up there. This is also a long bike versus short bike. The long bike has the engine in behind the rider, the short bike underneath. So look at him closing in there through the Icon corner. He'll make up a lot of ground with Michelle McLean doing the passengering into the Aon, I think it's Aon hairpin there.
Dipper, Aon Dipper here.
I can see Aon on the fence over there.
You're a mark.
Yep, you know better than I do. Yep, so there, that battle's on all load now. Gordy McEwen's got about 60 metres. So here's where the fireworks come on. Mark Halls, Michelle McLean on the CTR sponsor machine. Chris Thoreau Racing just closed right up there, and they'll try on the outside round this machine. Maybe a little bit. Maybe I'll wind that back, folks. Christchurch Casino Carousel. There's the win. There's the win. Congratulations, Barry Smith and Stu Dorr. and the battle's coming out. I was watching that other battle, so we're looking out for Andy Scrivener and Tina McEwen there, coming through here to take a good second place. So it's now 25 points for a win for Barry Smith and Stu Dorr, and one more for qualifying fastest. So there we go, Adam Unsworth, Bryce Rose going through there in third place. First time back in Ruapuna for many, many years for Adam Unsworth, and Bryce Rose, I don't think he's ever been here. Certainly I don't think he's ever been here competing on a bike. So Dennis Charlotte and Dan Jenkins there on the 83 machine, the Barracks Bar machine. Also Mega Motorcycles, they come through in fourth place. Chris and Richie Lawrence come through here, and here's that battle. Gordy McEwen with Louis Scrivener, the Rolf Harris of Sidecar racing. He said, at least my girlfriends are older. And yeah, call him Rolf Harris. He's got that look with the glasses and the beard, but a cool cat to have around the pits. There's Lewis Scrivener, Andy Scrivener, and Eve Scrivener all competing this weekend. Great to have them here. Mark Halls, Michelle McLean. Now we're looking out for Doug Corns doing the passengering with Dave MacArthur. These two were riding on different bikes, and Dave lost his long-time passenger, Tony New, decided to retire. Doug lost his rider, and they merged together, and they got a new personal best for Doug, I know, at Wanganui. And I don't know whether Dave, I must check up on that, whether they did that. So a great team, great characters, and Maria's in the pits there as well, and that is Dave MacArthur's partner. I don't think Doug's brought his partner down, Tina, but she'll be watching at home on CTAS. From a distance. And we've got the last of them going through. There's one going through, Darryl Williams and Brian Flynn on the number 38 machine, coming through on a lower spec bike, a SSB Smith Shorter combination. So this is an old Barry Smith machine and Robbie Shorter machine. So 250 production lining up there to come out for the final race of the day. Don't forget, folks, what time does it start tomorrow, Sunday? We are on the track at 10 a.m. That'll be a noise restriction thing, 10 a.m. In fact, we're on the track before that. Riders briefing at 8:30 a.m. 9 o'clock scrubbing to just set your bikes up and just scrub in some new tyres, and that's what's happening there. I'm going to pass over to Neil. Neil, I'm just going to go out and have a twinkle, I think.
All right, sidecar racing at its brilliant best. First of all, Bryce, we were asking the question, have you ever been around here before as a sidecar swinger?
Not around this track. I've been done speedway across the road, but I haven't been around here on F1, no.
All right, so what was that like for the first time?
Oh, it was good. It was exciting. Very fast track. A lot of work though, eh? Yeah.
Yeah, hard stuff, isn't it? Enjoying being a swinger?
Oh yeah, it has its perks, eh?
You get a free ride?
Oh no, nothing's free in this world.
Hey, Adam, congratulations. This Aprilia V4 power. How is it?
It's fantastic, mate. Look, I just can't speak highly enough of the Aprilia engine. You know, it's just beautiful power delivery. We just love it, and it's great to get the brand out there. You know, and it's been a long time, so it's nice to have something out there that's unique and sounds fantastic. You know, and can I just say a special thanks to my friend Kenji watching in Japan, and thanks, Kenji.
Beautiful words. Nice prize giving. Here we are. We'll start with the best looking. Yeah, indeed we will. We start with the best looking. Here we go. Oh, trying to get in there. Hey teens. He's still not a bad guy to hang behind, but unfortunately a bit of a mechanical hiccup for you.
Yeah, he was just telling me that he's got clutch issues. So yeah, there was a little bit of rough, kind of bumpy and jolty. But yeah, no, it was all good. Got a few blisters to go home with tonight, but that's all good.
All right, how's Ruapuna today?
It is actually awesome today. Actually, I don't usually like this track, but I have enjoyed it today. Really.
Nice comments, nice comments. Andy, cool to be back here. Do you like this place?
Oh yeah, I love the South Island tracks though, because they're so twisty in that. But yeah, as Tina said, we ended up losing the clutch off the start line into turn 1, and we went the whole race without a clutch, up or down. And there's a couple of times I couldn't get into gear, so a couple of times it might have been really slow out of the corners. And on about the third to last lap, I ended up kneeling on a whole lot of stones on my left knee. And I was finding it really hard to put the brakes on, because every time I pushed down, I was like, oh. I was going down the straight trying to actually get the stones out of my kneel tray, and that's pretty much impossible to do at these speeds. But it was fun.
Wow, what an awesome story. So we wish you hopefully some better luck tomorrow. Stu, a privilege to be on board.
Yeah, you bet, eh? If there's anyone you're going to be on with, it would be Barry.
Yeah, indeed. All right, some great years of sidecars. Been a little while since you were last here. How long were you last going around this circuit?
Oh, last year was with Adam, and we only came down once in the 9 years I was with him, so yeah, it's only my second time here, and with another great driver. So,
right. Have you got a mirror on? Can you see what's happening behind you? Because there's nothing happening in front of you. You've bolted. You're right out there.
I was looking behind me. There wasn't much happening either.
Honest answer. Well done. Hey Barry, back here at Ruapuna. Unfortunately, the scene of the crime, the crash there a few years ago. Are those memories gone? Is it all positive about being out in front?
Yeah, it was. I mean, this morning in first practice was a little bit of not too sure, but. It's the first time I've been back with the F1 from 3 years ago, so but I got my head down in qualifying and just forgot about that, so no, it went well.
Well done. There we I love being part of our sport, and great to have. Here we are with Skysport Next, Aon Insurance and Pirelli. Power is nothing without control. More great 2021 NZSBK road racing. Let's go have some fun.
Well, 250 production racing, only a support class for this championship. It will only be this event. Unfortunately, no opportunity to have a 250 production class for levels for next week. And I'll give you an idea why, folks, and it's called the time. The time at the moment has just gone 5:30. We cannot be racing at levels at 5:30 in the afternoon due to their resource consent. That's the reason for it. So it's anything against the class or against people or whatever, but it's now become a support class. The reason for that is that the 250 production, man, oh man, let's go back to the heydays of the 80s and the 90s. Cool. How good was 250 production? Why? Because it's now been superseded by 300 Supersport. The manufacturers have made bigger bikes. They've realised that a 250 just needs that little bit more pep. If you want to go out on the road and have a buzz and do that 100, 120 Ks or thereabouts, you just need that slightly bigger bike, and that's exactly what the 390/325 300s have catered for. So these bikes are all from manufacturers that are no longer making this model, but hey, the bikes are still out there. The parts are available, aftermarket or genuine, and it's a real domination by the Kawasaki Ninja 250. Awesome, great bike. You've only got to ask Grant Ramage, and he'll tell you the history about how good he was on a Kawasaki Ninja 250 and all those many moons ago. 250 production got a great place in our sport, and I think you go back to Castrol 6 hours or the Champion 2 hour as the 250 race was concerned. Think about our champions, John Hepburn, Grant Ramage, many of them. Look at Simon Crafer, of course, now MotoGP commentator, former 250 champion. So it's got a great heritage, but we move on from that, and that's why it's now only a support class, so we're taking nothing. It's a welcome to the number 3 of Angela Charlotte, super wife of Sir Dennis Charlotte and super mum of Hunter and Emma, who were out there in our demo earlier today. We've got Paimon Shahidi, along with Graham Boyd and Ollie Cotton. There's a young name, Blair Robinson, awesome with qualifying. Look out for the number 33. He's a hot shot in there. Jacob Skinner as well to pick up. We've had Jacob's racing in times gone by. We've got Greg McKeeman, local support man here behind the scenes in the Canterbury Club side. Mate, I've watched you guys. I'm having so much fun. I want to get out there and race as well. People like Brendan Booth in there as well. Young Shannon Guthrie, thanking his beautiful wife Rachel, and get off easy as a cleaner. So, and what about his boy, of course, young Sam as well. So cool. Some of the super guys and gals and dads and daughters and all right, away we go. Let's get the start. Not too bad here from the inside. Look at that. 22 trying to get away for the line. They look pretty tight there. And it was a wicked kind of a start, looking out there and wide. And
Dennis Charlotte watching from the sideline, big smile on his face.
Yeah, okay, sorry, thank you for picking that up. As we were there at the moment, hey, back to people like Greg and Duncan Shans and Greg Boyd and Craig Tiamo, Jacob Skinner. Some of those have got way a little bit further, but tell you what, support field, Spider support fields normally mean, you got, sort of 10, 15 maybe. Looking at this field of over 20, it's fantastic. And you watch these guys, this will be a buzz, an absolute swarm. So similar motorcycles, both by manufacture and by their engineering and makeup. So look at this. You're going to have bustling and buzzing going on down into Euromark. Look at that late braking out wide, trying to cut it in then. Yeah, made up two places. Great work there from the man back in third. Well picked up as he tries to fight his way back through. Now with the 250s back on the gas, getting the gear changes. Oh, so perfect. Now going into Fulton Hogan, peeling it over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A little slight gap in there, but great to watch him as they come around. Then we look to the Christchurch Carousel. First of all, going into the left-hander. Now sweeping around to the right. The first part is a little bit tighter. Then it eases up so you get the power back on. But as we saw from the likes of Harry Parker getting it loose out there before, and so too as well with of course Rogan Chandler, as he did on the bike, one of those parts of the track where you get the back end drifting right out. Now coming down into the Southern Salvage S's here before we line it up for the Aeon Dipper, and coming through this fantastic part. This is where a 250 is so nimble, flicking it. Look at you, watch this going through here, down there on the left, then flicking it over to the right and getting the power to go through. Beautiful to watch, and getting for some of these pilots right over with the cheeks hanging off the seat and getting a knee on the ground, and who knows, maybe even an elbow on the ground or two. So a super great start for these guys. Blair Robinson, the man to look out for. He was a hot shot due to the starting of the race. He got a great break there off the line, and he's managed to be able to hold on to it. But here we go. Remember, of course, we had 4 across on that line. We've really gone to 2 of them. And then again, look at the slipstream. Look at the slipstream getting right out wide there and trying to get through. As Angela done it, I think she might have found the gap to come through on the inside. That looks sensational. Is it Angela Charlotte? We're going to watch and see. Yes, that she has done. Absolutely brilliant for Supermum herself. There we go, Angela Charlotte, Simon Lawrence and there, Brendan Booth, Blair Robinson out wide, so he got a good start, but then in fact he had to fiddle his way. I got him at one stage, I thought he was up there. I wonder whether he's made a mistake. I didn't think he was back in 4th place, Spider, so have we missed something from what was going on there for young Blair? He'd looked better than that right from the start of the race, but now only 4th.
Well, I don't know, but I was just looking at the lap times from first to last, 10 seconds.
Yeah, neat,
10 seconds, and look at how tight they are. They're spread out a little bit, but look at how tight they are, and tight at the front. Angela Charlotte leads into the hairpin, and she comes out of there, opens up a bit. It's almost like a rider in second place. Missed a gear there. I'm not too sure about that. Maybe just she had a better line. Simon Lawrence in second place might have missed a gear, but in the end of the day, there's still a battle going on. Angela carries a number 3 on there. She's a hard charger, so we're looking out for lap record times as well. I think it's Tim McArthur from memory. In fact, indeed it is a 1:49.189. I don't think anyone will get too close to that at the moment. It's a lot of these people have moved on to other classes. The highly competitive, well, they're all highly competitive, but the people that moved on to other classes, but indeed, Angela Charlotte, take nothing away from her. She's leading there. And 21 bikes out on the track at the moment. 21 bikes. So we had 21 qualifiers and 21 of them. So, oh, look at this, into the dipper. What a textbook move there for Simon Lawrence as he gets in the front of Angela Charlotte. That was set up 2 corners ago. That is textbook Ruapuna, Neil Ritchie.
Oh, that was absolutely beautiful. I thought, wow, the way he was going outside, you could be caught there as well, because if Angela had been able to just hold the power and cut it in, man, she would have gone slap bang and closed the gate right in his face, and he'd had hit the picks and lost all of that ground he'd made up. So you're right around the outside, and a dipper corner like that is super spectacular and great to watch. I'm sure that one will be worth putting on your CTAS live and looking for a upplay and going on. So looking out there and looking for the change that's been going on. Angela's got it back. Angela's got it back. So cool pick up there. Thank you, Dave, as we're looking out. So Angela gets it back there. Just missed out on where that had occurred. So Angela to get it back. That's pretty cool. So Maeve got the slipstream. I tell you what, more lightweight rider, more sleek. Tucks in behind that little fairing, getting every little ounce of suck along there. What I mean by that, of course, is to make sure that they can get right down low, so that with the air that's broken in the front, when it turbulates behind and comes down, that it's not catching the back of the rider as well, because that is actually wind resistant. And these 250s, you need every little bit of help you can get. You're not certainly going to find they're going to be tapped out on the straights. Great bit of work here on the Euromark corner, and that is tightened right up. And I think we've got to change, maybe a leap. We're going to see now whether there's a change when they come forward on that point, heading round into Fulton Hogan. And keep look out for them. It's Angela that's there. She's just holding on at this stage, looking good in the bike fight, but the other two putting the pressure on, and that 33 has moved right up in there. So look out for Blair Robertson, Spider. He's the one that's now gone 2 seconds. So there's Simon Lawrence, 0 to 0. He's gone from first to first to third.
That's easy to explain. 2 100ths of a second separated the last lap for the first and second bike, and that was Angela Charlotte, just waiting for the timing to come back, and that was Simon Lawrence. But Blair Robertson put in a 52.994, 54.1, so he's over 1 second quicker, and that's brought the race closer together there as they're going into the dipper. And definitely Angela Charlotte is stronger out of that hairpin, but the hairpin is 3 laps to go. That's only 1 corner of about 14 at Mike Perot Motorsport Park, Ruapuna Park, and a track that started in 1963 and 1977. Only had 4 corners. They put the dipper in, adding 3 corners in 1977, and then in 1995 they extended it. Drag strip got added, so the main straight got widened somewhere in the mid-70s, and that happened. The gap, I'm going to say that's probably about 15,000 to a second, 37,000 to a second. So across the start-finish line, it was Simon Lawrence, Angela Charlotte, and Blair Robertson, Brendan Booth, Samuel Guthrie, Nick Clark, Ollie Cotton, and I think Jaden Scott. 3 Guthries out here. There was also Neville Guthrie, the granddad, is out there competing, so outstanding to see those 3 out there.
No, it is, and young Sam's interview last night, he's got to be congratulated, that young man. He was been here on the podium today as well, super young kid, and neat to see how well that family's going. So love their contribution to our sport. Yes, indeed, Excess Man making heights easy, and get him behind them on 800 to get high. They have scissorless, knucklebones, cherry pickers, and a lot more than just your standard access equipment. They're higher specialists for going in high places. They include EWP trained operators. They've got 8 branches around the country, got over 1,200 machines nationwide. Access Man making height easy. And I tell you what, that toing and froing, I'm loving it, Spider. First of all, there's an awesome trio battling it out in front, and each of those 3 have had an opportunity to be there in that first place, so they've played around. But then I like the 5. I like the 5 locked there for second as well. So keen to look out for the battles going on further back in there. And that next group with people there like Brendan Booth, Sam Guthrie, who we've been talking about, Nick Clark, Ollie Cotton, and Jaden Scott, who's dropped back to the back of that group. So 3 and 5, the first 8 riders, spectacular.
Jaden Scott, he's part of the initiative to try and get bikes, KTM 390s recognised at the at the Bears Racing and all that sort of thing. And he's also the Scott structural man that runs the team with Dale Finch, and unfortunately Ashton Hughes not riding this season with a injured elbow. So Jaden had to do some laps and have some fun. Almost a change of position there, coming out of the dipper and into the big sweeper coming onto the front straight. So Angela Charlotte sits in second place. It was Simon Lawrence, Angela Charlotte and Blair Robertson in the last lap, all in the low 154s, and Angela takes it through there with 1 lap to go. Angela goes through there in the lead. I'm waiting for my screen to refresh. I was watching that rather than what's happening on the track and who's changed to where. 21 riders still in the race, so all well controlled. Angela Charlotte, Simon Lawrence, Blair Robertson. So what? Angela and Samuel Guthrie and Ollie Cotton have all set their fastest laps. Ollie Cotton back in about 6th place in that final lap, or when I say the final lap, the second to last lap of the 5-lap race.
Angela Charlotte so low on the bike, a beautiful pick to get her. She's got her elbows lower to the ground than the man behind her. She's a sleeker performer as well, so she's got less aerodynamics in there. Getting that centre of gravity lower on the bike means that the momentum can be held through the corner. They now come through there to Euromark. Look at that precision to watch. First, second and third, then the gap back to the next 5. Somebody just breaking a little bit clear of that group. There's an awesome foursome now rather than just the 5 to go through there. So we are on for the battles, and that I'm hoping is Sam Guthrie, looking out for Sam to be up there. But hey, the Charlotte, Lawrence and Robertson battle out in front is fantastic. Come on, all you women out there, start your clapping, start your applauding. For those of you out there cooking tea, watching it on CTAS Live, drop your spatula at the moment and head out of the kitchen, head to the lounge and watch this on the big screen, because Angela Charlotte is in front.
Oh, no, not anymore. She's been relegated to second. As we say that, she goes up, looking down at the bike. Something has gone wrong with Angela's bike. She'll be absolutely gutted, but she's got back into it, and maybe she missed a gear or two, but I think that was happening anyway, and then it just maybe ruffled her feathers and that sort of thing, so she's now in 3rd place. She's down looking...
Oh, commentator's curse.
Oh, yeah,
sorry.
Probably.
My fault. Sorry, Angela. Oh, hopefully she'll still get on the podium, and they've been going right and keeping it intact, so looking good out there. Yeah, lost it under brakes, under back, so thank you, Dave. Dave's been looking out another pair of eyes for us. Thank you for that. We head round into Avon City, Ford Avon City Motorcycles, of course, part of the Super. There we go with the checkered flag, close and fight there. Yes, indeed. Go to Simon, go to Blair. Hopefully now for Angela. And are we looking? Yes, she held the third. She held the third. Held the third. That is so good. Excess Man 250 reduction, and our final podium to do before we wrap the day. Spider, I'll leave you up here to conclude, and we'll be back just to do a sponsors wrap at the end.
Thank you very much for your help today, Neil Ritchie. It's a pleasure to be in the box beside you, and they're one of the best seats in the house to watch. It's a good track, Ruapuna Park. You can see it from so many, like there's so many places, a lot of tracks, particularly overseas, where not as easy, where they've got hidden bits and pieces and that, but this is just a wonderful place, and the strong Canterbury crowd, and of course bring on tomorrow with 2 races, including the final race of the day for all classes, the New Zealand Grand Prix. We're looking out for a GB Good Bastards Award. Jared Love, one of our new commentary team in New Zealand, has presented one of his old trophies there. So we're just looking for someone in the pits. It doesn't have to be a rider, that someone's been a good bastard. And excuse me for using the word, but that's his word. So the GB Award is going to be presented. We've got a small trophy here, one of Jared Love's old trophies. It was won at this track before. It was run at this track, a New Zealand Grand Prix 1997 Formula 3 second place trophy. It's good. Hugh Anderson started in New Zealand repurposing trophies, and then I think a number of other riders done it, and some of those historic world trophies have been now passed around in New Zealand. So Jared Love's put that up. He's not here. He helped with the commentary in the Suzuki International Series, in the commentary and interviews in the first 2 rounds, and then did the interviews because we're separated there, not separated by a tiff. It's just we've got 2 different areas there. So Jared did that, and a former winner of the Robert Holden, I think in 2004, the Robert Holden Memorial Race. So I'm going to hand over to Neil Ritchie for the final podium of the day. Support class, but a fiercely thin class. And there's husband Dennis, still got his leathers on from the sidecar race. He's going out to give his wife a pat on the back, and more importantly, before it's a pat on the back, he puts it on the stand. Great photo opportunity, Angela Charlotte, and she'll be happy. And 3rd place there. Something gone wrong in that Southern Salvage corner, and she was looking down at a bike, but that's all right. She'll get on with it tomorrow, and great racing for everybody. Thank you for the day. Thank you to all the organisers, the management, the flag marshals, the so many people out in the hot sun, the people in pit lane, the people at the gate, the barman I'm going to thank shortly. See you, folks.
go, then you went.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's my fault.
Oh, it's okay. It's all right. Haven't lined up,
Access Man making height easier and certainly almost to the high point of number one, but it ended up third. Angela Charlotte, hearty congrats racing with these guys. How epic was that?
Oh, it was pretty awesome, man. I was just like, come on, I can do this. I know I can. Yeah, just hit false neutral and couldn't get it back into gear. And I was like, oh, come on. But, you know, I'm just stoked to be here on the podium. You know, my goal was to get a top 5 because these guys are fast, you know, and I've been racing with them over the Winter Series and, yeah, you know, they have been beating me. So, you know, I was on my A game today, so I'm really happy about that.
Oh, indeed. Sorry, commentators curse because I said ladies in the kitchen, drop your spatulas and come and watch this lady leading. So tell us a little bit about the hiccup. Just that false neutral, is that all it was? Yeah. As simple as that?
Yeah, just simple as that. I don't even know what happened. It's just changed down a gear, roll into the corner, and it's like, what? No, nothing there. It's like, come on, clutch in, wouldn't work. And then Blair came past me. I was like, oh no, come on, no one else. And yeah, nah, bring it home in third, so I'll take that.
Beautiful. Well done for Angela. We'll give the applause and cheers that we need to afterwards. Man, how good was this as we go to our big boys in the racing? And Blair, how was that?
It was good fun. Really good race. Got a terrible start, but had to find my way back through and got behind Ange and Simon and just couldn't pick a way through until Ange missed again on the last lap there. So really good race, lots of fun, and good fun racing with these guys.
Hey, it is, isn't it? It's so much respect for each other. You're all over each other, but you know nobody's going to do anything silly.
Yeah, that's right. It's a big part of it. I think you got to give each other a bit of room and know you're not going to get your wheel taken out from under you. So it's part of the sport and part of the 250 club. So it's good fun.
All right, hey, they're not making 250s anymore. One day you think you'll move up to 300s?
Oh, I'd like a 600 to be honest.
Oh, okay.
I'm a bit bigger of a guy, so probably 300's a bit small for me, for my weight. But yeah, that's kind of the goal, look for a 600 or something like that. So yeah, next season.
Well done, Blair. Cool story, mate. Hardy, congrats. We'll see you back here for the GP tomorrow.
Will do. Thanks,
I love it. Nice to see. Nice to see. Hey, three of you had an opportunity. You were in the front at some stage, and then you'd get it. One would slipstream, the other one would fly past. That was intense out there. One of the better races you've ever been in?
Yeah, it was. It was really good fun, and that's the beauty of this 250 class. It's all equal machinery. It all comes down to how much of a gut you've got and how much talent you've got.
All right, how much gut you've got? You're getting low enough. Is that what you mean by that? You're not quite as sleek as the lady there. Is that what you were saying politely?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, I thought you might have been. Hey, tell us about your time on a 250. Are you the only imposter down here that's not a local?
No, born and bred up north, but I've been in Christchurch long enough to call it home. Oh, nice. Bit of a joke, up the turbos, I guess. Yeah. None or two.
Yeah, we're in the same camp, we're right.
Oh, good to hear.
Yeah, good to hear. All right, so there we go, folks. What a way to wrap today. Yes, day number 1 of 2021 NZSBK. This is 250 production racing. This is where it was all those decades ago for the class, and the manufacturers moved on to 350. Never say never here in Canterbury, because MCI make these 250s live long again. A fantastic class. Women rising to the top. Behind these trio, of course, there was another group of 5 riders fighting it all over each other, and names back in there like Sam Guthrie and the team. So fantastic to see everybody enjoying it. That's a wrap here from day number 1. We'll be back with more awesome racing. 2 rounds tomorrow, folks. Not just 1, but 2 times. And of course, the 3rd and final round for the weekend will incorporate our New Zealand Grand Prix. We'll see you back here tomorrow for more fantastic NZSBK. Bring it on with our sponsors. Thanks to Underground Brown sponsoring the events here at mighty Canterbury, and also to Sky Sport. And we'll see you with Pirelli Powers Nothing Out Control and Aon Insurance. Part of the racing. Bring it on 2021.